May in Indianapolis. Now that is energy you can feel. When that calendar flips, the adrenaline starts pumping. It gets real. Here in the Circle City, we have two first loves. This month, this is what we live for. All roads in this city lead to the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. They're lined with checkered flags and filled with a year's worth of anticipation. And that hum in the air, like sneakers squeaking on the court, is a calling that leads you to the racing capital of the world. At the end of that brick road is a party like you've never seen. It's got flyovers, flames, salutes, songs, thrills, chills, cheers, your favorite celebrity, grown men and women in tears, and the fastest racing you've ever seen. Let me tell you something about May in Indianapolis. It's more than just some decorations you see around town. It's more than just another month on the calendar. And it's more than just another race. It is us. United we race.
Well, May is the greatest spectacle in racing, but today it is a bit of a washout. We are in a weather delay here as we enter our fourth day of running for the greatest spectacle in racing. Which means that me and JT are up here in the booth to give you some other information. Hello, everybody. The track is absolutely soaking wet. We're going to have a live look at it in a few moments' time. But JT, why is that we're not heading out there? Because I think boats are the best things at the moment.
We have the Weenie 500 next week, so why can't we have the Boat 500 this week?
Yep, that's pretty much going to be it. It's going to take about 2 hours to dry. They were drying the track, and then guess what happened? It started raining again, so the dryers came in. So, again, we are delayed. We are staying with it here on JB Motorsports. The whole week is going to have coverage, so we will be live for it. We're not going to do what we did in the open test and wait, because we've got some other things that we can show you in that time, including the Grid Tonight show. That'll be up shortly as well on the running orders. And hopefully yesterday's graphics are still here, or they changed to today's. No, they still get yesterday's timesheets as well for you to look at on the board. And we'll also go to our other timing screen shortly, which is really great because it shows all cars and all their speeds and what times they set them at and engines. It's and current point situations. So that's the one we have up in the commentary box, by the way, that timing monitor. JT, while I load up the Grid Tonight show under this delay, when we do get going, it'll be a green track. What are you going to be expecting to see?
We're not going to go fast at the start. It'll be slow Friday at the start, but as soon as the track is all rubbered back in, which it takes a while, hopefully towards the end we should have some fast times, and of course they'll all take it careful the first time they go out. As meanwhile, on our filler content, Scott McLaughlin leads at St. Petersburg from earlier this year.
Yeah, they're showing that, and we've got a couple of things lined up, so don't you worry about it. Coming through. Is this going to work? I've hit select, but there's a bit of a problem. Wow, there really is a bit of a problem trying to get this on. It keeps redirecting me every time I click it.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, here we go. Downloading. Download. Still not. I need an ad blocker. There we go. Downloading now. So that's coming through. So give us a few moments. And, well, while we're in this weather delay, any idea how many engine changes overnight? I think we've seen the most of the field change to their Friday engines. So presumably everybody, because now you can go up maximum to the 230s that we're going to be seeing. So I think, well, everybody looks like has changed their engines overnight to come into it. By the way, the NASCAR practice session starts at 1:30 the hour, so make sure to join in for us there. We have news on that it's going to be Brendan Fraser who is going to be waving the green flag for the Indy 500. Just to give you a little bit of an update. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to get the track dry until mid-afternoon. So we're seeing at the moment there's a lot of rain that's come through Indianapolis. So while we wait, let's have an episode of Doug and Drivers, and we'll start first of all with Scott McLaughlin.
Well, hello, race fans. It is 2026, and that means Duggan Drivers interviews as we lead into the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge and all the excitement that that race brings, but also the NTT IndyCar Series kicking off in St. Petersburg and rolling all the way through to Laguna at the end of this year. And who will be the 2026 Indy 500 winner or the 2026 NTT IndyCar Series champion? I don't know, but I get this question an awful lot. Who should we watch out for in 2026? The guy to my right, Scott McLaughlin, is one of the three drivers I always talk about. This will be your 6th season in the NTT IndyCar Series. It's like your 10th with Team Penske, so it's like a group you know. How excited are you about 2026?
Yeah, so excited. I think, you know, it feels like a bit more of a redemption year this year. I feel like last year wasn't up to our standards all year, and then obviously the 500 was, you know, a race that, you know, had gone begging for me personally, and probably the hardest point of my career. So I'm very excited to get back to the Brickyard. I'm very excited just to get started with this group at Penske, and we're feeling good. There's a lot of belief there in the group.
So before we go to May, let's talk about the end of the season last year. You had 7 wins in your NTT IndyCar Series career. There at the end, Nashville, Milwaukee, things were starting to look really good. So it has to have helped the offseason knowing that you had picked up some of that momentum at the end of the season last year.
Yeah, I thought, you know, the personnel changes throughout the year, it threw a bit of a curveball in for the whole team. And then I think once we sort of got our, you know, a few races under our belt, it was like really good. And those last couple of races, you know, there was 2 shots at the win there. Me and Newgarden were both winning at Nashville. He obviously won at the end, and then Will at Portland. So I think the team finally sort of found their mojo a little bit, especially myself. So I'm really excited to sort of just see how we've gone with, you know, a 6-month off season. I love IndyCar, but you know, it is what it is, and then you have that off season, but it gives you enough time to get ready and get all the pieces in place to go attack a big year. And yeah, I certainly feel like that with this group.
So one of the things that I learned from Roger early on when we were going through COVID and we had to shut everything down and we're all depressed, and he looked at me and said, Mr. Bowles, everything in life is an opportunity. And I'm certain that he's got you guys thinking the same way about some of the struggles last year, that it is an opportunity to really learn from that to make 2026 that much better.
Yeah, look, it's a clean slate in some ways. You know, it's a refreshed look at the team, especially inside. You probably won't see it from the outside, but I think, you know, for us and everyone that works there, I think it's just a little different. You know, I had a lot of great friendships, people that have passed and gone, and you know, people that have helped me in my career, but it was probably the right time to sort of make some changes and move things around. And I'm really proud of how the team has really worked together in such an awesome, you know, environment in the last few months, and to get, you know, that mojo back and to really focus on what we need. You know, we need to be better on road courses, a little bit on ovals as well, and street courses, and people have got, you know, the bit between the teeth to be stronger and really return Roger to where he belongs. And, you know, it's going to be hard. It's tough. IndyCar is the most competitive series on the planet, but we're ready for the fight.
So good news in the NTT IndyCar Series is it starts at St. Petersburg. It seems like a place where you've always been fast and you seem to love to go.
Yeah, I just love the place. It's a great start to the year. Huge amount of people go there. The vibe's always great, and I like the track. You know, I think the track's awesome. It's a lot of fun, and, you know, we have got pole there a couple of times and obviously had a win there. So, you know, there's no doubt in my mind that we can go there, you know, with a car that we really know, and be fast again. And like adding to that, you know, with Fox and having the trucks there on Saturday, it's so exciting for the sport, and just an awesome, you know, time to start the year, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
So new engineer, new spotter. What do you have to do when you change those personalities as you get? I assume you've spent a lot of time with them already and you're ready to go, but what is it that makes those relationships gel?
Obviously, continuity is a great thing to make that happen, but, you know, you've got to put a lot of work in behind the scenes to get comfortable with them. And I've known Raul Prados for a long time. He's an amazing engineer and won championships in sports car and IndyCar, and he was on Joseph's car when he won the 500. So he's a very, very smart guy. I'm excited to have him part of my group. And then David Hunt, who's now my spotter, he's a guy that's been around a long time, as you know, and I've really looked at, you know, a bunch of spotters, but he was at the top of my list. So made sure I rang Colton Herter and made sure he was definitely gone, and I got him, and I was very thankful for that.
Yeah, he's another guy, super passionate about the sport, understands it, and is super competitive, which I think will help for you. So May last year, this will be your 6th Indianapolis 500. You sat on the pole, so you've sort of, other than winning, you've known the highest of highs. Yeah. And obviously last year, one of those moments that had to have been the lowest of lows. How were you able to just deal with that in the moment and then really have to put it behind you? Because you're racing again at Detroit in less than a week.
I put a lot of that down to my family. You know, having my wife and my daughter there, and the people close to me during that time. You know, it was tough to say anything to me to make me feel positive that day, but ultimately, somehow we've got to turn a negative into a positive. And as Roger says, everything in life is an opportunity. And, you know, I can't wait to go back there. I have got the bit between my teeth, but there's nothing that we need to do anything crazy right now. Like we have a fast car. I know how to do it there. You know, unfortunately that happened. And still to this day, I don't really know what happened, but I lost control and hit the wall. And those things happen, and you've just got to try and pick yourself up and get going. And yeah, I'm telling you, I'm very determined.
Well, you could tell the last few years, especially as you've gotten your feet underneath you in the NTT IndyCar series, that you are as fast as they come at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and just watching you walk around the garage area, that you are so laser focused on it. I assume that just goes to the next level now, that you just want to prove yourself at that place.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it was, I think the one thing of having that accident, like I think you realize just what you had, you don't realize what you had till it's gone, and like the opportunity to be one of the 33 starters, whether you qualify or you don't, like just to be a part of that race is incredible, and I felt like I wasted one away.
Yeah.
And that was really hard to take, and I felt like I wasted someone else's opportunity because I just threw mine away, you know, and I took that pretty personally, but I've worked really hard to be stronger and mentally bigger and stronger and ready for what's ahead. And yeah, I feel comfortable at the Speedway, but at the end of the day, you know, you're not comfortable around that place, I'm sure, until you win.
Right.
And that's the main focus right now.
So you talked about how family was important in that. You got to have Christmas with now a 1+-year-old.
Yeah.
How is Christmas different in 2025 than it was in 2024 with your daughter now being almost a year and a half?
They know what's going on. They know where the presents are and how to rip them open. You know, my daughter and my niece, they're very close in age, and it was so cute seeing them together. And yeah, it's nice to, like, now I've just got a massive separation from my work life and my personal life now. And but when it's time to go, they're always there with me every step of the way. But Christmas was great. Spent a lot of time with family, but I was focused on what I needed to do, and I feel fit and ready to go.
So Thirsty Threes.
Yep.
What's the story behind that? How did that come about?
Man, we were actually playing computer games, me and Ben Bretzman, and we were like, oh, we should make a hashtag. I'm like, I don't know what it is. And I was drinking an ice cold Coors Light at the time, and he's like, what about the Thirsty Threes? I'm like, oh, actually sounds pretty good. and the fans, you know, got amongst it, and it's really become like something that's just, it's cool. Like, you know, you're part of the Thirsty Threes when you come and work on the car, but you're also, as a fan, you're part of the Thirsty Threes as well. It's a bit of a movement, and you know, it's a fun name. It's different. It's but that's how it comes about.
So I was going to ask, and you kind of touched on it, what I think is neat about it is a motivator, I'm sure, inside the walls at Team Penske, and certainly for your team, but to watch your fans embrace it when they're at a bar or they're at a racetrack watching you, and the hashtag Thirsty Threes, you get a chance to see some of those, obviously.
Yeah, and it's cool for the guys and girls on the team because, you know, they go through Gasoline Alley and there's people, they don't yell out, go 3-car. They don't go out Scotty. They're like, go Thirsty Threes, you know, and I get that more than my name, you know, and people yell it out, and that's what I love about it. It's become like a bit of a group, you could say, and I'm just thankful for the support that we get.
Well, as you're looking at 2026, I know there's a lot of things in 2025 that you wish hadn't happened the way they do, but it is an opportunity for you to move forward in 2026. What are you looking forward to the most once the season starts, and certainly in May?
I just can't wait to get back to May. Indianapolis is everything to me. The town, the state, the way that they get around the race, and then the fans. You know, like I said, I felt like I wasted one away there last year. So, you know, I can't wait to get back there. That for me is bigger than anything in the world right now, is to win that race. So I'm focused on that.
And then last question for you. We're early. This is airing just as the season starts for us. But this past weekend, the 24 Hours of Daytona, you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was great. You know, to be able to race GTD with some great teammates that I only met that weekend, really, and be with a chance to win towards the end of the race was pretty cool. Fortunately, mechanical failure, but you know, it's such a good way to start my season, and you know, I will be trying to do it as many times as I can.
Does that feel like stepping right back into a V8 supercar?
Within reason, yeah. You definitely feel a little bit more at home, but the ABS and the traction controls makes things a little bit easier. But it's just a good way. You know, it's hard to beat 3 hours in the car. Right. You know, it's just match fitness, and it's something that's, you know, every sport needs it, and we've got it in racing.
Well, there you go. Scott McLaughlin, pole sitter at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 2024. He's got some things to prove in 2026, and that's going to start as we get ready to go at St. Petersburg, but certainly when he gets back to May for his 6th Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. Until next time, we're starting Duggan Drivers once again this year.
Still under a rain delay here as well. The fans of the grandstand, from the top angle we're currently looking at the pagoda, doesn't look too bad out there. But there is still a lot of dampness. The dryers have gone back out onto the circuit. to try and bring it through. Thought we were going to hear something then because we've got the international feed also queued up here in the box as well, just in case there is any information that we miss out on, and then you can hear. Just looking now, currently the Fox is 250. Yeah, it's still delayed. Still very much in that procedure of waiting to see what's going to happen next. Yellows are out. So practice is delayed at the moment. We are nearly ready to have Grid Tonight join us on the broadcast. So let's go in for another Duggan Drivers and start with Willpower.
Well, hello, Indianapolis Motor Speedway fans. Doug Bowles here with you for episode 2 of the 2026 edition of Doug and Drivers as we lead into the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 presented by Gamebridge. You all know me. You know my favorite driver is Connor Daly, my stepson. But if you take Connor aside, there is no doubt my favorite NTT IndyCar Series driver is this man here to my right, our 2018 Indianapolis 500 winner, Will Power. I like him because of what he does on the track. I also like him because of the personality off the track. And this is one of my favorite moments every year when we get to sit and chat a little bit and different colors.
Yes.
I'm used to like really bright, and now I got some black I have to look at here.
There is black. I mean, they were talking about a white suit, but it sort of said, no, it gets too dirty, and you know, apparently you pee in your suit, so that's not good when you get on the podium.
Yeah, so you can hide that.
Yeah.
One of my favorite tweets of 2026 so far was about 12:15 in the morning when it just turned to 2026. Maybe it wasn't quite that early, but
yeah.
Will Power out running, getting ready for the 2026. A big change in your life.
First day at work. We're in 26, and I'm in the 26.
Yeah, it is. It is a big switch, 17 years with Penske, you know, learning a new team and new people. But end of the day, it's an IndyCar. As you know, it's a pretty spec series. But I think the way cars are prepared and the way teams are run, pit stops, everything that goes into winning races really matters. And just walking around the new team, I'm very excited.
And you're actually taking up a partial residence in Indy occasionally just to be nearer the team.
That's right, yep.
Liking our weather so far?
I did. The weather's tough, there's no question about it. I did definitely enjoy the weather down in, although North Carolina right now is pretty icy as well.
Yeah, so we're filming this in January just after the big snow. You did make it here. I was a little worried because a lot of us were in Daytona for the 24-hour race. That was your 24-hour experience. How was that?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the 24-hour race. You know, we had 6 hours of yellow, which that was tough doing a couple of hour-and-a-half stints during that, and kind of trying not to fall asleep and keep myself entertained with trying to save fuel under yellow. But I really enjoyed it. It was awesome to finish second. Obviously, after 24 hours and you're only 2 seconds behind first, it would have been nice
right.
to get a win first time out. But definitely going to do it again. It's an epic event. Would love to do it for the outright win. That would be really cool, but you know what? I'm going to do the Indy 8-hour again. I hope that's happening.
Yeah, loved having you do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was fun. I want to win it because I've won the Oval, I've won the road course and IndyCar. I want to win a sports car race.
Then you just have to come later and do a Brickyard event.
That could happen too. Yeah, we could do it in Xfinity.
And, you know, we had a midget race, too. If you want to get in a midget, I'd be happy to get you in a midget. Get out there.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You let me know. I know our fans would love to see you in all those
You need to build a kart track there, too. Then we can have like a Supernats type thing.
Well, maybe that's we could do it the Will Power Invitational, and you can just pick and choose who you bring along.
Yes.
So one of the things, I know winning the Indy 500, we talk about this a lot, just the way you celebrated to me is one of those just epic, magical moments, the crazy eyes, the excitement of you finally winning this at the Speedway. I know you'd love to win again, but you're such a qualifier and have been more poles than anyone in the history of the IndyCar series. What would it mean to get a pole at the Speedway?
Oh, man, at this point, that would be a huge deal for me, never having a pole there. Been so close, been on the front row a number of times. Man, it's just funny that hasn't fallen into place because, as you know, you have to have the car, engine, driver combination team. You know, it's a tough place because sometimes cars, for whatever reason, are just faster. You know, you get the wind gust, all that stuff, all the stuff plays in it. And because at the end of the day, it probably just picks the pole. The place picks the winner, picks the pole sitter. So
one of the things I do in qualifying, especially in that fast 12, as we're rolling our way through, and then when you kind of roll your way into the fast 6 and where that's going to go, you start watching the weather. I mean, the clouds. When you're sitting in the car waiting to roll for qualifying, are you watching up, hoping that you get some cloud cover? I mean, are those things that, as a driver, you're just saying, "Come on, clouds, help me out"? Because just that little tiny margin of cool can be the difference in pole or 12th.
that is true. Just a little bit of track temp will help your run. You won't degrade as much, you know, and it just ultimately just helps the grip. It doesn't really affect, you know, engine performance because the temperature doesn't change enough. But just the sun beating on the track, that's where the grip loss comes from, is that really hot track, and the rubber just gets too malleable, it sort of melts in a way, and you just don't gain the grip that you would have on a cooler track. So yes, a little bit of cloud cover really matters.
So speaking of track grip, you and I talk an awful lot about track grip at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, about the RPE and all of the things that we've done. And I think I've told fans this, maybe one of my scariest moments was a time when we had done some work on the racetrack and you were certain it was going to make it worse, and you came in for a test, and I wanted to come see you. You still had your helmet on, but I could see in your eyes you were okay. It had worked out okay. But one of the things I love about you is how passionate you are about those little details. And as you know, we did some work on turn 2 because of that bump that was there at the exit of turn 2. Have you heard anything from any of the guys that have had a chance to run on it yet, or are you just going to wait until you get to April and see how that new surface there is at the exit of turn 2?
I haven't heard anything. Yeah, I'll be interested. Turn 2 is a tough corner too, so I don't know how far around you fix that bump.
Mostly on apex exit.
Yeah, apex, I mean, that's when you're on the limit, so it can make a big difference on how the car behaves. If it's smoother, or, you know, the repave has added grip, that will be interesting.
And I'm sure I'll hear from you.
You will definitely hear from me if there's a problem. I only want to help.
I understand, but that you can also be pretty direct in your opinions. You just wear the emotion on your sleeve. Willpower is willpower. You get out of the car and you know where you stand, and I think our fans appreciate that about you. And you do it in a constructive way, I think, is really how it. And you're the first one to say when you've made a mistake.
Yeah. I mean, it's just my personality. I am a very emotional person. Probably control it better these days, you know, as I've got older. You know, it's because I care so much. I really care about, you know, what I'm doing. I care about people. I care about safety. Yeah, it's the way I am. I can't help it. Everyone's different, and you know where you stand with me, put it that way.
So we just had an opportunity, as we're here on Content Day. Will actually went over to the IndyCar Kids piece. Some of you may or may not have seen that by now if you haven't. But one of the questions you got in there was about Ryan Hunter-Reay, and was there ever a time that you and Ryan had issues? And it was interesting that you said, no, I really appreciated running with Ryan. There wasn't issues. And then you said, except in 2008, when you actually apologized to him.
That's right, yeah. No, I do remember that. Yeah, we didn't, that's true. I can't say that I really had many run-ins with Ryan on the track. He's a pretty fair racer, and he's a very fair guy off the track. He really is. There's nothing malicious about him in any way. Like, he's never, you know, some drivers are sort of working behind the scenes or anything. I found him, you know, very straight down the line, very nice guy, nice family. And I actually really enjoyed when he won the Indy 500 because, you know, of the family history there with Becky and so on. So, you know, it was very much an American racing family. So it was cool to see, but always appreciated Ryan. You know, very worthy champion and Indy 500 champion.
So, new year, new team. What's the expectation for Will Power in the season and in May?
Just looking at it, I think we'll be very strong on street courses. I came from a team who was the best at short ovals and probably the best at Indy, so, you know, I have a lot of experience there. I know how that car feels. So I think we'll have an improvement there for sure. Getting to test at the short oval was great for us, and having a 2-day open test there is really good for us because it's our weakness. I actually feel like we'll be competitive. I think we'll have a shot at the championship. I do. I believe that.
So speaking of testing at Phoenix, I know you had a chance to get there, got some high line that we're really going to do, but if we can get that high line to come in, how's that racing going to be there?
If you have a second lane, it'll be amazing. That's the key, and I think the drivers need to learn that, you know, you have to go. If you're in the second half of the field, why not just be up there? It's your ticket forward right there. You open that lane, if you've got a fast car, you go onto the front. If you have a fast car and it's a single lane, you're just going to sit there. I think that's the difference between us and NASCAR. NASCAR races ovals every week, and these guys just search lanes out. Like, it's very normal for them. We wait too long, then there's marbles, and you never get up there. And that's why the highlight session is good. It's not necessarily putting rubber down, it's actually giving drivers experience and up there, feeling the grip and knowing that they can be there.
So I was going to ask you that. I mean, is part of it just confidence of saying, I'm going to go up here and try it once you get up there? And it really takes that first person to get up there and be successful, and everybody knows, okay, I can go do that too.
Yes, once you get driven around a couple times, you're like, yeah, it's clearly working up there. Then people go up there and almost ends up being the fastest lane, because down low is polished. It's polished and you carry more momentum up there. It looks after the tires a bit. It is smart. Like, if I'm at the back, man, I'm trying to get the guys around me. Let's all run up the top. Like, it's only going to help us go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you were able to pick up that second Indianapolis 500 win, how do you make that celebration better than the first one?
The last few years, people just park on the front straight. So, if I get out of there and get up in that crowd, I can't imagine. It'd be pretty epic. I mean, it's amazing, man. Like, to win that race, to win it again would be it's so hard to do. Put yourself in that place and be there at the end. It's funny, like, I think you've got to love the place. You can't, like, have any sort of trepidation, a bit standoffish. You got to really all be in and want to win it badly, but enjoy it.
And then that's where we're going to have to leave it, because we've got to also, at the same time, broadcast the NASCAR opener. So we've opened up a little track camera there as well. As you can see, there's a little bit of track exploration going on, but we are still delayed, and we'll open that every now and then to give you an example of what is happening out there on the circuit. Right now, though, we are going to be in a delay, and you're going to be watching and listening to the Grid Network's Grid Tonight show with Omi, Kobe, and Matt, and then I turn up as well to give you an update. That was after day 2 of running. So enjoy the Grid Network's Grid Tonight show. And if you like the Grid Network, they're on YouTube at Grid Network TV. The link will be in the YouTube chat. Still under a delay here as the track drying is commencing.
Happening now on Grid Tonight, Katherine Legge is trying to make history. Can she become the first female driver to complete the double? IndyCar is making changes to its full course caution rules and Indy 500 qualifying. How will these changes impact the on-track product? Indy 500 practice week is here. What are the biggest takeaways from the first 2 days of on-track action? Hello to all of our viewers watching here in the United States and around the world. Welcome to Grid Tonight, your weekly motorsports news program. I'm Kobe Lamb, and with me tonight are Omi from JB Motorsports and Matt White from Grid Endurance Performance Index. We'll have Joshua Birch joining us later in the show as he's currently broadcasting today's Indy 500 practice session on his YouTube channel, JB Motorsports. And throughout the show, leave your comments and questions in the chat for us to display, and visit gridnetworktv.com for our latest content. And this has kind of become our annual, I guess, IndyCar news recap show, because there's a lot of news happening at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And I see we have Jamie in the chat right now. Good evening, Jamie. Really excited to have you here from Denver, North Carolina again, and alluding to our news that we're going to talk about in just a few moments. You said the late breaking leg news last night made you think that someone was pulling my leg. Yeah, nice little pun there. And I agree, it was quite a shot to get that right in the middle of the night. And I had to make sure I wasn't getting Adam Slurn there. And you got to watch out for those fake parody accounts, how you thought it was a joke, but, turns out that it wasn't. And with that said, I'm going to take it away with our Indy 500 practice week coverage.
Thank you very much, Kobe. As you mentioned, lots to dive into, with of course us being very close towards the greatest spectacle when it comes to the entirety of motor racing. Now, let's kick off with our top story. We've already had a pun. Let's dive into some of the details now. So, in an exclusive report, which was written by Michelle Northam from USA Today Sports, Katherine Legge is set to take on the double on Memorial Day weekend. The plan is for Legge to compete in the 110th Indianapolis 500, driving the number 11 HMD Motorsports with AJ Foyt Racing Chevrolet. After hopefully completing all 200 laps and 500 miles, then she'll fly from Indiana to North Carolina for the second half of the double, which of course is the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the NASCAR Cup Series. Legge will drive the number 78 Chevrolet for Live Fast Motorsports in the 600-mile race. In the history of the double, only 5 drivers have attempted it, and Legge is looking to become the 6th. John Andretti was the first driver in 1994, and then we saw the likes of Robbie Gordon, Tony Stewart, Kurt Busch, and Kyle Larson make attempts over the years. However, Stewart remains the only driver in history to successfully complete the double in 2001 after he ran all 1,100 miles in both Crown Jewel races. If Legge starts both races on Sunday, May 24th, she'll become the first female driver to attempt the double and the first non-American driver as well. With only 33 cars entered for this year's Indy 500, Legge is locked into the greatest spectacle in racing. She'll make her 5th career start in the Indy 500, and her best finish in the 500-mile race was 22nd in her Indy 500 debut all the way back in 2012. In order to successfully complete the double, a driver must run every lap in each race, but Legge hasn't finished on the lead lap in any of her previous Indy 500 starts. She also holds the record for the fastest Indy 500 qualifying time by a female driver in history. On the NASCAR side, Legge made 3 starts on ovals in the Cup Series at Phoenix, Indianapolis, and Las Vegas. Her best NASCAR oval performance was in the Brickyard 400 after finishing inside the top 20 on the lead lap. In USA Today Sports interview with Legge, she revealed that Elf Cosmetics will sponsor her double effort in both IndyCar and NASCAR races. She said Elf wants to do groundbreaking, newsworthy, and cool things while being disruptive, and praised them for believing in her. Although this deal was just announcing less than 2 weeks before the double attempt, Legge admitted that they still started planning this last year, but ran into some hurdles on the NASCAR side because she had to do a handful of races to earn a license to race on the bigger tracks like the 1.5-mile Charlotte. Link to this exclusive article is in the video description, and the photo taken is by Paul Hurley from Penske Entertainment. Now, are you looking forward to watching Katherine Legge attempt at making history in the double? Good evening, Matt. Well, first of all, though, start off with you, Kobe.
Yeah, this was quite the late night bombshell for us here on the East Coast. I think this was announced like right before midnight, and we saw it, from Bob Pockers at first, and then we found out that the original source was from Mitchell Northam from USA Today Sports, who we properly attributed the article to. Make sure you go read that in the video description below, because Katherine, very descriptive on a lot of the things that she talked about in that interview. A lot of things, just beyond the Indianapolis 500. She talked about females racing in NASCAR in general and the next generation of female drivers. So a lot of good things to take away from that article. But tonight we're talking about this historic double attempt that Katherine Legge is trying to pull off after Kyle Larson's double attempt last year. I didn't think we would see anyone attempt to double again anytime soon, and then here we are. Katherine is going to try to make history. I think that this is really cool, a fun storyline that we're going to be able to follow. Her team on the IndyCar side, HMD Motorsports, we know they're regulars in the Indy Next series, but they do have an alliance with AJ Foyt Racing, and AJ Foyt Racing, if they don't show up anywhere else all year long, they always show up at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So if you want to have a technical alliance with a team, AJ Foyt Racing is a good team, because Santino Ferrucci usually gets around this track really well, and we'll talk about him during our special Indy 500 pre-race show coming not this Sunday, but the next Sunday, how Santino has finished inside the top 10 in every single Indy 500 start that he's had so far. So she's going to be able to look at his data and see what his car is doing. That's certainly going to help her get up to speed, throughout the month of May. And Kyle Collette, he's had a fast AJ Foyt racing car as well. So I think her 2 teammates there are really going to, be a benefit to her. And then, so she will have a fast car, although it's been kind of a struggle these first 2 days for her, but there's still a lot of time to get the car dialed in and get it where she needs it. They're on the IndyCar side, and NASCAR, Live Fast Motorsports, they're an uncharted team that's that's running just a part-time schedule, and they do the best they can. The owner of that car, BJ McLeod, highly respected. And in the Cup Series garage, lots of drivers, like BJ as a person and a businessman, and respect everything that he's done and how hard he works, on his deals. And, for like the last year or so, has been working closely, with Katherine Legge. And as Katherine revealed in the interview, she said that they've been working on this since last year. So it seemed like all the NASCAR races that she's running have been a method to the madness, where she could get approved to go race at Charlotte Motor Speedway in this Coca-Cola 600. I think trying to complete the double on the NASCAR side will be a lot harder, given the equipment that she's in, but never say never, because as mentioned, she got a top 20 last year in the Brickyard 400 in that number 78 car, and that's probably the best we've seen that car run on a non-super speedway track, which was just an incredible feat for her, because Katherine finished inside the top 20 ahead of some of the top Cup drivers in NASCAR. So that was a really great day for her last year in the Brickyard 400. And as I say, it's just going to be a real fun storyline, something that came so unexpected. And I certainly wish Katherine well. Hope she's able to complete the double. And it's just historic. We've never seen a woman try to double before. And she's also the first non-American driver to do the double as well, which, just adds to the historic factor. And it's certainly going to be very difficult. Watched her interview this morning on Fox Sports' IndyCar practice coverage, and she basically said that she understands that this is a tall task, that this is a crazy thing to do, but she basically said the mentality she's taking into the double is, why not me? Yeah, because you never know when you're going to have an opportunity to do something like this again, and when the opportunity presented itself, she decided that that the time is now, and she's going to try to make history. And the stat you also mentioned, that's very interesting. Like, she would have to do something in order to complete the double on the IndyCar side. She would have to do something she's never done before: finish on the lead lap of the Indy 500. Yeah, so that's certainly gonna be a task. I won't put it past her, but she'll need to have the best Indy run of her Indy 500 career if she wants to do it on that side. But I think it's gonna be really hard for her. But I'm sure we're all gonna be really happy to watch her and see if Katherine Legge can try to make history.
Well, good evening, everyone. Yes, very happy and surprised, but very pumped about this. I'm calling it the double leg rather than the leg double. It's great to see someone giving this a run. Great to see that it looks like and sounds like it's been talked about happening for a while, but we didn't know anything really about it until last night. Although props to our man Tanner, who in our own private chat, I think it was over the weekend, said, it'd be a cool thing to see. And all of a sudden, here we are. So great news. Imagine I'm waving the GB flag. So great to have a Brit having a run. Great to see a female having a run. And great to see Elf continuing where they sort of picked up and rolled the ball last year with Kat in both NASCAR and her 500 run last year. Someone that keeps reinventing herself. You remember back in the mid-2000s at the end of Champ Car, she was around then into the sort of early years of the IndyCar coming back together again, then went and did a sports car stint and was very successful. And now she's come back and is doing the 500 again this year. And of course, those NASCAR starts, in which, as you mentioned, Omi, her best run so far has come out in Indianapolis, quelle surprise. So, and she was at Watkins Glen at the weekend. So it's a busy period for her. And let's hope that this all goes as it should do. She doesn't need to pull up any trees and win. If we want to see the double completed, then she needs to complete both races and get around. How much that'll matter, perhaps on the NASCAR side, to complete all of the laps is going to be the tricky bit. She's got to manage to stay on the lead lap at Charlotte in the 600 to actually do this thing. But I'm excited. It's good to see someone trying this. Hopefully they get a little bit better luck with sort of weather and things that's affected Kyle Larson's attempts over the last couple of years.
Yeah, yes, Matt. Another thing I wanted to add on the NASCAR side of things, we don't know like how late this deal truly came together. We don't know, like, is this something that they've been working on quietly behind the scenes for the last few months and they just, like got crossed the I's and dotted the T's and, get it done. But if this was something gone ahead of time, if she wanted to try to get this double attempt done on the NASCAR side of things, like I say, Live Fast Motorsports, they work very hard. Their equipment do the best they do whenever they fill the car, whether they're filling it for BJ McLeod, the team owner, Daniel Dye, who has a few races this year, or Katherine Legge, who has been with this team for now over a year. I feel like if she wanted the best chance to complete the double on the NASCAR side of things, the Fast Motorsports, I would hope they have, talked to some of the bigger Chevrolet teams about, getting a prepared car, like get an RCR prepared car, Trackhouse prepared car, there's like something that would give her a chance to stay in the elite lap. But you never know these days because some of these Coca-Cola 600s been crazy in the last few years. So you could get, so if she just stay out of trouble, maybe you stay 2 or even 3 laps down and then you get like 2 or 3 late race cautions, you can get back on the elite lap and just hold on until the end. So I do think on the NASCAR side of things, probably going to be a bit tougher for her to stay on the elite lap and complete the double, but never say never because nobody expected to see that 78 car in the top 20 of the Brickyard 400 last year. That was a very incredible thing that she was able to do in that car, and I think she was everyone's great shining moment that weekend.
There's so many elements to it, isn't it, that needs to go right as well. Adam in the chat saying what Katherine Legge doing running the double is amazing, incredible, and historic. I love it. Well, yeah, absolutely. It's great for the history. Great to see how it's going. Ben in the chat as well, saying the way this year's going, a live fast prepared car might be faster than a Richard Childress prepared car.
They had their best weekend of the year this weekend on the road course, so anything's possible. But I like the way Ben is thinking there.
Definitely thinking. Let's just say as well. But yeah, looking forward to it. I think it's very, very exciting. And I think that applies to all of the motorsport fans as well to follow as a great story. Now, at the same time, as we've seen over the last 2 years with Kyle Larson, it can be a bit of a logistical nightmare. And you need everything to go your way. In the USA Today exclusive, Legge shared her plans for race day. Now, following the Indy 500, she plans to leave the Indianapolis Motor Speedway via helicopter to the airport and then take a plane to Charlotte and then get on another helicopter to make it to Charlotte Motor Speedway in time for the Coca-Cola 600. Now, while on the plane from Indiana to North Carolina, of course, she is going to be planning to, of course, eat, stay hydrated, and it will be followed by an IV for additional electrolytes. There we go. Got there in the end. She's also hoping to avoid weather issues, which is an issue that we have had in the past, which got in the way, of course, of Larson's 2 double attempts that he had. Now, in Larson's first double attempt in 2024, the rain delayed the Indy 500 start time by a few hours, and while Larson completed all 500 laps, he of course missed the Coca-Cola 600 and didn't get to complete a single lap. Now, last year, rain also delayed the start of the Indy 500, and Larson seemed to be stressed out behind the wheel, and then he crashed out of the race and then later crashed in the Charlotte 2 in what turned into a double disaster. Unfortunately for them. Now, speaking of Larson, next Thursday on May 21st, Amazon Prime Video is debuting a new documentary titled Kyle Larson versus the Double. This is of course taking a deeper behind-the-scenes look into Larson's 2 double attempts that didn't go as planned due to weather. Now, after seeing how things went poorly for Larson the last 2 years, many thought we wouldn't see anyone attempt a double again anytime soon. Now, besides the logistics of it, it is also a huge physical challenge that takes a toll on the body with little recovery time before each race. Legge acknowledged the level of endurance and precision required to take this challenge on, and she questioned if she was crazy for wanting to do it. Now, Matt, are you concerned that Legge could run into some of the same issues as Larson, and do you worry about the physical challenges that she may face given how late this double program came together?
Well, we never know what we're going to get with the weather, And that's kind of was Larson's downfall, wasn't it, in 24 with the delayed start at Indianapolis and then rain that, got in the way at Charlotte too. That's probably going to be the most, what's the word I'm searching for here? Problematic thing that she might face in terms of outside interference as such, with whether either or both. Let's hope we don't have to go for another delayed 500 start like we did in 24, because that was extremely painful. But physical challenges, she's going to be just as we keep being told by anyone that will tell us, just because she's a female doesn't mean she can't do it. So we're going to go with this because she can do it. And we've seen her run in plenty of endurance races in the past, Daytona, for the last handful of years in GTD and more. So I don't think that's going to be a problem as long as they can get her fed and watered while traveling, as you explained, Omi, there. So I don't see that being an issue. Weather is going to be the thing that keeps her grounded or not grounded, as the case may be, depending on when said weather comes during the day. I've not looked so far into the radar yet for 10 days time, but sure, once we get a little bit closer to it, maybe this time next week, we'll have a better idea of what's going on in both places. Hopefully we get a whole dry day in both Indianapolis and Charlotte on that Sunday.
And speaking of the radar, Matt, I've actually seen the radar for next week. Well, not the radar, but the weather forecast, because a good friend Ben in the chat sent it to me earlier today. And next Sunday, well, not this Sunday, but Memorial Day Sunday's weather forecast is showing thunderstorms in all day long into the night. But let me say this: it's 11 days out right now. So the weather is going to change a lot, and 9 times out of 10, what you see the weather looking like, for next Sunday is not going to be what the weather actually is. So I don't want anyone to, get their hope, start feeling hopeless that they were like, wow, this is going to be deja vu for the 3rd straight year in a row that we're not going to be able to see, a proper double attempt because of the weather. Yeah. So the weather is more than likely going to change. So I wouldn't, be a Debbie Downer right now and think that we're going to see thunderstorms and then this double is going to become another double disaster. So have some hope that we'll be able to have less issues with the weather. But like you said, Matt, you can't really control that. If the weather happens, it just happens. We just have to accept it for what it is. No matter what. But it's still going to be, quite a logistical challenge for her. I know they have it all mapped out the same way that Hendrick Motorsports and Aaron McLaren did, for Kyle Larson. But Katherine, outside of the weather, we know that the green flag, it starts right before the race starts right before 1 p.m. Eastern time. I believe that the green flag will be like 12:45 p.m. Eastern time, if I remember correctly. And then if she wants to try to make it to Charlotte in time, she needs to be like wheels in the air, like around 4 p.m. Eastern time at the latest. That means if we have a race where cautions breed cautions, she don't need that. We don't need to have like a massive accident where the red flag and then we're going to be sitting around. That would be bad. The best thing that Katherine Legge can hope is for no rain on race day, or rain that stays away from the racetrack, and that we get a relatively clean race with very few caution flags. We don't need the lengthy yellows or red flags, because that would really, be pushing it, because I believe the Coca-Cola 600 gonna, go green like around 6 p.m. Eastern time. So there's not a lot of time to get from Indiana to the Charlotte Motor Speedway in North Carolina. So that's that there. And then the physical challenge of this is certainly going to be quite a challenge. I remember watching Kurt Busch when he did the Indy 500, watching, when they were documenting what he was doing behind the scenes. Yeah, Kurt was, doing some different exercises that he wouldn't typically do, just being a NASCAR driver, like doing like the neck stuff and some of the things that you'll need to endure, what the body's going to be put through during that massive physical challenge like this. But Katherine looks like she really does well to take care of herself and stay healthy. So I'm not questioning her physical fitness at all, but it's still going to be quite a challenge for her. But I think it's going to be hard. But if anyone can try to overcome this, I certainly think that she has the ability to withstand the physical challenge of doing both races. But that said, it's just going to be a really hard thing for her to pull off. And despite it, you know, being a challenge, guys, I think she's going to have the majority of the motorsport community behind her, supporting her double effort and hoping we actually see history, because it will be a remarkable feat. I was only 2 years old when Tony Stewart completed the double. I wish I was around in the time to see that happen. It's just such a, you know, historical thing that you don't see every day. If we see a driver who's able to do this again someday, it's going to be, you know, really special, especially for all of us, you know, since we'll be old enough to understand how special and significant this is. I'm not sure what's harder, you know, trying to complete the double at Indy and Charlotte on the same day, or trying to win the Triple Crown of motorsport, trying to win Monaco, the Indy 500 and the 24 Hours of Le Mans overall. I think both are equally challenging, and they're outright. And I believe we do have some comments in the chat, very active chat room. Ben says, in all seriousness, this is exciting news, but we need to keep our expectations in check. Her cars are among the lowest ranked in each series and won't have as near as many resources as Larson did. And yeah, I just peeked at the timing charts from today's Indy 500 practice. I believe she was the slowest, unfortunately. But, you know, still a lot of time to crank out some speed in that car. And Ben also continues to say, wishing her all the best. But as McLaren and Hendrick proved the last 2 years, this is a tall order for even some of the sport's greatest champions. If anyone's up for the challenge, though, it's her. Yeah, we know all the resources that McLaren and Hendrick have. We know McLaren is a global giant within itself. Hendrick has been the gold standard in NASCAR for many years. And Live Fast, HMD/Ford, they don't have, you know, they probably don't even have 1/3 of the resources that a Hendrick or a McLaren have. So she's going to be, you know, dealing with the even bigger challenge on that front. And then I believe this is Denver said, the double attempt is the crown jewel in American motorsport history. You'd be dumb not to take the opportunity and attempt it. Yeah, totally agree there, because if she's like, oh, I'm not ready this year, and then there may never be an opportunity again. So if the opportunity is there, this is, you know, where you just need to take it, because it may never happen again. And then Ben says that credit to Mikey DeLulo for that forecast, and also said scattered and a 40% chance throughout the day, say not panicking yet, but Mother Nature. And Ben also said, also stating the obvious here, but unlike Larson, Legge's priority, you know, will be the 500. And they did mention in that USA Today article that she would have a backup driver for the Coca-Cola 600. Not sure who that driver is going to be yet, but I'm sure we'll learn who it's going to be in the coming days. So I believe Katherine Legge, you know, will obviously stay at the Indy 500 in the event, you know, that you know, she's not going to make it to Charlotte in time for the Coca-Cola 600. So yeah, Ben, great point there that the 500 will be her priority. You know, she's not running for cut points, so she doesn't have to, you know, try to cut the Indy 500 short if it wasn't for the issue. And we saw it last year at Indy. If Kyle Larson hadn't to crash out of the race, he was going to have to park it anyways, because because the race would have gone over and he wouldn't have made it to Charlotte in time. He would have lost his playoff eligibility at the time. And one last comment right now from Ben. You said if they red flag the race for a single car crash with under 5 laps to go, I will be very upset. And sadly, Ben, I have a feeling they'll probably do that, because they've done that in the last few years. I think it was the year Joseph Newgarden got around Marcus Ericsson. They red flagged the Indy 500, you know, to try to get a green flag finish.
Happens time and time again, doesn't it? But yes, let's just hope that we can avoid it. Going back to the age conversation, a reminder that I'm born in 2009. It's been a while.
Wait, go on, off you go. Two
yes.
times.
No, Matthew Owens, Matt.
Yes, well, the oracle that is Matthew Owens will be looking at the radar, because he does on a Monday for a NASCAR race on a Sunday. And I keep telling him, you're wasting your time. But hey ho, it's we love to watch weather. Good evening to JT. He says, warning, JB is incoming. Yes, Josh Birch will be here very shortly to chat us through what's happened at the Speedway today.
Yeah, so I think we better just hurry up a little bit and get going. Yeah. So we don't keep him waiting too long. Right, moving on then to our second story. Now continuing on with a bit of IndyCar. Now let's talk about a rule change that occurred after last Sunday's Soncio Grand Prix at the IMS road course. Now, during the race, Alexander Rossi, the number 20 Ed Carpenter Racing Chevrolet, stalled on the front stretch. Instead of throwing a full course caution immediately, only local yellow flags were showing on the fastest part of the circuit. Rossi sat in his car in frustration, waving in the direction of race control, and eventually climbed from his car on a hot track, forcing IndyCar to throw the full course caution. A few days after the race, IndyCar officiating conducted a full review, and IndyCar reacted with a change to the rulebook. Effective immediately, this is, IndyCar officiating will no longer consider pit windows and the running order of cars on track before calling a full course caution if a situation warrants the yellow flag. IndyCar officiating's independent officiating board chair Raj Nair said the Rossi incident showed that there needs to be a clearer standard for how race control moves from a local yellow to a full course yellow. Now, IndyCar president Doug Bolt said that the most important job in race control is to ensure the safety of drivers, crews, safety workers, and of course also the fans. And what happened with Rossi on Saturday highlighted that IndyCar shouldn't waver from that mission. The photo is taken by Amber Pietz from Penske Motorsport. Now, Kobe, was this a long overdue change to IndyCar's rulebook?
Well, I mean, it's really interesting because within the last year or two, they basically said, I guess unofficially, that they were going to stop doing this, and then we kind of crept back in the habit of doing this again. But I guess the difference is that it's actually in writing now in the IndyCar rulebook, which it wasn't before. So I'm glad that that is officially law, and hopefully we don't have to worry about something like this happening again. And as I was saying on our Sunday's Grid Live wrap-up show a few days ago, this was a really crazy, insane situation for them to leave Alexander Rossi out there like that. It was extremely unsafe, and I watched one of the onboards of Scott Dixon, and he actually dove to the inside. He was racing drivers for position, and he went to the inside, and then off to the right, you can see Alexander Rossi's stall car right there. So so that was a very dangerous situation. And if someone had, gotten really bold and tried to make it 3 wide in a situation on the front stretch, I don't even want to imagine what could have happened, to that driver and Alexander Rossi, who was just stranded there. And it's one thing that IndyCar now, has admitted on the record that they were holding the caution, purposely. So, so the drivers would be able to come into the pits and not get screwed by the full course yellow. But as I've said many times before on our programs, sometimes life happens. That's just racing. If you're the leader of the race and others have already pitted behind you and the caution comes out and you have to cycle to the back of the field, but like that sucks to suck. Alex Palou had to do that, and look what he did. Alex Palou started deep in the field, and he came back to finish inside the top 5. Not the win that we expected from Palou, but he still had a car capable enough to driving through the field and still salvaging something, on a day when he probably could have won if it wasn't for that caution. Yeah, and also, as I said, Alexander Rossi, I don't blame him at all for, as you see in the photo right here on the screen, he's like wondering, what are you doing, race control? Like, I'm a guy stranded on the most dangerous part of this racetrack, and you're just letting me sit here as a sitting duck, waiting for something to happen just so nobody gets screwed out of a pit cycle. I totally understand his frustration here, and I'm really happy that IndyCar did not announce a fine for Alexander Rossi, because frankly, he doesn't deserve one, because it was absurd to leave him out there on the first place. But he basically forced their hand, getting out of his car on a hot track. He just waited long enough. You're like, what, just screw it. I'm just getting out. I'm going to make you throw this caution. And to answer your question, absolutely. It was a much needed change, long overdue. I'm glad that it's finally law in the IndyCar rulebook, instead of just saying, oh, we're going to stop doing this, because this is something that should have been stopped a long time ago. We should not be holding the caution to make sure nobody gets screwed from a pit cycle.
Yes, absolutely right, Kobe. I'm calling this the tough tits rule. If you haven't pitted and there's a caution that comes out, oh well, never mind. S happens. Alex Rossi, they're doing paying homage to Will Power from New Hampshire all those years ago, by when he did the bird thing. He basically parked himself in the window of race control and said, "Come on, throw a caution for me, please." And yeah, happy that this rule has finally been altered, because it was long overdue. The worst one that I can think of from sort of recent memory was Marcus Ericsson at Laguna Seca last year, when he was parked broadside on the back straight on the way up the hill to the corkscrew for 3 laps. And you had Hinch and Townsend in the Fox booth, saying, why are we still racing here is ridiculous, and it took them absolutely forever to throw the caution. And I've not seen the race from Saturday, but I've got a funny feeling it was kind of the same idea. So good to see that this has been changed. It's one of the good changes that IndyCar have made to their rulebook over the last couple of weeks. We will not go on down the rabbit hole of the push to pass issue, because that's a farce. But this was something that needed doing, especially with places like Detroit coming up, where next week after the 500, where you know there's going to be crashes during green flag pit stop cycles, if we get round there to get a green flag pit stop cycle, because the track is terrible. So it was bound to happen at some point. And if we left, no, sorry, let me take that back. At some point, something was going to happen to force their hand. Thankfully, this has come in a safe way, where it wasn't someone got injured or crashed into while in the gravel trap or in the wall or somewhere where we were holding a caution for whatever reason. So thankfully, we've got through. No one got hurt in the incident that's then caused the change, which is the most important part, I guess. And yeah, as you pointed out, good that Rossi has got away without any sanction for his part of this.
Absolutely. I give Alex some credit to absolutely bag IndyCar officials in his interview. Absolutely. And you know, when it's unsafe, I think it's very much required for things like this to be called out.
Okay, yeah, and he also went off on Honda as well because of the hybrid on the radio. He said, "Thanks, Honda." Because there was a hybrid issue that caused him to stall, and we all know that, you know, it was an ultimatum that Honda gave IndyCar, like, if you do not, you know, allow hybrid technology in the next engine regulations, we're out. And you know, and they caved to Honda, and now a lot of the teams, you know, especially on the Chevrolet side, you know, not necessarily happy the way things are going, especially not just Rossi, but his team owner Ed Carpenter as well. He's gone on the record, talks about how much he hates the hybrids and how he thinks they're ruining the sport. But here we are.
Lots of championships, just stepping away slightly on that hybrid thing, lots of championships that went down a path over the last few years have all gone backwards and changed their mind. British Touring Cars, World Rallycross, they've got rid of all their electric cars in World Rallycross now. Everyone's seeing the error of their ways on how expensive it was, how many teams left, and how poor the racing was after this sort of stuff came in. And there's the Formula One thing that's been talked about over the last couple of weeks with the changes, and we might be going back to V8s in the next few years. So, we were right all along. Why can't they introduce a virtual safety car in IndyCar? What, like a Code 60? Yeah, virtual safety. IndyCar has got too many things going on with it, let's say, already to introduce Code 60. They may as well go back to having standing starts in IndyCar, because that worked really well too.
Yeah, it's glorious. It's very much glorious. But anyway, shall we continue making our way through then? So, since there is only 33 entries for the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500 and no bump day drama as well, IndyCar have decided to make changes, more changes to talk about, and that is to the qualifying format. Now, Indy 500 qualifying gets underway at 11 a.m. Eastern time this Saturday. At the end of day one, we'll know the starting positions from 16th all the way down to 33rd position. Then on Sunday, all the way at 4 p.m. Eastern time, we'll see something new. A final 15 qualifying, and in this particular qualifying format, drivers ranked 10th through to 15th on the speed chart from day one will participate, with the 3 fastest drivers from the final 15 qualifying advancing to the top 12 qualifying, and then 3 getting bumped to 13th through 15th in terms of starting spots. Now, after that, the top 12 qualifying begins at 5 p.m. Eastern time, with the Firestone Fast 6 at 6:35 Eastern time in terms of for pole position. Now, IndyCar president Doug Bowles said this expanded format will shine a massive spotlight on the remarkable skill it takes to start towards the front of the Indy 500. Well done for sticking with all of that load of information as well. But we know there's no last row shootout this year, Matt. But is the final 15 qualifying really actually necessary?
Yeah, it's the big shame of all of this is that we don't have more than 33 entries to have a bump session on the Sunday there, which have been, very exciting forever in whatever variety of qualifying that we've had at the 500. Will this fix a problem? Well, it fixes a problem of there's a time gap that they need to fill. The problem is for us on the European side that pole runoff goes on until 6:30 local. Just move everything forward by a couple of hours and it would all be kosher, frankly. I'm not entirely sure. It adds an extra little frisson of excitement for the first part of the afternoon on Sunday, but I don't think it's one row worth of difference possibly for a couple of cars. But there might be someone that ends up 14th after Saturday and then could advance their way if they've got a car that's better suited to the whatever weather conditions and track conditions on the Sunday, that could vault their way through a little bit further. So I guess it gives that kind of something like that a chance for it to happen. But let's face it, that's fairly unlikely, I'd say. So ultimately, next year, let's have 35 entries. That would be lovely, and then we wouldn't have to go through all this rigmarole because we could have 2 bumped out of the qualifying completely.
Yeah, real disappointed that we're not gonna have a last row shootout this year. I feel like the last row shootout is one of the most exciting qualifying sessions of the year, because this is the Indy 500, the greatest spectacle in racing. The beauty of Indy 500 qualifying, unlike any qualifying there is in any other racing event in the world, that nobody is locked in. You could be an Alex Palou and have the worst month of May ever, and you could miss the Indy 500 despite being a 4-time series champion and the defending Indy 500 champion. That's the beauty of this thing, that Indy owes nobody nothing, that you have to go out there and earn your spot in the field. And I'm sure all the drivers obviously going to be sleeping a lot easier this year, knowing that nobody is going to have to worry about going home. So if you crash in practice or qualifying, I'm not going to say it's not a big deal, because it is, because that's a lot of, money and resources been wasted there. And you're probably not going to have the car that you had with your primary, probably going to be a little bit slower than what you have. So that's not a good thing. But at the same time, you don't have to worry if you have a crash and then you have to try to, fix the car to go fast enough to put it into the Indianapolis 500. Matt, in terms of like the start times, for these events run late, we know that with these events, they want to try to get it in prime time and get that prime time number. So that's why, you see these motorsports events, seem to get later and later into the day to make sure that, they can try to hit the right number, when the TV ratings come out on like Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, or whenever they come out. But honestly, in my opinion, I don't really see the need for final 15 qualifying. I mean, if they wanted to get their so-called bumping from the top 12, I guess they got that from that aspect. But honestly, final 15 qualifying, as Simon Cowell would say, it's a no for me. It's a no. Just not really a fan of it. But I'm still gonna watch, like I always do. But I'm gonna be more invested in the Firestone Fast 6 to see what type of time they're going to put up on pole, and looking towards next year's Indy 500 in 2027. Since we're talking about no bumping this year, Zion Brown, who's the new Indy Star reporter who's covering IndyCar, he said that he's heard rumblings that, next year is the last year of this DW12 chassis before we get a new car in 2028. He said he heard rumblings that we could actually, see a lot more than 33 cars in there, because it'll be a lame duck year for the chassis, and there's quite a few chassis out there, so we could see, a lot of different teams coming up like, what, one last time, let's just go use this chassis. I think it would be really cool for the final year of the DW12 if we get more than 33 entries. If it's, let's say, maybe in the mid 30s or high 30s, a dream would be like eclipsing almost 40 cars. Then you get like 5, 6, or 7 drivers, go home. That would be very exciting for the last year of the DW12 if we get a massive entry list for this race. But still a lot of time between now and then. So for now, we're just going to enjoy what this year's Indy 500 will bring us, because each year is different.
Nobody's pressing the golden buzzer on a fast 15, are they? Let's continue the Simon Cowell related puns.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's rushing. The Myers Wheelie, more laps.
Oh, yeah, on carp there.
Talking about stuff that's on TV in prime time.
Oh yeah, that event is coming back this year. I would much rather see the free. I'd much rather see the Freedom 100, but I got yeah, that would be a much better Carb Day entertainment event. But I admit I was kind of laughing at the Winnie 500 last year. That was the silliest, slowest race I've ever seen at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So on Carb Day, we got the Winnie 500 to look forward to again this year.
I was laughing, but not in a funny way. Jamie says, I hope Legge gets a top 20 in each race, and I hope she isn't tired and gets the birthday boy Joey Logano in a wreck. No Cup driver ever won the Coke 600 on their birthday. Well, that's could happen.
It could. Very, very much could as well. Okay, should we swiftly move on? It's been a very, very packed show. Of course, a lot of things to run through, IndyCar related, with it being this close to the 500, and we've had a lot of chat interaction. Please keep that coming as well. But let's move over now to our third story of this evening. Now, yesterday, all 33 drivers got on track for the first time, for the first day of practice for the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. In a relatively uneventful day, defending Indy 500 champion Alex Palou topped the chart at 225.937 miles per hour. Now, late in the day, Palou thought he had a mechanical issue with his number 10 Chip Ganassi Racing Honda, but after the crew checked it out, they determined there was no issue with the balance of the car still being all right. Now, still, Palou picked off right where he left off last May and seems to be an early contender to defend the Indy 500 crown. After Palou went fastest when it came to day one, it was Marcus Armstrong, Connor Daly, Joseph Newgarden, Scott Dixon rounding out the top five. Photo was taken by Chris Owens from Penske Entertainment. Now, Kobe, Palou's looking good after the first 2 days of on-track action. Does he look determined, though, to go back-to-back? The driver who's always running at the front, who's always finding his way to the front when it comes to IndyCar normally, able to win what is usually the most unpredictable race last year, which ended in a predictable fashion, as JB described. Can he go back-to-back?
I say, well, it's obviously early days, just have 2 days of on-track action. I think there's a lot of different drivers who can contend for the Indy 500 this year. But one of those drivers is obviously Alex Palou, obviously really fast yesterday. When I was watching practice, I remember when he was like, oh, there's something wrong with the car. And then he came in and then they found it was just a balance issue. He thought there was something wrong with the car and that they were going to have to, figure out something overnight and come back tomorrow, wondering if they solved the issue. But it was just the balance, as you said, and he was able to, top the charts and look very strong. And in today's practice, which Josh will talk about when he joins us, Palou was second fastest. So he was first and second the first 2 days. And for that number 10 DHL Honda, that's a very good sign. I think he'll certainly enter the Indy 500 as one of the favorites to repeat because Alex Palou, he's been on an insane run lately, and I don't see him slowing down anytime soon. As I said on our previous segment, if it wasn't for the caution for Alexander Rossi getting out of his car and screwing Palou on the pit cycle, I have a feeling Alex Palou was going to run away with this because he was running away with the race before this untimely yellow, and this is just a guy who is just doing things we haven't seen in a very long time in the IndyCar series. And day one, day two, been a huge success for him. I look for the Thursday practice session to go well for him, and then Fast Friday, I'm sure he's going to have the speed to be in contention to go win the pole for the Indianapolis 500. And it doesn't look like Alex Palou is going to be slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, it's looking decent so far, isn't it, for him? And so the other Chip Ganassi cars are looking fairly okay as well. But as you say, Kobe, it's still early days. Once we get through qualifying at the weekend, we'll have a bit more of an idea, I feel like, into the lesser sessions that we've got next week, of course, in terms of running time. But you're going to have the normal group, aren't you, of combatants at the front. Palou, Newgarden, Malukas maybe on his Penske debut at the Speedway. The Andretti cars will be up there. Ferrucci, even, we know how good he runs there. Connor Daly will lead laps because he always does during the race. So yeah, it's looking decent for Palou at the moment. If it comes down to a late-ish restart into the last 10 laps and he's in contention, you're probably going to put your house on him. But it could all change by the time race day comes around. We've seen that before, have we not, over many years, where people that are fast in the early portion of the practice session and even qualify decently don't have a good car on race day. So plenty of time for it to go right for Palou or even wrong for him, and then they'll have a struggle on the Sunday, which I'm sure actually, and we don't wish ill on anybody, a lot of people wouldn't mind Alex Palou not winning the race again this year.
Yep, absolutely. Now, that's not been the only thing that has been going on in terms of a few things that we've noticed across the last 2 days. We've also been seeing consistent speed from Dreyer and Rainbow. Now, yesterday, Connor Daly was third fastest with teammate Jack Harvey in 11th. Today, Daly topped the speed charts at 228.080 miles per hour. Both Dreyer and Rainbow's Chevrolets were fast during the IMS Open test, despite Harvey having an engine failure that set the back end of the car on fire. Now, could Dreyer and Rainbow have the speed to be sleepers for the pole or even the race win, Matt?
Yeah, the podcaster and the pit lane reporter at Dreyer and Rainbow. It would be a cool story to see either of them be up in contention at the end of the race next week. As I said, Connor Daly will lead laps at the 500 because he seems to do it every year. It would be a cool story for Jack Harvey to get a great result and then go to Detroit next week and be standing there interviewing people during the race back in his normal job as a pit lane reporter. So again, another team that has shown speed at the speedway over this sort of last few years. Wouldn't put it past either of them to be certainly in contention for a good top 10 on the race day.
Yeah, despite being an Indy-only program, Dreyer and Rainbow, they show up every single year with speed in their cars, and it's just impressive what they're able to do. You know, just being a part-time organization, because most of the time when you see these Indy-only teams, you know, a lot of them will run well, but they never truly look like contenders when this is the only race they do all year long. But this team clearly built two fast bullets for this year. And when Ryan Hunter-Reay was with them last year, they talked about this on the practice broadcast this afternoon. They said they ran him one lap too long, and if they hadn't messed up the strategy around Hunter-Reay, he might have been in contention to win the Indy 500 for Dreyer and Rumble, which would, you know, be the ultimate Cinderella story that we all like to see at major sporting events like the Indianapolis 500. But Connor Daly, he has a super fast Chevrolet. He was, like I mentioned, he was quick in the open test. He's been quick on day one, and then day two, looking at the chart, Connor Daly was actually fastest today. Yeah, so Connor Daly is not sandbagging whatsoever. He's showing his hand that his car has a lot of speed and that he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in qualifying and probably race day as well. Matt, you mentioned Connor Daly leading the Indy 500, being a native of Noblesville, Indiana. He's the hometown boy, crowd favorite, whatever you want to call Connor Daly. I remember when he led the Indy 500 for the first time, and I said at the time on our shows a few years ago, you would think Dale Earnhardt Jr. just took the lead at Daytona or Talladega, because that's how popular Connor Daly is in front of the crowd at the Speedway. If Indiana's favorite son can win the Indianapolis 500 and 2 Sundays from now, that would be, the scenes would be absolutely electric. And Connor, he knows how to get around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's just a matter of, you know, everything going right for him is going to come down to execution. He's gonna have to, the pit crew's gonna have to, you know, get the job done, and, you know, been a part-time crew. Being like, how well are they going to work together with the choreography of the pit stop? What is the team chemistry going to be on point? There's just a lot of things that come together, unlike the full-time teams, you know, who have already had several races to build, you know, and make sure everyone is on the same page. But I really like what I'm seeing from Dreyer and Rumble. If you're looking for an early pick a winner, maybe an upset, maybe you go for Connor Daly, but maybe you could count Jack Harvey in as well to be a contender too. Jack Hollywood Harvey, like you said, man, it'd be really cool if Hollywood could have a great run in the Indy 500, or for goodness sake, what if he wins the Indy 500? He'd be on cloud 9 down there on pit road after winning the greatest spectacle in racing. But if I was a betting man, and I'm not, I'd probably bet all my money on Connor Daly over Jack Harvey to do the best of the Dreyer and Rainbow drivers. And we also have some comments in the chat from Jamie. Jamie said, if Katherine Legge and Kyle Larson try to double next year, that would be the first time two people have tried it simultaneously. And I actually got an update on Larson. I was listening to SiriusXM NASCAR radio this afternoon, and they asked Larson about it, and he said that he's more than likely not going to do the double again as long as he's a full-time NASCAR Cup Series driver, because his experience the last 2 years, it was just so bad and stressful. Not because he didn't enjoy, the Indy 500 or something like that. It was because everything we talked about during the Katherine Legge section, it was just the logistical nightmare that it was and the stress that it put on him. He just does not want to do that again, having to worry about both races, but he's more than open to running the Indy 500 again someday after his NASCAR career is over. So as nice as we'll see Legge and Larson to do it next year, based on what he's saying, doesn't look like Larson is going to be doing anytime soon, but maybe we'll see someone else, try to do the double, like a Carson Hocevar, who was hanging out with Andretti Global today, and he said that he's always loved the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indy 500, and he said this is something that he wants to do someday, and he's driving for the right man. Dan Towers, who owns TWG Motorsports, and Spire Motorsports, his NASCAR Cup team, is owned by TWG and is under the same roof as Andretti Global, so there might be a connection there for Carson to do the 500 someday, and also young Connor Zillage as well. I'm pretty sure he's going to end up doing it someday, because that's something that he's expressed to his team owner, Justin Marks. So if you're looking for someone to do the double in the future, probably going to look at Carson Hocevar and Connor Zillage as your next ones up.
Yeah, can absolutely see Carson giving it a run in the next few years. Before we move on from Connor Daly, I'm going to steal one of my favorite Matthew Owens stats. Nobody from the state of Indiana has won the 500 since Wilbur Shaw last did it in 1940. So there is a absolute swell behind Connor Daly every time he gets near or to the front from the hometown Hoosiers. So again, to Kobe's point, if he gets to the front, there's going to be caps and everything going in the grandstands when Connor gets there, because it will happen at some stage during the race, even if it's on a pit cycle.
In terms of weather, we kind of spoke about this earlier, didn't we?
Yeah. They're calling for scattered showers and thunderstorms on race day, but that's 11 days out. And as I told the crowd earlier tonight, Jamie, I would not even be looking at the forecast at this point for the Indy 500. There's no point, because these apps you see, a lot of them are highly inaccurate. Multiple days out, a week and a half, almost 2 weeks out. In my opinion, there's no reason to even look at that. I would really start paying attention to the weather forecast for the race, maybe around this time next week. That's when I would be looking and seeing what's going on with the weather. And then Thursday, obviously, and then if it's still looking the same, then might be in some trouble. But for now, we're going to do our rain dance and hope it stays away.
Grid Tonight next Wednesday can be your official kickoff to Indianapolis Weather Watch.
Absolutely. We can probably kickstart it in a week's time. For now, we can all relax. Relax and talk about the 500 and continue to preview it. And one of the main talking points heading into the 500 is, of course, always the rookie class. We've got 4 different rookies heading into it in terms of this year's Indy 500. We've got Mick Schumacher, of course, from Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. We've got Kaya Collette from AJ Foyt Racing. We've got Dennis Hauger from Dale Coyne Racing, and Jacob Abel from Abel Motorsports Racing. Now, yesterday, Abel was the fastest rookie in 17th, but the others were 26th or worse. Today, Collette was the top rookie, but we know tackling the speedway for the first time can be a bit of a daunting task. So, Kobe, how do you think the rookie class of 2026 will perform in the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, we got an interesting group of rookies this year for the Indy 500. It's been fun watching Mick Schumacher transition from the Formula 1/endurance racing world into the IndyCar world. And we remember he shocked us in qualifying at Phoenix his very first time on an oval race and qualified within the first few rows of the grid. But, and then in typical, rookie fashion, which is to be expected, he slid down the running order, and just got up to speed. But that was a real impressive qualifying lap that Mick Schumacher put in at Phoenix Raceway earlier in the season. I think he's finding the Indy 500, to be quite a challenge as you look. He's, towards the bottom of the speed charts. But he has a lot of good people. So surrounded him. They put together a strong engineered team for his first Indy 500, and also has a great mentor who he's leaning on, which is Takuma Sato. No attack, no chance. Takuma Sato two-time Indy 500 champion who's been there, done that at this racetrack, knows how to win and get the job done. So I think Taku will be a really good mentor for Mick Schumacher during this month of May as he gets up to speed on the big oval. And Kyle Collette, you know, we've already talked about AJ Foyt racing. They always have fast cars around this track. I think he can do well. I think Kyle's showing a lot of potential in his rookie year in IndyCar racing. So given how Santino Ferrucci's run in this race, I don't see why Kyle Collette can't go out there and, you know, have a strong run as well. And Dennis Hauger, I've been very impressed what he's been able to do in his rookie season in IndyCar so far. I think he's doing a good job in showing Andretti Global that he should get the promotion to the number 28 Honda next year. And if you continue doing all the right things, I think we'll get that announcement at some point during the summer months or even towards the end of the season. That driving the IMS road course last Saturday evening, you know, very impressive from Hauger, coming from deep in the field to finish, you know, well, that was a solid drive from him. And I think he's getting accustomed to the speedway quite nicely. And then you also have Jacob Abel as well. We know he was the unfortunate victim last year of bump day, the only driver to miss out on the race. And I was so impressed with Jacob Abel and the sportsmanship he showed, despite, you know, probably one of the worst moments of his racing career. You're the only one to miss out on Indy 500. He was very classy about it the entire time, and he even spent some time in the broadcast booth, you know, talking with the IndyCar and Fox broadcast team about the on-track action and, you know, in the aftermath. And it thought that, you know, just really showed that that at some point that he was going to get this opportunity to go run the Indy 500 again. And since he doesn't have to worry about bump day this year, he's gonna make the Indy 500 and finally get to compete in this race that he's always wanted to compete in. So really happy for Jacob Abel on that front that he's able to run the race. And, you know, Abel Motorsports is family-owned team. A lot of these guys are just Indy Next people on the team. It's not IndyCar guys. They made that perfectly clear yesterday on the broadcast. They said that this is not like an IndyCar program, that this is basically their Indy Next team all coming together to fill this car for Jacob. So if you're a fan of a true underdog, Jacob Abel might be the rookie that you want to follow in this year's Indy 500.
Yeah, not much more to add, Kobe, to what you said there. Kind of covered most points. Just trying to think back to Indy Next from last year. Collette and Hauger, of course, sort of having their first steps onto, certainly Hauger, having their first steps onto ovals, and they performed, you know, fairly well against the other crop down there in Indy Next for most of the oval portion of the season last year. I think Mick Schumacher is obviously going to take most of the eyes and headlines from that rookie group. And yeah, his Phoenix performance was very good. So, and he's going to have obviously much more time, and already has run previously in the open test and whatnot here at the Speedway. So, and he's got that beautiful red helmet to go with him over the next couple of weeks as well. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. And yeah, RLL and AJ Foyt both have strong oval programs. So yeah, going to be interesting to see what happens over the next 10 days or so until we get to the race.
Should be absolutely fantastic. Well, I mean, you've heard from myself, Kobe and Matt, but should we speak to someone who's had their eyes absolutely glued to practice? Whatever feed it might be, he's had both feeds up in terms of international and, of course, also the one that we get here in the UK in terms of ad breaks as well. Joshua Birch joins us to talk more about the Indy 500, and I'm surprised he's actually not fallen asleep. We've all been waffling for a while. He's still alive, and he's here.
I'm still alive. I'm here. Evening, everybody. Well, it's the month of May. It's the perfect time to get going, isn't it, for Indianapolis? And it's been a bit of a boring day, to be fair. Not much has been going on. We've had a sort of an overcast day. So from what we were told is, oh, don't worry, you won't see much running because everybody did dry running on day one. Day two is going to be much same conditions. They don't want to waste tires. So you're just going to have to fill for a lot. Oh, no, quite the opposite. With it being an overcast day, we had a tailwind down the main straight towards turn one and a headwind down towards 3. So it gave them the perfect opportunity to see what the maximum speeds could be across the line with that tail speed. So it pushes the car further back. And we saw Connor Daly, as you said earlier, Kobe. He was fastest, 228.080 miles per hour. So properly going for it and properly quick. 228.026 for Alex Palou. That was very late on in the day after he had to do some tow runs when the entire field of 33 were almost out there at the same time. Or he got a very busy IMS as well. Alexander Rossi, not many laps changed for him. He's having a new engine put into the back of the car. We heard also Dennis Hauger's having similar issues with his car. Alex Palou, you did mention earlier on, guys, about how he had that issue yesterday. We were commentating on thinking, oh, well, this is going to be the thing that nerves him. If he has to go to a backup car, he has to change his engine, then he's in trouble because he ran the road course car on the open test. And this is the first time that this car has run because, of course, last year's is in the museum. We saw it earlier on in the broadcast. So it was just a small issue. He said the team trusted the driver. He said there was an issue with the rear right of the car. They looked at it. They had the entire gearbox off. They almost had the engine off. And they said, no, it's fine. So they put it all back together again. He goes out on a lap 2. He sets the fastest time of day 1. And on day 2, he just took off running again. Absolutely brilliant. 9 thousandths of a second. I know we talk about speeds when we get to Indianapolis, but in terms of second, that's all that was between Daly and Palou. Fastest in the no-tows. I've got on my iPad up here. Let me just pick it up because I've got it written down somewhere. Here we go. No tow speeds. Pato Ward, 221.409 mile per hour. Rossi, 221.392. Ericsson, third, 221.204. Rasmussen, 229.29. Foster, 225.16. Rahal, 220.125. Jack Harvey, 221.12. Kyle Collette, rookie we were talking about, 219.903. David Malukas, first year, of course, with Penske, 219.855. Venus VK, 219.793. That was the top 10. So, it's quite a big gap that Pato's got. A lot of rumours going around about who's going to be the victor this year. There's a lot also going on in David Malukas. He so far seems to be the most consistent driver. His lap times are staying good. He's good across all of the sectors, which is the mini sectors around this lap. And believe me, there's a lot of them around this sector of the circuit. There's about 296 pages of information that get given out between practice sessions that we go through to work it out. So Malukas is the most consistent driver. And there's an interesting stat that if for a team Penske average for when you join the team, you win your first race for the team within 5 races. Now, he hasn't done that, but inside the first 10, that average again increases. So if he could win the Indy 500, he'll join pretty much a standard record. But this is only the second oval of the year, so he's still getting used to a car because we had Phoenix earlier on. Not too much to report in terms of any surprises. I think the biggest news was Katherine Legge and her saying about how she's looking forward to becoming the first woman and the first non-American, and also in turn the first Brit to do the double. The logistics, though, are not in her pay grade. Her management's taking across all of that side of things as well. Looking at the overall times, though, if I was to tell you who's an early pick to be the Indy 500 champion or even to get pole position, it's very hard to go against. This is going to surprise people here. Very hard to go against Santino Ferrucci. I know we slander him a lot. I know he's probably rolling his eyes. I know Matt definitely will be. But Ferrucci at this place just becomes a different driver. He, too, alongside Malukas, has been very strong. And I would put him in my top 5 as to who could be in the victors. Obviously, that's going to be Alex Palou, Pato O'Ward, Joseph Newgarden, and then you throw in David Malukas. I would put Santino in that top 5. Many people were thinking, is it going to be Marcus Ericsson? Because he's been consistent over the years here. No, he's so far dropped off. He was 19th fastest today, 224.274. But all in all, it's been a very good day. Rahal led Lanigan Racing, looking quick with Graham Rahal up in 4th at the end. Romain Grosjean as well. He was 5th fastest. It's just very early days. And I think coming into Fast Friday, that's when we'll have our first real proper look because, of course, you can't go over 230 before that date. So we were seeing into turn 1, 234s as well. We saw 235 at one point as well with some toe speeds. That's how much. In fact, I think somebody actually said at one point in the broadcast, one of the cars into turn 1 was going 239.5 mile an hour, which is, of course, near the 240. That was the effect the tailwind had into the first corner. But yeah, very good first 12 hours of running. Very good prediction for tomorrow that the wind is pretty much going to be same. So I'm not expecting too much running in the first few hours tomorrow because they've got to save the tyres and the conditions are going to be too much the same. I'll expect a lot of running on Fast Friday. Qualifying day is going to be interesting. And that new qualifying format you talked about, yeah, not many people are happy with it. But the best news of all, it's a sellout for the 110th running Indy 500, and the local blackout has been lifted. And to be fair, guys, we're getting ready to get going, and I'm really, really excited. It's been a lot of fun, and 12 hours of commentating. Omi, I think you'll back me up on this. 6 hours we've been on air across the 2 days. It's easy for us now. We've covered way longer. You don't really feel it that much anymore. So yeah, good opening 2 days.
It's definitely been fun. And yeah, you don't really feel it now anymore, do you, after a while? I mean, I'm not really involved in the 500 coverage when it comes to this year. Dates have not really worked out, unfortunately, let's just say. But yeah, I mean, I've got to revise for a maths paper after this when it comes to tomorrow, which is going to be fun.
Best way to do maths is 100%. Yeah, never thought a Schumacher would ever compete in a 500. Actually, talking about Mick Schumacher, he's been getting very quick and he's just been building up to speed. Second time here, of course, because he did the open test and he did the October test, if I'm not mistaken. Schumacher, John, look down, 33 cars and one timing screen, very small writing with, new glasses on the way. Where is he on the board? There he is, 31st. 222, 256. That took a while.
Brilliant. Birch, is that all you have for us then? If I hope Mick Schumacher wins Indy 500, what story will it be?
If Mick Schumacher wins the Indy 500, I'll eat my mic shield.
Okay, great.
Yeah, looking at Mick Schumacher, I have a feeling the only way he'd win Indy 500 this year if he does it Alexander Rossi style. I think that would be the only way Mick would probably win the 500 this year. But not to say that, get more IndyCar oval experience on his belt, maybe he will become a contender someday, as Rossi did when Rossi saved enough fuel for the 100th run of the Indianapolis 500. So it's been 10 years, so maybe we're due another fuel mileage rookie win who coming out of the Formula One paddock. So maybe that would align.
If that happens, I think, Matt, I don't know about you, but I would personally be throwing things to the television because the Indy 500 should not be a fuel mileage race.
The Indy 500 has always been a fuel mileage race.
Come on! I mean, I thought you were saying it's the greatest spectacle in racing. But, fuel...
But it is also, as we've seen over the last few years, talked about it in Talladega a few weeks ago, cars at the front of the field use more fuel, etc., etc.
I'm glad you brought that up, actually. That's one of the things I did notice with the tow running today is the fact is that the drivers, they've changed it this year. You know how they usually pull out so they could, let you go behind and pick up some speed. The downforce, of course, when you're training your car, it's 70% less. That's the downforce you've got. So you lose 30%. When a car, pulls back into the full, you hit the full 100% downforce. But quite a lot of the drivers have been a bit reluctant with the crosswind today. They lift the throttle in order to pull out and not sort of spin up into the wall and get the push. So if on race day, I think you mentioned about 5% chance of rain, and now the winds look quite high as well, with it being scattered thunderstorms, that'll bring the humidity up and the wind speed up. I've been having lectures on meteorology. It's fine. I reckon we might be seeing this sort of, if a driver wants to pull out of a gap, we're going to see a lot of drivers lifting and literally off the throttle, and they sink back massively. It is like a whippet effect. So I reckon there could be a couple of cautions for that in the 500 because the driver's getting a bit caught out of it today. I think there were several of them coming down to the pit lane, and then those behind didn't realise that was what going on. They did the usual dive back under, and then they backed up, and there was always massive accidents as well. The drivers, someone said to me, why is there so much practice for the Indy 500? This is why, because they're making small mistakes which are going to be massive come race day, unless they learn now. And that is, okay, you've got to back off. The wind's not too great into 3. It's a crosswind. It's blowing around in turn 3. Lift off here. Don't go too high. Keep the low line. If you're trailing a car in front, the front's going to turn in on you, so the rear axle's got to be a bit different. It's so much to learn, and I don't know how they do it. Honestly, it is. I think what's his name? He's gone out of my head now as well. Kevin Lee described it as airplane. We're basically racing airplanes on the ground for 2 hours. Best way to describe it, personally. But yeah, that's me done, because we've got to wrap up for Hots and Not soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to the 500. Hopefully the weather will be good. And yes, as we already decided, this time next week we'll begin the official proper weather watch as well. Well, I'm going to leave you guys. In terms of for the moment. But first of all, just before I do that, we've still got a lot to come on the show. And just before we get started into all of that, Matt White has got the latest in terms of the grid EPI update.
Thank you, Omi. It is about 1/3 of the way through the 2026 Grid Endurance Performance Index after the races that happened this weekend. There's a big one coming up this coming weekend as well, which we'll tell you about in a moment. But let's recap what happened at the weekend. And we start at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, where the second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship happened on Saturday afternoon. And the home team come good, that being WRT on home ground running the BMWs. It was a 1-2 for BMW, who ran slightly alternate strategy to get there. But René Rast, Robin Freins and Sheldon van der Linde coming home in the number 20 colour take the victory in the Belgian flag, German flag 2 colours, I suppose. On home soil for WRT, so a huge win for BMW, their first at the World Endurance Championship level in this current format. In GT, it was a win for the Garage 59 McLaren of Tom Fleming, Antares Auer and Marvin Kerkhofer. There was another race on Saturday to tell you about. That came from Sebring International Raceway, and that was the GT World Challenge USA. A win for BMW there as well. Robbie Foley and Justin Rothberg coming home in the 3-hour race, the third of the season for GT World Challenge USA. And they were the winners for Turner Motorsports on Saturday at Sebring. In Australia at the weekend, there was 2 races for the GT World Challenge Australia at the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia, just outside of Adelaide. And 2 wins for Mercedes-powered teams. Brendan Leach and Sergio Perez, not Perez, but Perez, winning on Saturday in the Gaia Valmont Mercedes, and a win on Sunday, as it was in this very race last year at this track on the Sunday race for Jaden Ojeda and Paul Lucitti. And Lucitti, in last year's race, held off Brad Schumacher to the flag, and he did exactly the same thing on Sunday this weekend too. What has that done to the point standings? Well, take a look at this. Felipe Nasr and Julian Andlauer are still at the top, with Japanese Super GT Championship leader, or part of Championship leaders, Shota Tsuboi in third. Freins and Rast there up into 5th and 6th. Freins, of course, who was leading the Grid EPI a couple of weeks ago, finds himself joint 4th with Frederick Vesti. Felipe Nasr and Julian Andlauer still lead the way. One race to come this weekend in the Grid EPI, and it's the second of the big 24-hour races for the season, that being the Nürburgring 24 hours, brought to us by the ADAC. Max Verstappen on the entry list. It is already going absolutely potty in the Eifel with Verstappen, fanfare and fanar. Practice gets underway tomorrow. Weather is looking fairly decent. We know the Nürburgring can suffer from weather. We lost the first of the Nürburgring NLS races earlier this year because it snowed. But weather's looking okay with some rain showers on Sunday. So we can get a wet end to the race. But hopefully for the first time in a few years, we can get through the nighttime hours without fog, rain, red flag stoppages, power cuts, all that kind of thing. That's how the top 50 looks through week 7 of the Grid EPI. Only that one race to tell you about in this slot next week, which will be the Nürburgring 24 hours. We wait with bated breath to see if Max Verstappen can go there and win on debut in the 24 hours. Tell you about all of that on the show in the Grid EPI slot next Wednesday. Right, Kobe has got more of this week's news.
Yeah, and one quick note on the 24 hours of Nürburgring. For the first time in history, the event is sold out, aka the Max Verstappen effect. So Max Verstappen has sold out the 24 hours of Nürburgring for the first time in history, and that's a race we'll all be paying attention to this weekend to see how he gets along and who wins in this massive 161 car field. And like it's going to be around 40 GT3 cars in the top category. So it should be fun to see how all these teams and drivers navigate the Nürburgring 24 hours. And now time for some more motorsports news from around the world. McLaren Endurance Racing is getting Porsche factory driver Lawrence Vanthoor on loan for the 2027 FIA World Endurance Championship season. On last week's show, we discussed McLaren unveiling its new MCL-HY prototype that will debut in the hypercar class next year. We also talked about Vanthoor scaling back to the Michelin Endurance Cup races with Porsche Penske Motorsport from his full-time IMSA role, with Porsche not currently entered in the hypercar class, and Vanthoor's desire to win Le Mans competing with McLaren will give him the best opportunity to achieve his dreams. Vanthoor said everything he does these days is geared towards winning overall in the 24 hours of Le Mans, which is something that he admits that keeps him awake at night. Photo courtesy of McLaren. Hayek Motorsports signed Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to a multi-year contract extension. Stenhouse Jr. will return to the number 47 Chevrolet for the 2027 NASCAR Cup Series season and beyond. Team owner Gordon Smith said Stenhouse Jr. has been a huge part of what they're building because he brings the experience, leadership, and a competitive mindset every weekend. Stenhouse Jr. added that he was thrilled to finally get this contract done because they've been working on it for a while, and he feels excited about the future of the number 47 team. Graphic courtesy of Hayek Motorsports. At the end of the current ABBFA Formula E World Championship season, the Andretti Formula E team will end its partnership as a Porsche customer team. That means Andretti will no longer use the Porsche powertrain. After being together since season 9, in their first season together, Jake Dennis won the driver's title using the Porsche powertrains in his Andretti Formula E car, and Andretti played a pivotal role last year in helping Porsche win the manufacturer's title. Sam Smith from the race reported back in January that Andretti is going to run a Nissan powertrain next season, so we'll be keeping an eye out for that official announcement. Porsche wished Andretti well in the future, saying their Formula E story wouldn't be the same without them. Photo courtesy of Formula E. Dorian Pan signed her third driver development contract, this time with Citroën Racing in the ABBFA Formula E World Championship. Pan will help develop Citroën's upcoming Gen 4 Formula E car to help optimize performance, energy management systems, and software calibration, including multiple opportunities to drive Formula E cars in the coming months. Her first appearance as a Citroën development driver will be this weekend's doubleheader on the streets of Monaco. The 2025 F1 Academy Champions list of responsibilities just got deeper, as she's currently racing full-time in the European Le Mans Series' LMP2 class. Then she's a Mercedes Formula One development driver, a Peugeot hypercar development driver, and now a Citroën Formula E development driver. So Dorian Penn certainly has a lot of different options and disciplines to choose from with her racing career and whatever path that may lead her down. Penn said being a French driver, joining this French team is a special feeling, and being a part of their story means a lot to her. Photo courtesy of Citroën Racing. And that's all of the headlines I have for you all this week. So I'm going to turn over to Matt for everyone's favorite game, Pick a Winner.
And let's have a look at the leaderboard for hashtag Pick a Winner, because we have a couple of runaways at the front of the field, as you can see on the leaderboard. There it is. The two guys that battled for the championship last year are dueling again in the early portion of the year. It's Kobe and Mr. Matt B. Matt, Kobe, Tanner, and myself, four of the talking heads from the either Grid Tonight or Grid Rising shows, all there at the top of the point standings. Adam is in 5th position, Josh T 6th, and so on and so forth. We have 5 points available for collection this weekend, and we're going to try and select our selections for 2 of them on the show right now. MotoGP back in action again. They were at Le Mans last weekend just gone. They're in Spain this weekend at the Circuit de Catalunya Barcelona. Sprint race, of course, on Saturday. I am going to go with the man who has seemingly got the hot hand at the moment, and he's closing in very much so on the championship leader after a double at the weekend. My pick for Saturday's MotoGP Sprint is Jorge Martin. Kobe?
Unfortunately, I can't pick Marc Marquez this week because he's out after breaking his foot in the sprint race of the French Grand Prix, and he also had surgery on his shoulder alongside his foot. So we're probably not going to be seeing Marc Marquez anytime soon if he's smart. But I have to agree with you, Matt. Jorge Martin is really coming on right now at the right time on the Aprilia. So I'm going to go with Martin to win the sprint race as well. And like we always do, if we get to the qualifying session and show something different, we can change our picks right before the start of the green flag. And got a comment right quick from John, in regards to the news and notes from this week. You say, how about Mike Joy waving the green flag for the All-Star race at Dover? Yeah, that was a announcement late this afternoon that Mike Joy, the NASCAR and Fox play-by-play broadcaster, is going to be waving the green flag for Fox's last race of the year in the 2026 season. All right, Josh, who you have winning the sprint race at Barcelona?
I have changed a little bit because I noticed some of those hoodies. Look, I've got a rash on my neck and it's just hurting me, so I apologize for that, viewers. But I have got, for the sprint, I'm picking, I wish it could be Aleix Espargaro because he's been so well in the last couple of years, but I'm agreeing it's going to be Jorge Martin. He is on fire recently, and there's been rumors now circulating today that he is going to stay with Aprilia. Do you remember how we talked about how he wants to get out of it? Looks like he is going to stay. And also on that Mike Joy thing for a second as well, don't panic, people. He's not retiring. He signed a new long-term contract, as did Larry Mack at the start of the year. So Fox have locked him in for a couple more years. It's just that the opportunities come up. It's their last race. It's not a cup points-paying race. It's come up that he's never waved the green flag or anything like that in 57 years of broadcasting. DW's done it. It's time for him to do it. And I don't know, but I hope they get DW up in the booth to call the start of the race while it's not easy to get from the flag stand to the booth. So, yeah, I wonder who's going to be calling that opener. It's going to be a bit interesting. I'll probably be Jamie Little thinking about it.
Yeah, that will be interesting. At least they won't have another of the Fox people waving the yellow flag. Like we had in the All-Star race last year. All-Star race is a pick-a-winner point available on Sunday, and you can get your pick in for that and the other races over the weekend using the hashtag #PickAWinner on social media. And as Kobe said, you've got all the way up to the race start to change your pick and get it locked in. And we have one more to do tonight. And as Kobe mentioned during his news segment, it is Formula E in Monaco this weekend with two races, of course, a double header. I am going to go for Antonio Felix da Costa for Saturday's race. Kobe, who you got?
I feel like I pick him every other weekend for Formula E, but he never wins. So I'm gonna keep picking him until he hopefully wins one. Give me Pascal Wehrlein to take race one on the streets of the iconic Monte Carlo in Monaco. Who you got, Josh?
I'm going for Mitch Evans for race number one. This is his circuit in many respects. He does domination here all the time. So yeah, I'm going to go Mitch Evans.
2 Formula E points, 2 MotoGP points, and a NASCAR point for the All-Star race is your pick-a-winner spread for the weekend. Get your selections in. Use the hashtag pick-a-winner in the comments box below or on social media. Don't worry if you want to get your pick in before the post goes up. Just use the hashtag and we will make sure your pick is included. John is going for Mitch Evans as well for FE on Saturday, and Adam is going Jorge Martin and Mitch Evans as well. So we're all fairly on the same page for the weekend, and of course Sunday selections will become available too for the Grand Prix and FE Race 2 in the Principality. Let's do a quick hots and nots as we rounded on an hour and a half of the show. Hot Jorge Martin and Aprilia.
Oh, beautiful racing.
Just Aprilia in general. Because there was 1, 2, 3 on Saturday. I'm going to quickly, in relation to that, not myself, because last week I said, Ducati winning everything's really boring. And then Aprilia won both races at the weekend. And both the Ducati people ended up on the floor.
Yeah, and I feel sorry. Me and Megan were calling that race, and by the way, but if anybody's like, but JB Motorsports didn't air the MotoGP race, it aired live on Twitch. I've announced it, but I don't know if you guys know. There is a new JB Motorsports channel. It is JBSports Bikes. That's where all the motorcycle stuff is going to be thrown now, because I've had enough of Dorna. Or whatever Dorna is now, the MSEC, whatever it is. Had enough of them dealing with it. So everything's being shoved on there. but we did cover it. And we said in the commentary, with Hoy, when Marc Marquez was struggling with the bike, Megan said, he's going to go down. He's going to have an issue. Bang, he went down. And it turned out it's because of what Megan said. The Indonesia crash last year has damaged the screws in his shoulder, and it was pressing on the nerves. So if anybody's ever had a guider go or gone like that with the hands and it hurts, imagine that in your shoulder, and just it spasms and you can't control it. So that's why he's been crashing a lot. And I keep saying this, he didn't want to talk about it, but we're having to talk about it because it's causing him problems still, because he's not learning and he's coming back too soon. He won a world championship, fair dues, but this injury is a different one to what put him out for 2 years. And this was arguably more serious because the muscle is being held on by screws. And if it comes off the bone, there's nothing that they can be done about that. It can't. So it's really like, it's stupid to not take time away. He came back too soon this season, I think. And there's now rumors going around that he's leaving Ducati. So,
yeah. And it's not been a great, when he has been getting to the end of races, the results haven't been there, apart from obviously winning that wild sprint at Jerez a couple of weeks back. 2 other hots. I'm going to hot myself. I just knotted myself. I'm going to hot myself for managing to talk about IndyCar for over an hour tonight, considering I'm not seeing a single lap of the whole series this year. Yeah, thank you. Second hot, a long time coming, but what a race to get it in. Aaron Taylor-Smith winning the middle touring car race on Sunday in the Greaseball 500 at Brandt Hatch on slick tyres.
I still haven't got my voice back from that. What a race. That race was brilliant. And I'm so glad he got it. And ITV getting the graphic wrong made me laugh as well, saying it's his first ever win. No, he's won 5 before. We remember them. But no, great race from Aaron. And he just looked great in those conditions. And I asked him on media day, I said, people are saying you're a championship favourite. He said, am I? I said, yeah. I said, well, we'll see how we go. Bang, straight away. Race round 5 of the season. He's right there. But I think to hop myself there on this one, it's an Ash Sutton world and we are living in it.
Yeah.
I spoke to him after, do you remember at Donny, he went out and then he got back. I spoke to him after race 1. I followed him around a bit actually to get to him because he said, can we do it near the trailer? And he was with his kids and everything and his wife. So I finally got to him and I said, Ash, you are the comeback king. You have bad luck and everything. You feel miserable. And then you come back and use the energy and push it in. And he seemed quite flattered actually, but he's the comeback king. He's had, out of the 8 races we've had, he's won 6 of them. Insane. And he's the championship leader by about 49 something points in a touring car world. That's mad. That doesn't happen. I love it. It's so good.
Felt like in the last race of the weekend on Sunday that he was sat behind Mikey Doble and he just wasn't that interested in passing him because he knew he had the speed and he was just biding his time. Talking of people that are leading championships by 40-something points, Max Keeles in Moto3. He's not getting beaten, is he?
No.
Again, sensational rider at Le Mans on Sunday for him.
In a race that got red flagged because of the rain. Yeah. So they had to change over to wets. I can't... No,
they got shortened.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, yeah. I'm with you now. I couldn't remember if it was a red flag or shortened because
and Moto2 was the red flag because of Navarro's crash in the last corner and there was debris.
That was the one, yeah. So the red flag came out there and we got to restart. I didn't cover Moto2. I was doing. What was I doing at that point? Race 1 of touring cars. But yeah, honestly, great from. Maximo, he is going to be he's another generational talent. We keep throwing that around, but he is. I tell you what, SVG, I really enjoyed Watkins Glen. We talked about this. It was fabulous. I think many people moaning, saying, it's at the wrong time of year. It was boring the other time of year. This was brilliant. Keep it this time of year. It was fantastic. It was at the right time as well. Not in a chase format or a playoff format. This was a proper old school race where it actually felt more enjoyable. And that's what Watkins Glen should be. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. My headset microphone won't work, so we'll have to use the lip mic for a split second. Hello, everybody. It's green light, and away we go. We are underway for the session. The timing towers are still taking a little bit of time to set up, but good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to yet another day of running for the Indianapolis 500. The green light's on, 5 hours of practice. We are going to run until 7 p.m. though, so we will have the full day. We lost an hour, but we will gain some time back. There's a lot of confusion around our headphones at the moment. Can't have JT on at the moment because of things, but JT, hi, quickly to you. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, as don't look away to unmute your microphone because you crash. Incredible start. Yeah, we are green. We've lost 2 hours, but we've gained 1 with the extension. So only a net 1 hour loss. Qualifying order is at 7:15 as well, where we find the order out for that. But here at the moment, we have 4 hours and 57 minutes. IndyCar 101, of course, each team allowed a certain amount of tyres, and that's a minimum of 31 sets of tyres for the month of May. Extra sets are awarded based on qualifying advancement. So a lot of tyres used here at Indy, as across the line we're just seeing a replay of awards.
2 seconds, let's see if I can fix this. We're hearing a lot of cross music at the moment, you see. Let's see if I can sort that out. There you go, JT, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi.
I can hear you now.
There we go. Crazy couple of hours. Our timing screens needed a bit of a refresh, as they now have re-snapped themselves. If you go full screen, it takes it all full screen. So once again, we've got to do some work in order to make them look good. So at the moment, you're on a basic timing screen while we work it out. While we do that, let's check in with Fox.
Like this one, you put the asterisk beside 2023. The best starting record, the best finishing record of this many starts in the 500.
I'll take 2023 and circle the whole thing and say in it to win it every single time. And I think, James, you and I would both agree he's never had the best car. In fact, many times Pato Award's cars look downright terrifying, and he just gets up in the seat, locks the belts down a little bit more, and just drives what he's got to the front. Some remarkable performances through the years, and I would expect this year to be no different.
Believe it or not, this year represents the 50th anniversary of McLaren's last win at the Indy 500. They are running under the moniker this year of unfinished business.
Well, you could include Graham Rahal in that title.
Definitely some unfinished business for this guy here on what is the 40th anniversary of the last time a Rahal won this race. That was back in 1986. Father Bobby taking the checkered flag after a late restart.
And if you haven't had a chance to watch that documentary on Fox, make sure you search for it, record it, tag it, flag it, whatever it is, you will want to see it. It beautifully captures the phenomenal circumstances that led to that win, what it meant for Bobby's team owner, Jim Truman, who had just days to live as they celebrated in Victory Lane. A really nice piece that captures not only Bobby's achievements that day, but frankly, his career.
Awards teammate Christian Lundgaard out on the racetrack. See a lot of these drivers going out and in for an install check. There's a lot of work that was done to these race cars overnight, Townsend, to switch everything over into qualifying spec. The whole car would have been blown apart. New components.
On this lap, officer 3, be easy on the brakes here, please.
new components going in, be it uprights, different builds of gearboxes, maybe a special floor, certainly brakes. You heard Kyle Moyer there on the radio to Christian Lundgaard saying be easy on the brakes. You don't want to put too much pressure through the system and potentially create any mechanical drag. And we're just looking now, and it looks as though the...
I don't know if that's a dry line or if that's a bit of moisture being pulled.
I believe what you're seeing. I believe what you're seeing is a green racetrack meeting fresh, warm Firestone for the first time.
We'll take that.
And that's got to be what we're looking at. It's actually remarkable. We talk about a track getting rubbered in. You're literally seeing that with 2 virgin passes down the front straightaway, and that you wonder. When tires wear, where does the rubber go? You just saw it.
I'll take your superior knowledge of this place and this track surface.
Nobody's here to tell me I'm wrong, and I love you guys for that. Rare occasion.
He's getting his laps in too.
This guy's hydrated, though. I mean,
yeah, but what's in him? You just never know here at the Speedway.
Is that the halfway house on the golf course?
Looks like he's running to the bathroom.
I think he's just realizing that cars are on track. He's trying to go back to his seat. He was out there for a stroll, just getting his steps in, but now there's action on the racetrack.
I think he just got a text from his wife that said, your boss called. You're supposed to be at the office.
Busted. More cars getting rolled out onto pit lane. McLaren team obviously out there. We just saw Mick Schumacher's car making its way. You see Alexander Rossi is strapped into his machine.
Hold on, important stuff going on here.
30 feet.
How slow?
On the par 3.
Oh, that's not a good read.
How slow are those greens right now after all that rain? Oh,
that's a gimme.
I'm not sure that's
not within a bin lid.
No, I don't think so. No. Ryan Hunter-Reay.
The purple looks a lot more bluish on a cloudy day, doesn't it?
It does.
I like it. Good luck.
I like the purple car.
He's had a bit of a quieter month than I was expecting. He came in here with a team, obviously, in McLaren that has been so successful here the last few years. He himself, you see it there, 2014 Indy 500 winner, but also really in the fight up to the last stint last year when he was driving for Dreyer Reinbold Racing. And this was a combination, you know, Hunter-Reay in this car with this team that I was really excited to see. And throughout the month, it's been some electrical issues have been, you know, holding this program back, some radio issues, and when the car is on track, it's good, but it's not a standout kind of in any one area so far for me.
Yeah, he set his fastest times of the practice week so far yesterday. His best overall good enough for 13th. Best no-toe only good enough for 28th, but you compare that to his teammates, and Pato O'Ward's best overall was good enough for top overall, 227.3 on track yesterday.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, headset on. And he'll want to hear exactly how his 2 teammates just baselined in terms of center of pressure, ride heights, any feedback from them on the track situation, all of the above.
So we talked about center of pressure. That's essentially the split in the aerodynamic load from the front of the car to the back of the car, front axle to back axle. It's something that teams can measure as the car goes around on the back straight, even just on an install check, where I'm trying to figure out what exactly we're drawing here. So that's a race car. Okay.
So here's a wing and a wing, and you've got downforce generating, and then a percentage. I'm going to say 41.59. Is that a good first starting point?
That'd be high. That'd be sporty.
What would you want your COP to be? These are percents right here.
I'm looking at the high 30s. I think you always kind of do it based on a front number. We sort of default to that.
Yeah. So if you hear them say 38.2% COP, that's referencing that front distribution, and it's just a read for the driver and the engineers to see how that downforce is split front to rear across the car, much like brake bias percentage.
Yeah, you can, again, you set the wings based on the simulation, all the software, and you set the wings for at a target COP. but you don't know what it is until you get out onto the racetrack. There are load sensors on the car that the team can see through the live telemetry. They can.
Well, I finally put the headphones on. I've got everything sorted, and we've changed it because once again we come into day 3 here, and guess what? It all changed. Green light, we're underway. Thanks, by the way, to the Grid Network for allowing us to use the show as well, the Grid Tonight show. JT's back alongside me. He can now talk whilst also being heard. JT, I want to know, by the way, does it sound like I'm peaking? Is my microphone peaking or is it okay? Because we've had a few issues with our audio levels last few days. Do we sound okay?
I've got an earbud in, so I can't really tell. It sounds all right.
Ah, well, dear viewers, let us know how it sounds and if we need to adjust anything throughout the broadcast, please keep us updated. But we're underway. Green light, and we'll come onto the commentary box because we've got no cars on the track at the moment. JT is doing some things, but JT, I spent all that time fixing the timing graphics, and they've popped back to normal, how they were before. So everything we did before doesn't count, and we start again.
Did you forget to hit the enlarge button?
No, honestly, I had the enlarge button on, and as the viewers can prove, as we get ready to go signal runs, it did look like it was actually, it's just popped back to normal. What JT means by that is, if you take a look at the monitor now, I'll show you all. If I click the on large button, it does this, which is basically the main leaderboard, and it shows what you see over on the left-hand side, which is quick insights, everything on the driver tracker. So you click the enlarge button, it now puts it back to how it was originally, which is the full page of information. It actually enlarges it. So I don't know what happened, but finally they've done something I've been asking them to do for years. But we're underway, and that's a good thing. What do you think we're going to see today then, JT?
Hopefully some cars going fast. It is Fast Friday after all. And today is the first proper day of the 2026 IndyCar qualifying sheet. Well, the mega sheet that we have, because we all get to find out the qualifying order a little bit later on.
Yep, qualifying order is coming. We will find out everything, which I can't wait to see. That's going to become at 7:15 Eastern, which by my quick mental math calculation is going to be at 12:15 AM UK time.
Yes.
Well, wonderful. I'm up at 5:45 for the Formula E.
I don't think they broadcast it live though, so you can go
at midnight. That might be something then, at least, that we get to keep going. For some reason, my Apple Pen isn't working, and I don't know why, so I'm slightly worried.
Then if your Apple Pen isn't working, then get a pineapple pen.
That might work. I shall get a pineapple pen. My lip mic's also caught round on the microphones. Everything's a mess today. It's been a giant mess, but we're underway. Cars are coming out of the circuit. Out there right now is the number 7, so we do have some cars circulating.
And yesterday, Jacob Abel told us his car would be looking a bit different today, and indeed it is. Texas Roadhouse.
We should get credit for that. We were pitching a blank side pod yesterday, but
I got a feeling
he did correct us and say, don't worry, I think we got something coming. We'll be fine. We kind of know what we're doing down here at Abel Motorsport, and that's been evidenced by incredible pace as Christian Lundgaard now up on the loud pedal.
Now we're getting 2 pace. This is what we are here to see on Fast Friday. Cars out there, big boost for the first time. The turbo pressures moved from 1.3 bar to 1.5 bar.
Okay, number looks good. If you could go ahead and do the back stretch and the front stretch again, please.
And I tell you what, a brilliant job here at Indianapolis today to dry this track out. Not even a hint, as you would hope and expect on an oval.
Great job, booked it on this lap, please.
Of a rooster tail or anything off that rear wing.
Sounds like they're just collecting more data here, more center of pressure, more ride height data. Checking tire pressures, just feeling things out. Even still, that's just about the fastest single lap we've seen all month at a 2:23.7. No tow. Where would that put him? Probably P1.
Very quick time.
Right up there.
2:23.8 was the fastest.
So he's not even trying yet. You can get a sense of how much faster the cars will be today.
Yeah, that's without even trying, that's 1.3 mile an hour quicker than he went yesterday.
And that is because of the conditions. I know it sounds daft, JT, saying about that, but a cool, calm track, no sunlight. The cars go faster in these conditions because, you know, it's cold. Cold equals faster. It's daft, but hotter, cars slower.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fastest lap time in the world in history at Indianapolis Motor Speedway has just been completed. Patrick Ward, a 127.779.
Wow! That's blistering!
The fastest speed you will see today. We completely ignore Lundgaard's 223.735.
Not funny enough. I've got my pen working. I just restarted my iPad. That'll do it.
Nice.
So, oops, sorry. I need to restart qualifying on the trucks. I'm doing two things at once today. It's not exactly the greatest. That's a driver going for a jog around the infield section. Coming through. Literally also, the drivers have got like a horse area. It sounds daft, but on the infield there's a little bit of greenery and you can actually, you know, start running. George of the Jungle star, Brendan Fraser, is going to be waving the green flag when we go on for Sunday's Indy 500 in a week's time. Oh dear, JT, I've started a bit of a war if you go to IndyCar on Fox's Instagram.
What have you done?
Well, he was in, he's been, Brendan Fraser starred The Mummy, starred George of the Jungle and everything, and so many other good films. Matt said, who did he? I said, ever seen George of the Jungle? So, yeah, not great. And then I put a comment on. Of course I do. Let's take a look at the IndyCar Dallara chassis, shall we?
Compared to the road course with the upper two elements, and the same thing up front. Single main plane, small little gurney flaps as options for tuning the balance, and then the geometry also different. Road course car, you've got cambers facing in the same direction, negative camber on both fronts, but on the oval car, negative camber on the right front, positive camber on the left front. Why? Everything is set up to naturally make this car turn left with authority, including the headrest for the drivers there to help them deal with the lateral G-forces of 500 miles, cornering at over 3.5 Gs.
As our Jack Harvey, Hollywood Harvey, hits the track. Georgia is standing by with one of the most impressive drivers around this track so far this month. And he's a rookie.
You're right about that, Will, and it's going to be an exciting day for Caio Collet no matter what happens, because today is the first day he's going to feel this car with the boost. It's already been an exciting month of May for you as you take in just the whole experience of the Indianapolis 500, but today has to be really exciting to feel it kind of at full force. What's going through your mind as you prepare to jump in?
I'm just trying to enjoy and take it step by step. I think together with the team we did some good progress the last few days. I was quite comfortable by myself. Obviously, we'll gain a couple of miles today, around like 8, 9. So hopefully the balance will feel the same as I had the last couple of days, because I really enjoyed myself there, and just the atmosphere here, it's awesome. Just trying to sink it in and enjoy the day.
Has the team prepared you for anything different today?
Kind of, yeah. I think obviously we did a lot of data review and just understanding what to do, and especially with the wind conditions, how it changes, and as a driver, what you need to do to tackle that the best way possible. But at the end, you just need to go out there and feel it, and yeah, just looking forward to do that.
We're getting into the festivities of the month of May. What have you thought about it so far?
Nah, it's awesome. It's actually like the first time that I was going through Gasoline Alley today, Fast Friday. Like you can feel the energy, the people around you is just really, really nice, and yeah, looking forward for the day.
Good luck today, Caio. Guys, I must say, he's right about that. Pit lane is packed down here already. You can definitely feel that the boost is turned up.
It looks buzzing. And one person who is that 24-year-old Brazilian from Sao Paulo, Caio Collet, running for his first Indy 500 as Hollywood Harvey starts a run. You know, guys, I was talking to Caio before the test began here, before the week of practice began, and he said he hated having to do the rookie orientation program because when he got out on the track, he just wanted to unleash, and he just wanted to go as fast as he could, and actually having to lift off and drive at anything other than full tilt on the car just unsettled it and felt really, really difficult for him. So he was like, I just want to keep going faster.
I think it's the first real lap we've seen so far here, James, from Harvey. Seems to be getting after it. See what he gets across the line here.
2:18 will represent a warm-up lap. 2:30.7. Here we go.
That's the first over 2:30 that we have seen this year.
Here we go, JT. 2:37.15. Boosters turned up to the max.
Best I better start logging some lap times then.
Yep, this is going to be the boost time. So get them all in and see what we're going to deliver with. I hope it's a good one. We don't want another bad time effect. They need to be good as we continue running. Oh, well, it's a little bit off the pace, but it's not too bad out there. They're still finding the correct time.
3:43 is consistent.
Oh, that's a good start.
Yeah.
Good start. Go on.
0.4 of a mile per hour off, which is a little bit more than what you would want, but this is the first run of Fast Friday for him, and the first fast perhaps that anyone has done.
Such a critical thing to get right.
2:33.94, so he's improved.
Okay, so
On towards the final lap now of his quali run for Jack Harvey, if he is even doing a quali run.
Hollywood has to be doing something like this. He knows it's prime time as well for viewers. He's got the degree, he's got the momentum, he knows how to find that delta. And he is controlling the pace out here at the moment. Come on, Jack, what have you got? Anything to match?
So 229.811, which is a 4-lap average of 230.315 for Jack Harvey.
2:33.15. Note that down as JT will. That's our first banker for this run. We've improved the timing screen, by the way, so hopefully this new timing tower works correctly. And we don't have a problem with it. But there we go. 4 hours, 35 minutes to go, and we have our data's run.
Not about last year. It's like, where is everybody this year in these conditions? That's how you're going to be measuring yourself against the field.
And at this point, you got to remember, first run of the day for Jack, first run of the day for anybody, first run with the higher boost, that's going to be on the conservative side of downforce. You heard Kevin say a lot of teams had set themselves aside 4 sets, maybe if you're in a bind, a 5th set of tires.
Great job.
So that first run is going to be on the quote-unquote conservative side. Of course, that's a relative term when you're here at the Speedway. And every set of tires from here on out, every run from here on out, you'll trim a little more, try to free the thing up a bit more, get the balance a bit more dialed in, and try to find a little more pace.
Connor Daly sits just in front of his teammate Harvey. You know he's stoked right now as Harvey plugs in. All of that data will be offloaded from Harvey's car, available for Connor Daly and his team to analyze and share and compare. And Connor knows the track is good, the car is good, that balance is good. Should give him a lot of confidence as he contemplates when to make his first run of the day.
Lap 1, 2:30.7. Lap 2, 2:30.3. Lap 3, 2:30.3. Lap 4, 2:29.8. Averaged 230.3. Last year's average for Harvey in qualifying was a 2:30.3. Santino Ferrucci gets his lid on and jumps in. That is the Borg Warner. That is what everyone is chasing. Kevin, What can you tell us about Santino Ferrucci?
Well, I just wanted to check in with him, and I'll ask some other people their plan too. So we talk about tire allocation and only wanting to do about 4 proper runs. So the next question was, how long do you want to space out those runs? We always hear about optimally you want the engine and everything to cool down a little bit. And he said, we'll make a run here, and then we're going to sit for about 45 minutes to cool things down. Obviously, you can go out back-to-back, especially if it looks like it's going to start raining again or you're short on time. But to really get a better read, you want to sit at least 45 minutes. Ideally, this question for you, Townsend, how long before you think you get the best performance out of the engine?
Don't know. I was thinking about it. James, any thoughts there? I think the engine techs would be the one to ask, frankly, when things hit their peak.
Yeah, certainly with a new motor going in the back of a car, you're going to want a run or two to kind of slowly tune it up, get it a little bit broken in.
But these things start their life on the dyno before they are shipped. So it's not as if it was assembled and they poured oil in it and it's just running for the first time. So it would have a dyno run to bed in, seat, piston rings, and get everything nice and worked in before it goes into the back of the race car. But to James's point, the Chevy engine tech in this case is going to be looking at timing, fuel, boost, etc. And they generally start a little bit conservative, make a few runs, because if they over-tune, then you can damage the motor out of the gate. So they're always going to shoot a little bit under until they're confident as they ramp up those parameters that they can get it right into the sweet spot.
Just 3 drivers with times on the board so far. Pato O'Ward, first driver out on track. His teammate Christian Lundgaard, first driver to lay down a proper push lap. Jack Harvey with the first 4-lap run of the day. Proper quali sim. 230.7 his fastest, 230.3 his average. That looks a little familiar. I wonder if we'll be seeing them on race day. Ooh, look in the background.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I believe the Power Rush
There
is
you
actually
go.
going for a speed record here this week.
Oh, yeah.
It's got IndyCar-inspired aerodynamics on a monster truck.
Are you driving that, T-Bell?
I am now.
Well, JT said wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I think we know what that's going to come up to be this year, isn't it?
Yes. I wonder if we will see those helicopters on race days
Hint.
this year again.
Oh, we can hint it. Pretty much allowed, isn't it? It's all go today. A lot to do as we prepare. Don't forget, we've also got NASCAR coming up there, I believe, on soon. Hello to everyone who's just joined us. Trying to watch this in the UK is impossible. You're a saint for airing this audio. Pleasure as always, as we take a look on board now with the running.
Running on Fast Friday. We've already seen fastest lap that we have experienced thus far, and that is only the beginning of the day. Jack Harvey, 230.715 miles an hour. Katherine Legge now out on track, being joined by Mick Schumacher to try and increase those times and increase the excitement. Will Buxton, and alongside me, Townsend Bell and James Hinchcliffe, Kevin Lee and Georgia Hennebury down on pit lane. Guys, this is one of the most exciting days of this month of May as the teams and the drivers finally get to turn it up and run in anger.
Qualifying boost right now, plus about 100 horsepower. Good for 8 to 10 miles an hour. A significant step up in speeds, particularly in the corners as Katherine Legge enters turn 3. And important to note that Katherine Legge has raised her hand and said, "I'll accept the challenge."
Lap 1 complete.
Of attempting to be the first female driver to complete the double. She will compete, if all goes well, in the Indy 500 and the 600 in Charlotte in NASCAR a week from Sunday.
Tell you what, tidy first lap from Katherine Legge. It's a 229.357.
track conditions simply ideal, James, for Go Fast Day. When we get later on into this afternoon and multiple cars hit the track at the same time and that swirl starts to build, we could see some wickedly fast numbers with high grip at the low track temperatures and a lot of teams in a hurry to collect qualifying practice information for this weekend.
Yeah, and I think what's such a big part of this day is trying to find your spot on the racetrack. You know, you've got 32 other cars that are also looking to get a nice clean run. Ideally, you've got no more than one other car on track. You can space out 3 if you do it just right. But the teams will sit there in pit lane ready to run, and you'll sometimes sit for 15, 20, 30 minutes ready to run, but just waiting for that perfect gap. And the further down you are in pit lane, the harder that gap is to predict, because you might see
really hear you. You went loud enough.
some radio problems maybe for Katherine there. But again, you might be the 28th car in pit lane, see a nice gap on the racetrack, send your car, and then 4th in line decides, oh, I like that gap too, and they get sent right in front of you. Sometimes you'll be on lap 2 of a 4-lap run, and a team will send a car out right in front of you. There's a lot of politicking, a lot of jockeying for position. It's always a lot calmer and a lot more friendly and accommodating in these first few hours, but you get down to that last hour of running, and all of a sudden, people care a whole lot less about your program and start focusing a whole lot more on their own.
Simpson heading on to his run, leg pulling offline. Schumacher coming through in the background. I'm not sure if his laps will count as no tow, with Simpson being ahead of him for some of them. His last lap, I would suggest with a tow, 229.7. Very small tow, but possibly a tow nevertheless.
Saw Katherine Legge going really slow on the front straightaway. That's to give her car, and you'll see this throughout the day, an extra lap of cooling so that you don't come straight off the racetrack onto pit lane and allow your car to heat soak too much. It takes a long time then for things to cool off. It doesn't allow you to really make an immediate next run with consistent conditions. These cars so heavily shuttered up. Engine cooling largely blocked off for this 4-lap run to try to reduce drag on the race car, but things get hot fast.
You see Kiffin Simpson there. He was working the throttle a little bit in turn 1. Not 100% confidence yet on his first flying lap. Flat through 3-ish. A little bit of a lift there. So both ends of the racetrack on what would be his first flyer. Warm-up lap for him was a 2:15.6.
JT's got the graphic operational as we get it through. What's this time by for Jack Harvey? Last lap time speed. It's not telling us up here in the booth. That is not the most handy situation. I need to get the correct
Jack
time.
Harvey's not out on track.
I'm so on about Kiffin Simpson.
228.445.
Yeah, so 228.445, best speed as well. But Kiffin Simpson's had a couple of accidents here in the past. This was May 16th, 2025 on qualifying day. Smashed into the wall, and it was not the prettiest sight to come into it. Big accident. Got out of the car and he was okay, JT, luckily. That was the biggest we did in the entire week.
Yeah, it's 229.932, so good improvement there for Simpson down the back straight. This is on his 3rd lap.
Nice through turn 2 onto the back stretch as he passes us. Hopefully going to have the correct leg time as it goes through. Over the line now. And Simpson's time, this time by 2:29.576.
Simpson completes his run. Let's head down to pit lane and chat with the 2-time winner.
Thanks, Townsend. Yeah, you guys talk about tow, no tow speed a lot. Well, the fastest no tow speed yesterday was Takuma Sato. Now you have 100 more horsepower. How is that going to translate?
It's going to be quite a different world. I think everybody's speaking, you know, the downforce and the sensation of getting into the corner. It was a corner, but now it's 90 degrees, you know. So it's a lot of work needs to be done. And today's condition is a heavy air density right now. And depending on tomorrow's weather, if we have a window for the quali, it's going to be kind of a cooler condition. But then on Sunday, that's contrast, 85 degrees, sunshine, 120 degrees, the track temperature. It's very, very different world. So we have to be prepared today, not just for adjusting engine, but also the chassis side quite a lot.
How do you prep yourself out there? Just getting used to it, all the new feelings. How do you kind of thread that needle between too much and too little right away?
I think needs to be step by step a little bit, but I think muscle memory will wake up, you know, I think after the first round. And I think in terms of balance, need to be a little bit conservative, because I think you know, the front wing, not just configuration but build spec, even if it's the same, it seems to be there is some difference from last year's car. So we go for the safe. If anything happens, just come back and do adjust. So I think again, it's a step by step is the key.
Words of a two-time winner. Thank you, Takuma.
Not an ideal preparation lap for Conor Daly, having to lift off, find himself some space with the car of Alexander Rossi out on track ahead of him. Dennis Hauger, or is it Romain Grosjean? Sorry, Romain Grosjean pulling out as well, and this will probably ruin Conor's attempt, as he will find him. And
it might not be a realistic simulation, but it could give Conor a big old number on this lap, which he's become a little bit famous for, James. P1 the other day with a monster at 228 on the lower boost.
237 miles an hour heading into turn 3. No lift for
Wow, this is unbelievable. Rossi's done 231.907. Simpson's on 229. But what is Conor Daly going to do? The son of Indiana over the line. 232.131. Wow. As soon as you get the boost, as soon as the race and qualifying engines are put in, we have the times coming up on perfect conditions. It may be a slightly green track, but it is so much more momentum. JT, this is absolutely fantastic stuff. They are not holding back a single inch out there. This is proper stuff. It was with a toe, so it doesn't count massively on the run, but a 232.132, that is very, very fast.
Yep, as making sure we've got everything. Daly has aborted his, so incredible first lap on. Had a little bit of traffic getting in his way. Rossi, 232.224 third lap.
Unbelievable.
And we go to advert breaks. Well done, Fox.
Yeah, and I can't do this trick forever because, well, I can do it now because we don't have the whatchamacallit on just yet. So this is going to get really, really annoying, actually. All right.
Roman,
there we go.
Grosjean is on a lap, but I don't know what lap he's on.
Rossi, as I said, 232.224. Daly, 232.130. And a 232.392 for Rossi. Another fastest lap this time by.
That is a 4-lap average of 232.08.
Did he have a toe? No, he didn't. Oh my, okay. Rossi's actually out there with no toe. This is going to be a very fast run. This is why we need practice, by the way. Boost turned on. Everything getting set up for qualifying. The car's just looking that little bit more serious as they come over the line. Rossi, Daly, Harvey, Grosjean, Simpson, Schumacher, Legge, Lundgaard, Alexander Rossi again. 232.392. More and more faster as they come into it. That is unbelievable from Rossi. Lundijk is the 239 unofficial. That's coming in as well from Trusyard. Hello, Sam. Hi, guys. Hope you're all good. Happy Friday. Happy Fast Friday. Interesting to hear about him to talk about how the teams get less interested in other teams' runs as the day goes on. It's just more and more they practice, the more conditions change. This is... They didn't care at all. They do care sometimes. Matt says a 2:30, 3:92 from Rossi. I think we've seen some of the runs now. Grosjean on a time. Diving down pit lane now is Harvey. Well, Harvey came in again. Daly came in. Alexander Rossi coming in now. As Grosjean's used all of his hybrid at the moment. So it'll be a little bit of a change from him.
It's paid off.
Yeah, where's he gone up to? 2:30.145 last lap time. Best lap time, 2:30.274. JT, it really is actually paying off quite well. Guevara has the official, I believe, 2:36 for pole. Now, wasn't it 2024 we had the lap record for pole position, or was it 2025 when we had the fastest time for pole? That year we had the great wind. Can't quite remember. But cool or no, Matthew Owens and Jones is on qualifying day. Fox are back, let's head to them.
Yeah, it was 2:31.9. That ECR car looking absolutely hooked up for Alexander Rossi, as it has done all week, if we're being honest. Now, what about this guy? Always so exciting around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Santino Ferrucci, never outside the top 10. In every single race he's contested here. Electrifying, and something about this place just speaks to him. Let's see what his first quali run looks like.
And I mean, he needs a big result this week. Not just because it's the Indy 500. Certainly that's a big part of it, but also just for his season. Only one top 10 on the year so far for Santino and the 14 crew after coming off the end of a really strong season. As you hear him switch into the go fast map, full power, accelerate up through the gears. And this whole preparation, everything you do on that warm-up lap, the procedure of how and when you go into that map, when you start accelerating, when you start burning the hybrid, which he's doing right now, coming to the green, all of that, super, super critical. The timing of all that, very important.
And as you're managing the buttons and the digital information on the steering wheel, you saw Santino just before he started this lap reach down with his right hand, adjust the front anti-roll bar, just based on the feel that he had on the outlap. Good heads-up experience there.
Used all his hybrid up on his first push lap.
Minimum speed of 227 coming out of turn 4. Minimum.
Now, he told us yesterday that, like the Penske drivers, he was regenning that hybrid. He hasn't done on the run down to 1, which is, he has a tiny little bit. Different strategy to how the Penske drivers were playing it. They were using everything up between 3 and 4, regenning on the run down to 1.
Yesterday, you would have been seeing top speeds in the mid to high 220s. Now we're seeing mid to high 230s.
Santino using the technique that his somewhat
really
teammates at Penske did. You going into the tailwind, so wind is blowing from turn 2 to turn 3, so he has a tailwind down the backstretch, and that's where he's manually regenerating the hybrid, and a little bit going into turn 1.
That 231.2, that's a legit no-toe time for Santino Ferrucci.
Saw 0.0 on the pylon, but it was a 231.2.
So consistent between the first 2 laps.
Because that's the other thing, right? You got to make sure you're taking care of the degradation. You got to be good over all 4. So only 3/10 of a mile an hour drop off between lap 1 and lap 2 for Santino. Another 2:10 drop off right there. So a 231.0. Pretty stout so far.
It's a good looking run for Santino Ferrucci for AJ Foyt Racing.
The only other car on track right now, Nolan Siegel, complete opposite side of the racetrack. So this is a nice, honest one. This will give the best 4-lap average without a toe that we've tracked so far today. Early days yet, but still good way to start it, because you know, again, your first run's going to be on the conservative side for downforce.
Checker flag.
Drains that last bit of hybrid to the line.
231.3.
Finds a bit of pace with that hybrid usage.
Really nice run of 4 laps. So now with Nolan Siegel.
Wait, checker.
The McLaren driver who has looked pretty comfortable and confident this week. Ran 6th on the no-toe on day 1 for McLaren with Nolan Siegel.
Wait, checker.
And he, very similar strategy to Santino Ferrucci. Regenning the hybrid into 3, deploying through 4.
It's a really
flag, nice run.
fascinating to see how alive the steering is on a McLaren versus really almost every other car we've seen it onboard with, compared to a Ganassi, say Alex Palou or Team Penske. Just a dramatically different dynamic onboard. All 3 McLaren drivers that we have cameras with Siegel, O'Ward, and Lundgaard. You just see so much correction and oscillation from the steering.
It's like this.
Tell you what, at the moment, my heart's pounding because the Grimsby Town Football Club have got their last chance for promotion coming through as we get all set here for practice day 4.
Smooth as sailing. Rossi, Daly, Ferrucci.
God, how far is that behind on the main terrestrial pictures? Not doing too badly, actually, down there on the circuit. It's starting to get picked up with fans once again. There you go. The pole record is set in 2024, the Swan Song with that hybrid. Everyone said, oh, hybrids, you know, going to do this. I haven't had anything so far. Just a reminder that NASCAR Cup practice coming up here at 3 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. UK time on JBMotorsports. All the action gearing up. Fox trying out their qualifying graphics right now. We're seeing, yeah, on the international pictures.
Lundgaard is currently out there.
Here he is. Pelosa's just come into the pit lane. Lundgaard and Harvey. Still says Newgarden in there. Some cars still registering on their telemetry is out on the track. They are not. They are in pit lane. Pelosa's come down in. Now we're seeing the driver tracker out there. Their version, not ours, as Harvey's accelerating around to the last corner. That's a new one. See the road course out there too on the international feed. This is what Fox, you know, Sky need to broadcast this actually as well, coming into it. They might actually, because Sky coming back from upbreaks. The big dogs are coming out now that the rubber's been laid down, says Trushyard. Absolutely. 2:32.392 is by no means the fastest time we are going to see out here. It will get quicker. And that's the best thing. We're going to have a very fast Friday coming out. As we gear up then to return. Now, welcome back. So far, so good then here. As we take a look at Christian Lundgaard through turn 1 and turn 2. Back on the power. We're right with him now. A little bit of a correction mid-corner through 2. Changing some settings on the boost. Changing the rear so that it slams harder down. Through 3. Off the jack. Turns in, nice. Speed dipped a bit. Turn 3 speed was at 2:38.673. That's an outstanding lap time. Over the line this time, and Lundgaard does a 2:31.035. Puts him 6th fastest. Now this would be a qualifying run. There's no toe ahead of him. So this is, I think, the first time we're going to see McLaren's real attack advantage. He's nice down the backstretch as he heads down towards turn 3. Shifts up into 6th gear. Turn 3 speed 2:39.092. Drops it in a bit, coming through, has to downshift as he got a bit loose, close to the barrier in the exit of 4. 2:32 coming over the line. It's a 2:31.496 this time by. Puts in 4th fastest on the roll. This is now lap 3. They remember correction through 1. Slight rain in the air still, so you're hitting water droplets, not enough to cause a problem. It's just a cloudy day and a moisture type of day. Full throttle, 96% of hybrid left. He's in 6th gears. He flies now into turn 3 on the low line. Now we're going to use hybrid coming out of 4 and down the front stretch. Let's have a look. Over now. 95, still using a little bit of it, not reaching too much. 231, 251 this time by. This is lap 4. Nice through 1 and 2. Planted at the exit now down the back stretch. 3 and 4. Always I find some of the hardest corners to get right. Right up to the wall, the exit of 3. Through 4, ooh, nearly touching the grass. From the off-board angle, just got close to the inside line. Exit speed was a 2:39.652. The lap time was a 2:31.581, so we used all the hybrid coming out the last corner. I don't know if JT was tracking that for a 4-lap average or not, but that was a very quick time. And he boxes now. Sorry, go on, JT.
Jack Harvey's been on the radio. Let's listen.
2:31.340.
Jack Harvey's reporting a vibration. Well, looking good. Let's go back over to Fox. Cheers, JT, for that track evolution lap times.
Sometimes
Check
that's
the
a wheel
M's,
weight that's
JB.
gone on vacation.
That's absolutely something that can happen here. And the faster you go, if a wheel weight happens to go off, then the worse it's going to feel. Let's take a look at what we're talking about when we say wheel weights and what that means going to our Dallara cutaway car. You see the beautiful Firestone tires rolling smoothly here on the track, on the belt. Inside of those tires, to make sure they are balanced perfectly, are little lead weights. But if one of them gets thrown, sometimes as they come on and off the car, they can get knocked, they can get shifted. But Firestone and the teams, they'll put these tires on a machine, they'll balance them, like I said, with these little stickered bits of lead that are then taped over top. And if one falls off, it can be a violent vibration, especially as you start going 230 plus miles an hour.
Ever curious how they balance your everyday road tires? It's the exact same way. Tough to see sometimes, but they're likely on the inside of your wheels at home on your daily driver. It's just a little bit more profound at 230 versus 65.
As the speeds increase, how much are those little feelings accentuated?
They're amplified with every mile an hour. And there you get a shot of some of those wheel weights. A little tape for an extra measure of safety as they're secured. From an inertia standpoint, you're in pretty good shape because they're in a huge amount of G load. They can almost hold themselves on the moment you really start rotating in anger. But you lose a wheel weight and pick up a vibration. If it's bad enough, your vision's just completely blurred as you try to survive for 30 laps before your scheduled pit stop in the race. This guy will be fun to watch.
Front row for 50% of his races here in Indianapolis at the 500 Remus VK.
That's a good stat. I didn't realize that.
Well, it's crazy. I mean, in 6 races, he's been in the top 7 5 times, all with Ed Carpenter Racing, ECR as it's known now. Last year with Dale Coyne, he started 31st from the back row. So he's been in the front row. He's been on the last row.
I know which one he likes better.
He was 5th fastest in the no-toes yesterday, so getting up to speed, getting comfortable. From Hoofddorp in the Netherlands. And VK running 231.5s. That run for him was a 229.7, 230.9, 231.0, 231.5. So actually improving on every single lap, although he did have a weensy bit of a toe in the middle.
It wasn't much, but it was a little. Sometimes that's The engine getting slowly tuned up, like we said. If that was a new motor put in for today, that could just be the kind of normal ramp up. It could just be the driver getting comfortable.
Talk about getting comfortable. Rookie Dennis Hauger there getting really cozy with the outside wall in the short chute coming out of turn 1. This rookie has been so impressive, Will. 2 top 10 finishes on the season, despite starting mid to back a pack at a lot of them.
Well, just look at him last time out at the Indy Road Course. Started 24th, penultimate on the grid. Ran home 8th. An incredible run.
Very nice run.
Him.
Got a lot of points for anybody that had him on their Grid Rivals fantasy team.
Did you?
Sure.
Did you have him?
I did. I did on one of my teams.
Of course you did.
Sitting 15th in points right now. Top rookie. Ahead of Kyle Collette, who's in 21st, and Mick Schumacher 25th.
Really like Hauger's line here as a rookie. He looks very comfortable.
Yeah, but let's talk about rookies. Collette to 3rd, 231.6.
Big toe as he did it, but still, you got to be brave enough to keep your foot in it as you're towing up behind another car with minimal downforce.
Yep. Ryan Hunter-Reay just in front of him there in the Papaya 31.
That's going to ruin the run for Collette. Unfortunately, he had not finished his 4 laps. Hunter-Reay just getting up to speed. So again, already seeing some of these games being played between the teams.
Well, Collette doesn't...
Well, JT's been doing the analysis, and we've got it on your screens now, which shows the 4 lap averages. Jack Harvey's got it at 230.315. Romain Grosjean 230.081. Alexander Rossi 232.080. These are the ones that have been doing their lap time so far. Simpson 229.472. Ferrucci 231.272. Siegel 231.077. Lundgaard 231.340. They're the lap time averages at the moment that JT's being calculating for as well. As Fox now.
Too many people are doing laps right now.
Yeah, JT is working like a literal bat out of hell. But take a look at this camera.
There's so many cars going around on the circuit, I can't write them on the sheet quick enough. I'm having to do it on phone so I can transfer later.
So JT is keeping across of all of the lap time averages. You keep going, JT. The data will never, ever, ever lie. And that's going to be a lot of fun. Fox are just moving to FS1, so we've lost pictures for Un Momento as we start gearing up as well. But this is looking fantastic. We haven't seen any Indy 500 with a pass for the win on the last lap. Hang on, we've seen every... Hang on. We have seen every Indy 500 with a pass for the win on the last lap. I know, big deal. Well, we've seen a couple. The first time that ever happened was it was 1986 or 84. One of the two. I'm sure I'll try and remember coming up soon. The NASCAR All-Star practice session is about to begin, just to give you a heads up. But we have had the total of 16 cars set fast lap times at the moment in this session. If I had them, I'll try and read them out. Yeah, waiting for new glasses, which are on Monday. So by the time Monday comes around, I'll have some new glasses that will actually do good, because these don't do anything anymore. So I'm struggling to see the lap times myself. But Rossi 232.392, Daly 232.130, Kyle Collette 231.661, Lundgaard 231.581. And me saying this is probably really confusing JT, so I'm really sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
The boys are coming up to the booth in a second. I can see Will Buxton, Townsend Bell and Jack Harvey are moonlighting on their programme, and we've gone full course yellow. I believe with it just ticking over for an hour, this will be for track inspection.
I have time to catch up.
You do indeed. Full course yellow is out for track inspection, so that's going to help a little bit coming into it. It's all go here today. Right, let's send it back down to Fox for the yellow for track inspection.
It's our tomato. We prepared for months for the Indy 500. Over 300,000 people looking for you. They want to see you winning the race at the end.
The final day of practice before qualifying for the Indy 500 is known as Fast Friday. And we're here on FS1 to bring you live coverage of all the action out on track. And after a rain delay, delayed us making it to track, we are now out on the circuit and preparing for the 110th running of this historic race, the greatest spectacle in racing. So far the times have been tumbling. We've seen our first laps in excess of 230 miles an hour. And although it's cloudy and although it's cool, we're not expecting any more rain for the remainder of the day. Hopefully that's not a commentator's curse and we continue to have running throughout the day, because what we have seen has been absolutely rapid. Alexander Rossi, the fastest driver out there of the day so far, from Connor Daly and rookie Caio Collet. Welcome back to Indianapolis with me, Will Buxton, with Townsend Bell, with James Hinchcliffe. Guys, this is Fast Friday. Yes, there was a delay to the start, but brilliant to see the engines cranked up and the drivers on maximum attack.
Yeah, about 100 extra horsepower, 8 to 10 more miles an hour, tremendously different dynamically in the corner as all of that additional power and speed forces these cars further into the ground. Teams right now trying to optimize wing angles, ride heights, and just get things extra perfect for pole day, maybe, if they're lucky enough, on Sunday. James, it'll be a lot hotter, though, on Sunday. It's tough to compensate for the temperature.
Well, you talk about getting it absolutely perfect, and that's so hard to do when everything is constantly changing when it comes to the conditions. Ambient temperature, track temperature, wind speed, wind direction, all of it plays into how you set these cars up, and you do have to get every one of the 1,000 variables in the setup of an Indy car just perfect if you're going to be fast enough for pole position here at the Speedway.
And your car can be set up perfectly, but you might come out on track and find somebody else out there. It's very difficult to get a clear run, and we've already seen that today. Drivers that we might have expected to be running for the ultimate fast time, they find someone in their way, their pole preparation, their qualifying preparation, totally ruined. To give us more insight into what's going on down there on pit lane, why don't we head down to pit lane with Georgia Hennebury.
Connor Daly has been flying around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's already been out once today, car going back to the garage to make some changes. How was your first run?
It was going well until the 18 crew decided to put Roman right in front of me. I mean, honestly, that's probably not Roman's fault, but I'm not sure why we're so early in the day and we just decide to screw people like that. That's kind of a shame, but it is what it is. It's going to get busy at some point. I just didn't expect it to happen this early, but the car is really fast. It was super easy. We're just going to change gears because I think we were going too fast, so that's good. But yeah, this crew's done a great job. Kingspan, Arco, Chevrolet. I mean, it's just nice to have the power and just feel really comfortable too.
Hey, you don't hear that too often. I think we were going too fast. What does that mean?
Just there's more in it, so we gotta let that sucker eat a little bit more. So we're gonna try to give her all the gear that she needs.
It is Fast Friday. That's what it's for. Thank you, Connor.
Katherine Legge is the fastest qualifier ever in the Indianapolis 500 when she went over 2:31 a few years ago. Working up to that today, how's it feeling?
I don't think I was the fastest ever. I wish I was the fastest ever.
Female.
Fastest female. We'll take that.
That's an important word to throw in. So that's my fact checker. How is it today?
Maybe that's a good indication of what's to come, and maybe I will be, Kevin. It was good today. We did a rollout and checked some things that we changed from yesterday. And then obviously the engine was hot, so we haven't really done a quali sim and trimmed out a whole bunch either. But we did a pseudo quali sim and we did 3 laps, and it felt good. Car feels really good. The team have done a phenomenal job for how late this has come together and how well it has gelled. So happy days, really.
Combination of HMD and AJ Foyt Racing. Katherine Legge doing the double this year. After the 500, she'll head to Charlotte to try to run 600 miles in the NASCAR Cup Series.
Great to see Katherine back at the Speedway. Fascinating to hear from Connor Daly. Not only is his car fast, it's faster than he can show right now.
Yep, and it is indeed that at the moment. He's had to back off of that run for Connor. We have momentarily lost track audio as the NASCAR Cup Series practice takes priority over that, so we don't want to confuse viewers. I did try and find out where I could grab my device from, but no such luck, actually, sadly, is the call. So stuffed on Memento at the moment, but I'm having a massive problem with my iPad now as well as I try and get things sorted out here in the box.
Here's a test for you.
Yes, go on.
On that leaderboard I sent you, can you see Dennis Hauger and Ryan Hunter-Reay?
Having a look at the old... No, I've only got down to Mick Schumacher.
Refresh. I don't know. I'm trying to work out whether it's if it auto updates or not.
Well, we've hit the refresh button. Perfect time to test this under yellow, by the way, everyone. No, I've only got 9. Harvey, Grosjean, Rossi, Simpson, Ferrucci, Siegel, Lundgaard, VK, and Schumacher. But we know Simpson's now 229.
Give it some time and it'll appear.
Good. So at the moment, they're the times on the 4-run averages that we've got here today that JT's been very much all over, trying to keep the eye on. No, that's not going to work, is it? As we take a look there. One of them just updated. It did refresh for a second. So we'll see if that changes. But there's the run as it stands. Track is silent. We are under...
What about now? I've just refreshed it at my side.
Hang on a minute. Still 9. Let me just refresh the page. See if that does it. My side to 10. So we're looking for 10 viewers. When this page here refreshes.
11.
Yes, we have 11.
Awesome.
So is this everybody at the moment who's done the 4-lap averages?
1, 2, 3. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes, that's everyone.
So Harvey, who's top then? Because they're not in speed order. So definitely Rossi.
Let me try and sort that out. Hold on.
No worries. Rossi 232.080. This is when they did it in order of how they ran it. Right, I believe we're going to throw back over to Fox now. And
Boys, our very own James Hinchcliffe, who hosts Fox Sports Films' newest documentary, The 500 Immortality at Indy. It is a cinematic journey through the legends of the IMS Museum and those drivers chasing eternal glory here at the Brickyard. It premieres tomorrow at 6 Eastern on Fox. Now Kevin is catching up down on pit lane with colleague, friend, entrant of the Indy 500 this year, Jack Harvey.
Race car driver, we're letting him focus on that in the first to go over 230 miles per hour today. You've made a couple of runs. How's it going so far?
It's going okay. It's kind of hard to know when you bring the extra boost in today, and maybe not quite optimal on gears, but we missed some track time yesterday, so even though we're not totally optimized, I think staying out here right now and just getting some laps under our belt is a good thing.
We were listening to your scanner on FS2, and you had a little bit of a vibration. Yeah. I know that was a used set of tires. It wasn't a sticker run. Is that part of that, or is there any other kind of concern?
Well, actually, that was like third run on the same set of tires. We were just trying to validate something as kind of ABA as we could, but probably in the end that maybe wasn't the most sensible thing ever to do, but it's also why we pit. I think we got the numbers that we needed to, so at least from that department it was good. And yeah, I didn't hear the first part, but it's been so cool that when I'm at Fox, everyone just kind of lets me really dial in at being a reporter, and then when it's time to put the suit on, people don't, expect too much double duty outside of the ordinary, so thank you.
I'm still going to ask you some things that only an active driver can tell us. How many runs do you want to do today? How many sets of tires do you have available?
We got a lot of tires available just because we've had so many kind of random gremlins that we actually have been saving, or not intentionally saving, by the way, but we've been saving a few, so I don't think we're capped on how many runs we might do today. I think we've got as many as like 5 sets if we want to get through them today, so if they're there, we might as well.
All right, thank you, Jack.
Thanks, Kevin.
Great to see Hollywood. We are under yellow at the moment for track inspection. Don't worry, folks, you're not missing anything. We'll pop away for a few moments, but when we return, we'll be back on track in Indianapolis.
Yep, can't wait to see what's going to happen. JT has been doing some work, as Megan's also texting me at the same time. Oh, happy days. I've got an advert, so I'm going to refresh the page. So give me a second, JT, to say if it has worked or not. And then I will know the answer. Still, why is Scott McLaughlin registered as on the circuit? That's a bit daft. Yes, JT, it has worked. It says Scott McLaughlin's registered to go out on the track. Yes, it has worked, JT. Go on.
If it says they're active, it means that the car is either like the car's turned on or they're moving it between gasoline alley and pit lane.
So we have the 4-lap averages. Alexander Rossi, Santino Ferrucci and Nolan Siegel is currently 1, 2 and 3. So it's Rossi, Ferrucci, Siegel, Lundgaard, Harvey, Grosjean, VK, Schumacher, Hunter Ray, Simpson and Hauger. That's the 4 laps at the moment.
Oh. For some reason, Lundgaard's time is faster than Siegel's, but that's not worked. Lundgaard's time should be second.
We'll see what that is. NASCAR's also here on JBM. I've just shared the link if you want to see that as well. Yeah, 2:31. Yes, Ferrucci's gone ahead of Siegel, but Lundgaard has not gone ahead of him. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. But then again, times are working. That's the 4 laps at the moment. But still, Rossi, 2:32.080. Race fan for life at not Biff Malibu 23 on Twitter or X. Love Santino Ferrucci's Evil Knievel helmet tribute. So cool. That's what we're going to hear when we come back from the ad break now.
Dark similarity between Santino Ferrucci's helmet and a certain Evil Knievel.
Gotta love that. Look at this. No visor right here. Very minimal suspension, probably an inch of travel. And if you needed any more distraction, a flag, a cape around your neck, as you can see the adaptation to Santino Ferrucci's helmet. A little more safety consideration on this one, Will.
A little more.
Who's on the back there?
We'll have to ask the man himself.
Yeah.
I'm liking the special lids for this year's race. There's a few that haven't been released yet. A few that have. Mick Schumacher running a tribute helmet to his father.
I like the personalization of the Hans device, too. That's not something we always see, James, but Ferrucci has really doubled down on the design details here, carrying the theme to the Hans with the gold flake.
The pinstriping you gotta love. Not the only special helmet.
That's Ed Carpenter's helmet. Helio Castroneves is sticking with his traditional helmet livery, but new colors for this year. Jack Harvey, we understand, has a special one in development.
Oh,
which we haven't even seen yet.
There you go.
Yeah. But we have a green flag. We will have cars back out on track momentarily. As we said, Alexander Rossi, your fastest driver so far today, 2:32.3, his top speed. Connor Daly, Kaio Collet, the rookie, third quickest. Christian Lundgaard and Rinus VK are top 5.
Rolling out onto the racetrack. Oh boy, the defending Indy 500 champion Alex Palou goes out for his first laps of the day.
He has been on rails all week. The handling of this car has looked sublime.
And what he's taught us through the years is that we should expect his coordination of sequence with the steering wheel, the adjustments to be as clinical as we've seen, typically impeccably timed with his fast jacker, his gear selection.
Remember the charge.
As Barry Wanzer, a strategist, reminds him of that critical sequence of optimizing settings and hybrid deployment, hybrid regeneration at the perfect time. Car coming out on track, he'll pull slowly to the side to let Palou go breezing on by.
Side clear.
That's where Alex Palou's richening up the engine maps for max power. This would be the completion of his warm-up lap.
Is he going to deploy hybrid coming to the line to start the lap? No, he's going to say, oh, yeah,
Yes,
there it
he
goes.
is.
Just a bit.
Partial. Just around, just over 20%. Holds it. Tiny little wave, but not a lot on the throttle through one. That's beautiful.
Got the smoothest hands you'll see on a qualifying run. And this flashing red light A reminder to Alex Palou that the fast jacker is engaged, the back of the car is down. The last second, he'll hit the button and pitch the nose forward so it can corner.
You see him, he's got a button on the back of the steering wheel to control the fast jacker, knocks a gear down in the short chute on a 2-gear strategy. So watch his left hand right here.
3 more laps.
It's going to come up and press a button on the back of the wheel with his middle finger right there. That light on the right turns out, alerting him that the fast jacker's gone back into the cornering position.
And I believe with his left hand, Palou would have made a weight jacker adjustment. Same system as the fast jacker, but he's trying to fine-tune the handling mid-corner.
Out of that, maybe an engine map. That's something you're adjusting throughout the run.
And regens the hybrid on the run down to 3. First lap at 2:31.8. Beautifully in control from Alex Palou, and he now deploys the hybrid. How much? Pretty much all of it. Running down through 3, through 4, over the line. That lap for Palou was a 2:31.7. Great consistency.
Alexander Rossi still quicker than Palou, but just by 0.03 of a mile an hour on the no-tow report.
The overall lap for Rossi, that 2:32.3, that was with a tow. And Palou, once again, has managed to regen and then utilize that hybrid through 4 and down the straight. Let's see this lap. 2:31.8, 2:31.7. This one, another 2:31.7. That is insane consistency.
So that is the difference to the 4-lap average of Alex Rossi. You can see it's only about a car length and a half, 2 car lengths difference right now, but we do think that the end of Rossi's run, the last 2 laps, had a little bit of a toe, so maybe a bit of help. That's why you can see it stretching that gap a little bit. Heading into turn 3 here, I saw 2:35 on the dash.
You can tell the steering's just getting a little bit more lively for Alex Palou as the tire degradation comes into effect, but this has been very consistent over 4 laps. I think this is the new yardstick.
2:31.4, final lap. That is a hugely consistent run. Might not be the top time of the day, but both Daly's and Rossi's were set with the toe. That is the new marker. That's the new benchmark. And of course, it comes from your 4-time champion and defending Indy 500 winner.
231.698, the 4-lap average there for Palou. Just a fraction below Rossi's 232.0, but remember, we think he had a little bit of a toe at the end of that run for Rossi. So in terms of completely clean, honest runs, that is the benchmark so far, as is so often the case in IndyCar 2026, the 10 car on top.
I love that Chip Ganassi's not even paying attention there, just having a nice chat. He knows he's got the best driver in the field. No surprise to one of the most successful of all time, Chip Ganassi Racing. They got the magic last year. As Paolo Award now going to give us his first hard run of the day. We saw him do an install earlier, a systems check to read aerodynamic balance front to rear. Sticker tires for Award now, and you can see the difference in the steering wheel. Just compare what you saw from Alex Palou on the first lap to what you see from Paolo Award.
You saw him just hammering a button with his left thumb there heading into turn 4, so already trying to stay ahead of the balance of the race car. Holding 5th gear, again, a little bit of a headwind into turn 1. That can make turn 1 super loose, very sharp at turn in. Pato dealing with that nicely, all the road on exit there. Up to 6th gear, front any roll bar to P4.
Micro adjustments from Awards. And interesting to note the use or lack of use of hybrids.
Another weight jacker adjustment, left thumb going down.
You saw Pato Award use his left hand to make the adjustment to the roll bar on the right-hand side of the car. You might wonder why. So that he can still control the upshift with his right hand.
So close to the wall.
You literally feel like you're juggling inside the race car. He's making an adjustment on the right side of the cockpit with the left hand, shifting with the right hand. And how you time those shifts is so crucial. The difference in RPM, we talked about it yesterday. You're only losing about 500 RPM, 600 RPM around the entire lap. So the closest you can get to that rev limiter
the better it's going to be. The way they time that out, the engineers will look at the timing of the lights. There's also a beep in the driver's ear to help them with the most precise shift points.
Interesting enough already for for Pato. He's really keeping this calm. Last lap time, 2:30.752. He's turn 3 speed, 2:38.952. That was his fastest. So lap 1 was 2:30.752. Last lap, 2:37.08. This is lap 3. As he comes on to the start line now. Yeah, not quick again. It's still 2:30.7. So staying consistent, but losing out on some time. As he tries to hold in the momentum. Using a lot of hybrid. Coming out of turn 2, down to 50%, down 40, 35%. So he used around about 60% of hybrid coming out of turns 1 and 2. He'll use the rest of it coming out of turn 4 to give him the best possible advantage. He's out of 3 now. He's using it on entry into 4. He's on it all the way through until the exit. Up towards the line now. What is this time by for Pato? It's a 2:32.039. So that puts him 3rd fastest overall. And average lap times coming out again at 2:31. That's on quick mental math. JT will confirm that after he's done. Malukas now starting another run. And Malukas, his first lap time.
2:30.993.
Thank you, JT. That was for Pato. Malukas right now, though, 2:32.012. So Malukas flying on his deltas. That's exactly what we need to find out. We're riding with him now.
Exactly right. When you hit the regen paddle and manually fill up that hybrid pack, it does put a little bit of a drain, a little bit of a draw on the engine, can slow it down just a tiny bit. So if you have that tailwind helping push you down the straight, that's the time to use it.
And this is the evidence. The wind has shifted direction by 180 degrees. Yeah.
Oh, Malukas just did a 2:32.050.
Regenning on the run down to 1 today, using it through 1 and 2, and regenning on the way down to 3.
And guys, 2:32.0 there for David Malukas, solid. Now there are a couple cars on track. There's a little bit of a swirl going, but it does register on the no-toe.
So that means that Rinus VeeKay, who's ahead of him on the racetrack, is more than 10 seconds in front. So any advantage will be slight. There's something, like you say, that swirl, it does count.
White flag.
But this is a stout.
Last lap time by 2:31.922.
2:31.9 lap 2. This isn't just solid. This is mighty.
This is very good from David
And just
Malukas.
such a different strategy from what we've seen a lot of the other drivers doing in terms of hybrid deployment. At some point, guys, even if your simulation thinks that this is not the right way to do it, you've got to try it just based on how quick. Yesterday, we saw the Penske cars, and so far today, what we're seeing out of Malukas.
And it's not just the speed, it's the composure of the balance of the race car, just on rails, much like Alex Palou. I think David Malukas and Alex Palou right now, I'd throw Newgard in the bunch. Those three are the best handling cars I've seen on track.
Whoa, 2:32.110. Fastest lap time for Malukas came on lap 4. This is what hybrid's giving us. A brand new style of how qualifying is done. It gets faster. It's like the role reverse. It gets faster the longer you go on.
This Motor Speedway.
Looking good then at the moment. JT, what have you been flying around on your averages as I'm going to get my your new lap time board on? Oh.
This is what?
Salford just scored. Aggregate now 3-1. Grimsby aren't going up. Oh, well.
This is the same website we use for Fun Cup, but I can only display 2 decimal places, so you're going to have to bear with.
That's fine. I'll wait to get it on then.
So even though we run here in IndyCar 3 decimal places, this is only going to have 2 on.
Makes sense. That's heartbreaking.
I see Rosenquist is coming out.
Oh, for God's
And
sake.
is on a warm-up. It's on his first lap.
It copied the message text. It didn't copy the URL on the computer, so apologies for that, viewers. It's having a bit of a paddy with me today. Rosenquist over the line. I can tell you, he's doing some more lap times, but he's smooth through 1 and 2. Now he's on a pool lap now. We're watching on our onboard cameras. Still trying to hold the inside line. Yeah, sorry, it's not the gas me about things about IndyCar. Sorry, it is the football, Grimsby Town. That's soccer to everybody over there, stateside. But yeah, I am not gonna. Grimsby's not going up this year by the looks of things. First opportunity to be had in nearly 30 years, and it's 3-1 aggregate. Right, I've opened up that leaderboard that JT sent me. Hopefully we'll have some more runs. Rosenquist looking stronger and stronger so far. JT screen's working, so get back to Fox.
Who made it into the Firestone Fast 6 this time last year, running for pole at the 109th running of the Indy 500. A fairly solid run so far, 2:30.8 last time round. There's the end of his second lap. It's an improvement to 2:30.9. Guys, we were looking back over...
JT, if you want to take a look at the screen right now, Alexander, if you want to reverse it, there was an average there. Rossi, Malukas, Palou, Lundgaard, Ferrucci, Siegel, Rasmussen, Award. So if you want to base this, there was one that was just on the screen.
Now we've got a long way to go, but they're going to take some beating.
Yeah, it's going to change dramatically, though, with temperature. Again, I point to track temp. It's steady at 74 degrees. Sunday, we're talking 120 plus. Wow. That's almost a 50-degree swing. What you see and feel right now as a driver on track, enjoy it, as they say, Kevin. It is not here for long.
What a difference a year makes. This date last year at 3 p.m., Turn 1 recorded 138.4 degrees. That's the highest track temp Firestone has ever registered since they started keeping track and recording those back in 2007. Just an engine note, different strategies between Honda, HRC, and Chevrolet. All of the Honda full-time season runners put in fresh power plants last night, so these are new engines that they will run in qualifying through the race, while Chevrolet has put in their engines at the beginning of the week for qualifying, but they will change to a race engine before either Monday practice or Friday carb day practice.
Thanks for that, Kevin. Head now on track now, Marcus Armstrong.
Just seeing David Malukas out of the box here, climbing out of his car, fist pumping the team. Job well done. So far, so good. They might take that car back to the pad, do a set down, maybe make a little change on it.
Meanwhile, I saw Katherine Legge out there, did a 229.6 as he comes back down to cool his car on the front straightaway, just ahead here of Armstrong. There's Katherine Legge on the apron, but Katherine Legge won't be too happy with that kind of pace, James.
We kind of saw it earlier in the week that there was maybe a bit of a struggle with the outright pace of that car. We thought maybe his engine was turned down a little bit more, just being on a slightly different engine cadence than the full season drivers, but it looked good in traffic. We did see that in traffic running. It looked competitive, it looked sporty, but I'm not sure that's going to be a car necessarily fighting for those first 3 rows. A little bit of a lift there from Marcus Armstrong on what would be his first flyer. 2:13.9 was his warm-up lap.
Yeah, settle down a little bit.
Something is settling down.
It's the calming words of Billy Vincent on the radio, strategist for the 66.
And it might take a little bit calming for Marcus Armstrong in this earlier run because of what he most certainly will never forget from last year. This in turn 1, huge wiggle, an even bigger smack of the wall.
Early morning session, cool conditions tend to make the cars a little bit more on a knife edge. The turning a little sharper, just catching out. Armstrong, big hit last year.
Work to do. His first lap at speed here today. You can see it top left of your screen as we return to full screen. 2:28.3. That's not going to get it done. Not by a long shot.
A second MSR car after Castroneves' run. Well, a third, big course with Rosenquist, his teammate, but
halfway.
They'll coach him through it. And again, we just don't know where they are on downforce. How aggressive are they being? Maybe engine settings. How hard are they trying to push it as team owner from Meyer Shank? Mike Shank watches on.
It's just crazy to think that crossing the line and looking down at your steering wheel and seeing a 229-mile-an-hour average, you're going to be disappointed. You're going to think, oh, man, we're so slow. It is so nuts what the drivers are doing out there right now with this boost turned up.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for a driver with that speed to come on and say, this thing's a dog.
This is a white flag. Double check where you got your weight checker.
4 corners left. Last one was a 2:29.4.
Audio and pictures have disappeared from our main monitor up here in the booth, as we'll try and get that sorted ASAP. Right now, watching quite an interesting run coming in from the bottom half of the screen. Rossi still top, though, as they try and pick up the speed, but liking it. So just getting that sorted.
This is chaotic.
Yeah, you're like, I'll tell you what, take a look at the retro time. Well, this is not the retro time. JT's got the board open. 2:32.08 for Rossi from Lundgaard Ferrucci. What a great run at the moment, but you are really on the ball, JT, trying to keep everyone together with all the 4-lap averages as Newgarden's
I haven't even got them on the sheet yet.
No,
they're
it's
just all
fast.
on my phone.
It is
I need another call.
Hughes, what's going on, mate?
Pit road.
I just heard Jacob Abel say, I have no power. They said, clutch it, see if you can get back here. And he had been rolling along, 7th quick overall. I don't know whether he had a tow or not, but a 2:31.6 is his best lap for one of the more impressive efforts so far for this Indy Next program running in the Indy 500.
I believe he had a tow. I believe he did have a tow, averaged 2:31.3. 5th best on the average, but with a tow.
And this is good news for Joseph Newgarden and Connor Daly, Marcus Ericsson, all on track, that Abel was able to get some power back and get to the pits. Otherwise, full course caution would come out, and Connor Daly would be going, are you kidding me?
2 for 2, that'd be bad luck this early in the day. 2 sets of tires wasted, but luckily not the case, and luckily not the case for this guy. And look, Townsend, do you see a little bit of a vibration maybe? Because this camera looks, it's like it's blurring. That might just be the camera. The fact that he's not backing out of it tells me that's probably more of an equipment thing on our side. Because if it was vibrating that badly in the race car,
it's down to one hell of a flat spot.
You quite literally lose your vision. Your head is locked into that headrest, so you're not able to kind of buffer and dampen the vibrations with your neck the way you would normally.
Yeah, we go to driver's eye and we can tell things are as they should be there. Audio corrects, focus corrects.
And take a look at the speeds he's running.
And just like his teammate David Malukas, the setup of some of these, both Penske cars and Alex Palou almost seems next level. It looks so easy from this point of view.
Oh, Newgarden, 2:31.848 straight out the bat.
1.8. There's a couple of tenths of a mile an hour down on his teammate David Malukas.
And that's what we saw yesterday. Of the Team Penske cars, remarkably consistent across the three. However, Newgarden typically just barely the slowest of the three by about 0.2 of a mile an hour.
And Malukas consistently the quickest.
Newgarden using the same philosophy for the fast jacker as Felix Rosenquist. You see he keeps his thumb up there, holds that button. What I've noticed, Townsend, is he's releasing it a little bit earlier than what we're seeing a lot of other drivers.
Yeah.
There's still time to be gained there. I wonder if that's an intentional thing to leave a little bit in the pocket and not show the full card.
I noticed the same thing when watching Pelot. He waits until literally the last second to pitch the nose down. We don't know what the speed of Newgarden's weight jacker setting might be. Maybe it takes a little bit longer for it to settle back down, but he clearly, I don't know that that's being conservative. I think they know something that maybe they're pocketing. Why would he be waiting or, you know, resetting that early on the straightaway?
Save it. No, you've got another 1/10 of a mile an hour in the bag.
Maybe.
He's lost time each time through. 231.8 lap 1, 231.5 lap 2, 231.1 lap 3.
Question for you. Who's going to be the first driver to start using the fast jacker
in a short shoot?
In the short shoot.
Deploy off of 3.
Never.
Deploy off of 3.
It's a pretty big fall off in compared to the 10 car. And a little bit more than his teammate Malukas as well. Let's see with the hybrid deployment off of 3, what that makes lap 4. That's what's so unique about this new format in terms of the deployment strategy is often now the last lap is just as quick, if not quicker, than some of the best laps of the run. Newgarden clocks at 2:31.1, so even with that deployment, he stayed basically level. So it's, the tires, to me, falling off a little bit more on the 2 than what we've seen from some of the other strong runs, including this guy, his teammate Malukas.
Well, that's good enough for 7th overall, the average of 231.4. Impressive, but half a mile an hour down on his teammate.
Yeah, there's still so much to bring up here as we get ready for qualifying day number 1. Practice 5 tomorrow. JT and the team at Fox take you through the action. And then I am back for qualifying, which starts at 4 o'clock. Coming into it. It's a very busy day. Keeping across of everything. It's going to be one of those fly around, do as quickly as you can sort of mentalities. But Sunday is a little bit easier despite the start at 7:30 and the clash between a couple of the Moto 2s and Moto 3s. We'll get on with it. It should be quite okay. MotoGP, by the way, airing on Twitch this weekend. And by the way, Foster Frenzy 1, how is this not a thing? Where will she be today? Somebody has done a Georgia the Explorer cover book with backpack of Indianapolis Motor Speedway coming through as well. So I'll take a screenshot of that actually because that's quite interesting to show you later. But I think it's going to come on the main Fox pictures shortly. New tracks, new friends, endless adventures, and Georgia the Explorer, an IndyCar adventure. It's even got Alexander Rossi in there. It's got backpack, you know. I can't remember what the monkey's called. Was it Boot? Something like that? Megan used to love Dora the Explorer. We actually brought her backpack. Little 2-3-year-old Megan loved Dora the Explorer to come into it. So we are waiting for that to come through. And yeah, George is going to be talking about it shortly. I think she's going to be somewhere else. But that's been on the international feed for a bit long now, actually, coming into it. So can we get that back on television, please, and see where Georgia Hennebury is? Nope, okay. It's Fast Friday as we welcome you back from the States. Everybody just getting set, ready and running. Let's find out where Georgia the Explorer is today.
For a lap, the answer, Jack Harvey. Who will be first to go over 240 today in the trap? Well, we don't know just yet. We'll let you know when
There's
that
Georgia.
happens. The other question, how is this not a thing? Our own Georgia Hennebury. Georgia the Explorer, as we dubbed her yesterday, and is somewhere around the track today. Georgia, have you got your backpack?
Hey!
Where are you?
What's going on, guys? I'm here in the Midway. I think Fast Friday is really the first day that the intensity is really there. The boost is turned up. I was blown away with how many fans were here today. So I came out to come see them in the midway. There's all kinds of things here. Food, merch, fan activation. I stumbled upon this right here. Do you guys remember Mid-Ohio? Yes, no, maybe so.
Huh? What? Say what?
Mid-Ohio, cornhole.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how about that? So there's all kinds of things to do right there. I know the guys in the truck want me to re-up my Mid-Ohio experience. I think that was pure luck. We can give it a go. We'll see if it's okay. We'll go. Ready? Are you guys ready?
That's a big, is that regulation distance there? That looks far.
I think so. Oh.
Oh.
Nearly
It was
went in.
kind of right on there. No!
Oh, right
okay,
on
I
the
made it
edge.
on the board. That's all I got for you guys, but I am going to make my way around the midway. We have a lot of cool things we're going to show you today. Some things on either side of the track as well. Some historic stuff. We know history and tradition means so much here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but right now I'm hanging out with the fans in the midway, having myself a grand old time. I'll be back here in a little bit, and if anything else happens on track, you know I'll be there too.
Thank you, Georgia.
Speaking of happening on track, Kyle Kirkwood out there for his first run of the day. One of the quickest cars that we've seen so far all month throughout certainly the single car pace. Going all the way back to the open test in April, this machine's just been quick.
This is lap 3 of Kirkwood's simulation. Last lap, not special, 230.0. That a 229.8. This is, it's early, James, but not exactly.
Here's the thing, when you're
dealing with great magic there.
When you're genuinely quick, even if you do a conservative first run, there's still good pace in it.
Pop.
And there's pop. And this is lacking pop, I can tell you. For a car that's been pretty quick in race trim, race boost, there just seems to be that little bit missing from the 27 right now.
And the anxiety comes on pretty quick here for driver and team, especially
checker flag, pink.
Because Kirkwood is second in the championship, and they've just watched both Brian Herta, his strategist, and Kyle Kirkwood was probably on pit lane watching when Alex Palou, championship leader, did his amazing run.
We were talking about the... Do you know what? We'll talk about this in a moment because Kevin has an update for us.
Good news on Jacob Abel. They just ran it a little bit too close on fuel, so they were running out of fuel. Jacob heads back to the garage, and they were already planning on going back, make some changes. So all is well, no power plant issue or concern.
Good stuff. We were looking earlier at the times of David Malukas, and we said that every single one of his laps had been faster than Alex Palou had managed on his run. Interestingly, if we compare Palou's run to Newgarden's run, Palou's average on the 4 laps is faster than Newgarden, so I'm not convinced it's necessarily Penske ahead of the pack. Perhaps just Malukas ahead of the pack, because Newgarden and Palou pretty evenly matched. My question, though, is what has Takuma Sato got? More importantly, what's he got in the back of that RLL? Because his lap times yesterday were nothing short of astonishing.
Yeah, it seemed like so far, if everybody had a Honda, because that thing has been throwing down some mad speeds. But this is our first chance, James, to really find out kind of what true speed, true power looks like.
It's the Type R for rapid.
Or S for special.
Well, Taku yesterday. And don't forget, he's only got the one engine. The guys who are just running the Indy 500 this year, they get one lump in the back of the car. Yesterday was quickest on the Noto with a 223.8. Let's see what his first lap will be. His warm-up was a 217.4.
Minimum speed of 229 in turn 2. Let's watch the speed rise here down the back straightaway. There's 238, 238 it is.
Not enough, guys. We've definitely seen bigger numbers than that. Even if it's only by a mile an hour in top speed, that obviously carries around the entire racetrack, and we are fighting for hundreds.
We were asking who the first driver in a top 240 would be. Through the trap, it's Scott Dixon. Just moments ago, a 240.006. Sato's first lap, a 231.7. It puts him on with Alex Palou and with the best of the Chevy runners.
It's quick, but not quite quick enough to be threatening that top spot. You got to hope for just impeccable consistency and almost no fall off across the 4 laps to try to maintain a solid position in the 4-lap average results.
However, if I look at no toe right now, you've got Palou as the best Honda at 231.8, Sato a 231.7. Not too shabby.
Second lap, 231.4. So there's more fall off for Sato than there was for Palou. And interestingly, where Palou was using hybrid, now Sato uses the hybrid, but will he regen?
He does. He uses a little bit off of 2 and then immediately goes back on the regen again with that tailwind into 3. It's a place to use it.
Should see him fully dump that hybrid storage right here. There it goes. Might have waited a little too late.
White flag.
Oh, this is white flag. Excuse me. One more to go.
And through turn 1, he's regenning again. Back to full pack.
Sorry, it's 1-1, which means it's 3-2. We're still in the hunt with 15 minutes to go.
A little high in turn 2.
Sorry. I just looked down. It was 1-1 with the goal.
All the hybrid on the back straight, regenning again into 3 and 4. Really fascinating strategy from RNL and Takuma Sato.
Yeah, but Sato knows exactly how to pull this together, and it's looking good. Dumped it all and regens down the... pushes it down. What's this speed for Sato? Well, it puts him 10th overall. 231.146. Average lap time?
231.453 average. Puts him
Okay.
5th at the moment, I believe.
It's looking good.
Because I have missed a couple.
It's looking... You're catching it there, no, yeah. But this was him just drifting out of turn 2, getting very close to the wall. Did he touch it? Oh, Sato, as always, getting mega close to the wall. He loves doing that, just frightening everybody. He's done that ever since his junior days. Sato, Takuma Sato. Palou's out there. Sato, 231.146. Yeah, so he's still pushing hard. Here's Palou on a lap time now once again.
698, and with Newgarden, he's right in the mix.
It actually pops Sato just ahead of Joseph Newgarden.
There you go, JT.
Palou's back out.
Which is what I've got. Awesome. Nice.
It's working.
And officially, Scott Dixon's trap speed that Will mentioned earlier going into turn 3, 240.006.
Here we go. Here we go. Palou, lap 1, 232.1.
Dear Lord. Uh-oh.
Palou is 3rd fastest at the moment, and he is really starting to push these lap time deltas apart. Down the back straightaway. Turn 1 speed, 233.430. Turn 3, 236.466. What's he now? Again, looking faster. Over the line, Alex Palou. He's got the rear jacker on. 231.498. A little bit off the pace. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Take a listen and enjoy. Oh, he's backed out. That's such a shame. He's backed out of that run. But a good start then at the moment. Ooh, that's a bad fall.
Required with each corner.
Well, Palou calls the run off. That first lap may have had a bit of a toe, but a 232.1 monster time.
Looking good. Grimsby, by the way, in their game are trying everything they possibly can to get a second goal to make it 2-1 in the game, and they just need one more, and it'll be 3-3 in aggregate, and then one more, and they get it. So, yeah, there's a bit of pressure on now, as our goalkeeper absolutely shot from nowhere. Still, practice underway for Fast Friday. 3 hours to go. We are going...
Whoa, Louis Foster.
Yeah, what's going with Louis Foster?
A 221 warm-up.
Oh, my God. He's not hanging around. Don't blame him, actually. That's a stunning start. Really good opener.
2:31.707 first lap.
Oh, it's getting close. Oh, my God. I'm actually not even... I need to be watching, but Grim's got a shot on goal. Oh, my God, he went in! He went in! I don't believe it! It's 2-2! It's 3, that means it's 3-3. Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Wow! Okay, to those of you who don't know, Grimsby Town, that's where I live right now. That's the game that's going on. I've had it on my iPad. We have been stuck in League 2, which is the 4th tier of English football, for around about 30 years. This is the playoffs in order to get back to League 1, which is the 3rd tier of English football. We were 3-1 down, and we're now 3-3. JT, can you come? Oh my God, I need to get inside. Sky, get back for an outbreak fast. Well, that's cheered me up a bit. I knew that was going in. I was looking at it, and to be honest with you, I can't wait for the World Cup because that was some stellar stuff. Wow. Sorry about that. If they win, I'm running inside and leaving JT on the commentary, even if they go to outbreak, because that's something. That was a mega goal. Okay, so it might not be over then. Okay, 3-3 in aggregate. Ooh, I love football like that. I love sporting moments like that as well. Yeah, when you invest in your football team, it's a ride. It really is. It really is. I've got to. Obviously, we're concentrating on the racing, but when it's a play like that, and you look down, and it's that score, it's unbelievable. Right, Fox are back. I'm going to pop in.
Football right here on Fox.
Yeah, football. That's what we're on about, Hinch.
Welcome back to Fast Friday. Louis Foster out on track. Running in the 2:31s.
Started 20th last year. Question is, can he come close to teammate Takuma Sato, who just had a pretty impressive run? Won't be right now as Foster backs out of it.
Wasn't a million miles off.
No, guys, on the 4-lap averages, he's 5th right now. I mean, that no-toe time for him was legit. That's a 2:31.7 no-toe 4-lap average of a 2:31.49. So incredible consistency.
Right there with Sato. And how about for Rahal Letterman Lanigan, the same race team, to sit stacked on the no-toe at 7th and 8th right now, both 2:31.7s. Impressive job from the Jay Fry-led organization.
And 5th and 6th on the 4-lap averages, with Foster slightly ahead of Takuma Sato, the 2-time champion of the 500, in the same 10th of a mile an hour.
I didn't see that coming.
This will be telling. Alexander Rossi tops our timing sheet, but those laps were run with the toe. Now there is nobody around him. This will be a more representative feel of where that ECR car is.
So here you go, this warm-up lap. You come through 2. Your team tells you to switch the map. Map gets switched. Full power released up through the gears. You don't want to do that too soon. You don't want to do that too late. There's a perfect time that's been practiced time and time again throughout the open test, throughout the first few days of practice. And they'll practice different locations even today.
This used to drive me crazy. You see his shoulder belt flapping up.
Yeah.
I always wanted a little Velcro right there, or tucked in. Maybe it was and came loose. You're so focused and locked in. Walking the tightrope right here. Any little distraction can be annoying. Rossi's got the visor cracked a little bit though there, so some fresh air. A big benefit of the aero screen era.
See how much later he moves the weight jacker back to the left before turn 3 that Joseph Newgarden can see it again here on the front straight. There's the move to move the fast jacker. Engine map adjustment, blue 3. Now watch the left thumb. Right before turn in.
2:32.3. Wow. That is the fastest by some margin. A good 0.2 of a mile an hour.
Good lap times coming in so far, JT, as I am back in the box, but there's 8 minutes to go, and I'm getting nervous because we might just win it. But this is actually looking strong from Rossi's onboard. 2:32.392, a new top
This is the
time.
fastest lap.
He is
This is
insane.
the fastest first lap and overall as well.
He's not going to let it stop him, is it? Over the line. 2:31.780. Still so much pressure and time coming through. Oh, getting close to the wall, exit turn 2.
On the back straight. Everybody seems to be on the similar 2-gear strategy. 6th gear down the back straight for that headwind, or that tailwind rather. Hybrid deployed through 3 and 4.
Has the pace, but does he have the same consistency as Malukas on the 4 lap?
2:31.852 last time by.
2:31.8, so he picks up a bit of speed on lap 3.
He's not going to let it
Do
go.
something similar again there. That's going to put him in a very good spot.
Rossi's looking mega fast.
This car has looked great.
No regen that time by.
These
Don't
cars
use
look
it.
great, whether in qualifying trim or in race trim.
A nice, cool, calm copy on the radio. Not stressed at all, despite the fact he's averaging 230 plus miles an hour. Ice cold right now, Alex Rossi.
2:31.903 last time by.
No hybrid deployment over the line. It's a 2:31.9 for the last lap.
JT, if he could do this with this speed, it is quite impossible to think that maybe Ed Carpenter Racing, Rossi could be on
That
pole.
isn't even his fastest 4-lap average. That was slower than his first.
Rossi could literally be a contender for pole position. I think that's what we're finding out. As Chucker says, Rossi is always quick here. Yeah, kind of crazy how some of the passes I've seen him do. That fuel save race 2016 was something. Right, there is Aaron Likens. I think they're going to go. Oh, George is up there.
Of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm going to give you guys a first-hand look at it.
Oh,
I'm
we
up
were
here. If you
inches
look
from
this
goal.
way, I've learned that there are 2 flagmen up here, and there's also 2 observers. So, like we interviewed yesterday, the observers are looking for debris, legality, you name it. That's what they're looking for, pinpointing. And then obviously Aaron Likens up here doing what he does best here in the flag stand. But there's 2 of them, so they'll switch off, make sure they're getting the right communication to each other. Really just a fail-safe program for them up here. We're about 24 feet in the air. I just climbed up maybe one of the smallest ladders I've ever climbed up in my life. And I see you guys over in the booth. I'm like parallel with you guys. Floor 2 of the pagoda. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
I do though want to pinpoint this view and just how fast the cars look going down the front straightaway right here. Cars coming out of 4. Down the front straight, Sparkles, check this out. They're coming towards you, and they're gone. How cool is that? I mean, it gets my heart rate going. My heart rate's also going because I just climbed up 24 feet on the smallest ladder I've ever seen, but this view is breathtaking and something we don't get to see very often.
Georgia is living her best life this week.
It's Georgia the Explorer.
She's getting to do it all. On board with Marcus Ericsson, his helmet for this year's Indy 500, promoting mental health charities.
Ericsson on a little bit of that Elio Castroneves line, just kind of flirting above the white line. A little bit less steering lock, a little bit more distance, but can still be an efficient way to get around. 2:30.599 that lap for Ericsson.
And specifically on that helmet, Will, it's the
Oh.
DKY found.
Got a shot on goal. Lost it.
Addressing the suicide crisis for blue-collar workers in the USA. The rates are unfortunately high, and the effort hopefully higher to provide the support they need. As Marcus Ericsson gets ready to rip past Georgia Hannaberry here. A 2:30.9 last lap.
Found a bit of pace on that next lap. But interestingly, no hybrid usage so far. 2 laps in, hasn't touched it, staying at a full pack.
Deploy next show shoot.
So we've seen Kirkwood, we've seen Ericsson.
And it's the same strategy for both.
Where is
single use?
Where is Will Power? His car sits on pit lane, so we should get the third of the Andretti's soon enough.
JT, text me if it goes to ad break.
So 3 laps in, he's trending above Kirkwood.
Aggressively up against the wall in turn 2.
He'd improved to a 2:31.3 on that last run around. Kirkwood never got it above 2:30.4, so Ericsson with more pace, and that last lap was a 2:31.4, so Ericsson a good mile an hour in advance of his teammate. Full lap average will be far in advance of his teammate, but still Andretti not utilizing the same hybrid strategy as his rivals. How long will they stick to that game plan? This guy is the man to beat.
In the Wren Spring Sale, you can get a Bosch dishwasher for just £149. And you can also enjoy...
Thanks, JT. Fox have got the worst timing ever. We are literally a minute away.
No, I can't hear JB. I can see his mouth moving, I can't hear him.
Can you not? Hello? Hi?
My Bluetooth thing's just died, I think. Hold on.
That's why he can't hear me. Okay, well, yeah, as I was saying. We have got... Hello.
Hello.
It is currently 89:30 on the board. So, yeah, it's getting a little bit tense, and it looks like we're going to go to extra time. I can't believe they actually came back from it. Never underestimate the Mariners. That's all I'm going to say on that front. They always have a plan. So Connor Daly's out there at the moment, still looking rather strong as we ride with him. I think they're going to come back from ads in a split second for this on board. It's looking strong. The NASCAR practice session is a 90-minute practice. Qualifying is tomorrow, so you can join us for that. It's a 6-minute added time as we are 2 down, 3 to go here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Daly's lap time's looking strong. His last time 2:17.506 is build up. He's second fast anyway with a 2:32.130.
This may be Connor Daly's best opportunity at fighting for a win at the Indianapolis
Text me if
500.
anything.
Comes to the end of his first lap of his qualifying preparation run. Let's see where it is. It's a 2:31.6 in free air without a tow. Puts him around about the likes of his teammate Jack Harvey, not far off that of Joseph Newgarden. It's there or thereabouts. Let's see what the team's doing with hybrid deployment.
This is lap 2 complete.
So 2:31.6 is a 2:31.4, lap 2.
Connor stiffening the front anti-roll bar there, coming out of 4 when his right hand reached down. Looking for a little more shoulder support with that right front. Now he softens it back up. So he tried it, felt a little pushy, or maybe he's adjusting end to end here because of the wind. He'll be heading into the wind in turn 1. So let's see what he does with his right hand as he rounds turn 4.
And intriguingly for Dreyer, 3 laps complete, no hybrid used.
Avoid this lap.
There goes that bar adjustment just at the last second to get it in.
It's like he was debating whether or not he was going to do it.
Or forgot to do it.
And then makes another adjustment there heading into 2. Tough to do on the short shoot, man.
A little skatey out of turn 2.
2 laps in the 2:31.4s. Now he drains the hybrids into 3.
He does have a car in front of him.
And he's had to lift.
That didn't look good at all. Lap 4 really falling apart here. Lifts in turns 3 and 4. Skady in turn 2 as Connor once again.
Not happy with Scott McLaughlin in front of him.
That's 3 runs in a row. Issues for Connor, I think, with traffic.
Does that happen again?
Yeah, not happy.
So again, you got a guy coming out right in front of him. Pretty empty racetrack behind him. Again, you can't put that on the driver, but someone on the 3 stand clearly losing count or simply not carrying the count of what Connor Daly's run was. But look, he will have gotten some good information there. Yeah, that would be the guy who's sending the 3 of McLaughlin. That's Tim Cindric. Won't be getting the Christmas card from Connor Daly this year, I don't think. But look, Connor got a good amount of that run in. He'll have a good sense of what the handling is on that number 23 machine. And the pace is decent.
So far, this has been the second fastest of the 3 Penske cars. McLaughlin yesterday slotting in between David Malukas and Joseph Newgarden.
McLaughlin's fast to the top.
Oh, to the top. Boom! Scott McLaughlin with an absolutely storming 232.5.
Oh, boy. That's big.
He sat on the pole here before. 2 years ago, was 10th last year in qualifying, but had some big pace yesterday and backing it up.
He goes 239.7 top speed going into turn 3.
He's got to have had one of the biggest trap speeds into 3.
Backs it up to the nose. 232.5 for McLaughlin again.
Wow. To be that quick and that consistent, that spells trouble for the rest of the field, guys. That is unbelievably quick.
That's 2 laps. He's halfway there. Let's see if they can hang on for 2 more.
Different strategy and hybrid usage than his teammate. Hasn't touched it yet. See if he pulls it here, coming through 4.
You mean to tell me he's got more pace?
I'm telling you, this thing might go quickest on its 4th lap at this pace.
White flag here, white flag.
Oh, it's a 232.4. The consistency's as insane as the speed.
It's 232.491, effectively a 232.5 once again, as McLaughlin and Team Penske showing excellence on pace, on balance, on consistency.
As Award fires up, let's take a look at the end of that run from McLaughlin. You saw he burned that hybrid somewhere in the north side of the racetrack. Final lap.
Checkered flag here. Checkered flag.
Oh, 232.6. That is untouchable.
That's back to the drawing board for the rest of the field.
That's a ½ mile an hour on average faster than Alex Rossi's run, which was the quickest we've seen of the day so far. That margin is enormous. Team going to be thrilled about that. Driver going to be thrilled about that. I'm not sure there's much more you can find. Wow. But they're going to go back and try. If I know Scott McLaughlin, he'll say, yeah, if there's more in it, send me back out. Lean the wing.
I mean, Scotty Mack, that was an insane time, JT, as you just said there. 232.674, fastest on the board. He's just trying to hear me at the moment with these Bluetooth speakers. Hello? As he reconnects, Pato Ward start to time. Scott Dixon's out there also. By the way, Grimsby Town are now going to extra time. That's where I've been. JT, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello. That's an insane time by Scotty Mack.
Half a mile per hour on average faster. A 232.582 first lap, a 232.541 second lap, a 232.491 lap 3, a 232.674 lap 4, which is the lap he used his hybrid on.
We've got your top 10 average.
Here comes O'Ward.
We've got your average on the board at the moment, so that puts him inside the top 10 at 2:32.570 at the moment. Rossi, yeah, go on.
Put an asterisk next to that as this list because I have missed a couple.
Yeah, but we know that McLaughlin is ahead of Rossi. Right, next up, Pato O'Ward. Let's see what he's got.
0.795 full lap average for Pato.
Yeah, backed off.
Use that hybrid on the final lap to get a few tenths of a mile an hour.
So that was lap 4, though, with the degradation of the tires and the tailwind. Little too edgy for comfort.
But what a run from Scott McLaughlin. Sat in the pits for 2 hours, got in, jumped out, and leapt to the top. Fastest time of 2:32.6, averaged 2:32.5.
They're looking good out there, aren't they? It's getting scary. 240.004 mile an hour, they've just tweeted from IndyCar Series. That's his turn 3 speed, 240 miles per hour through the exit of 3. Hybrids are fast, and that's what we're going to have to see coming through in the next few moments. Give them a little bit of time to get up to speed, and then they're going to be really fast. It's getting a bit hot in this commentary box. Off goes the heater for now. Don't know if it's the tension rising or what, but looking quite strong.
You should have tons of coloured numbers appearing on your leaderboard now.
Let's have a look. He's on it. Yeah, I've got them. You guys just got one. Luke guy's getting one. Abel's getting one. Nicely done, JT. The leader.
I haven't had time to do it on this new leaderboard, but since everyone's coming to the pits now, I can do it.
Yeah, there's just a couple leaving in. So they're the top averages at the moment.
Seagulls just come out.
Hello, Tiftoff. Hello, my friend. I know who you are. Trying to get the 2023. I know who you are. Nice to see you again, my friend. But maybe one day I'll get over there for the 500 when we're less busy. It'll be so much fun to get over there.
Well, Power's starting to run.
Right, I'll go back to his screen on the cameras. It'll be wonderful to get over there. Will Power. Let's see what he's got then. What's his
same as Seagull?
Yes, Power 2:16.997 last time by. That's his fastest. So now he'll begin building up the lap times.
2:31.98.
Yeah, getting there. Just hope it will be fast enough. Watch out for Seagull. He's going to be over the line shortly. Using boost out the last corner as well, actually, so that could be something to see. It's 2:37.633 out the turn 3. And over the line for Seagull, it's a 2:31.
Nice.
Isn't it? Do you know, for Nolan Seagull, that's actually very decent. You know, we've been giving him a little bit of a hard time for our McLaren, but that's a very good lap time. Right, back to Fox.
That sounds fun, Townsend.
He's ready to play.
He is.
I'm ready to qualify after watching these guys. All right, Will Power, 33rd car to make a run today thanks to TWG. We ride on board as Power has gone 2:30.1 on the first lap, 2:30.1 again. Is it the same lap time?
It's close, 2:30.198, 2:30.172. Consistency's there, pace is not.
And that's a swallow and a sigh from everybody at Andretti on the Power and Kirkwood cars, because they've just seen what Scott McLaughlin did out there, and it was humbling.
Well, at the moment, to the tune of 2.5 miles an hour.
Now, Marcus Ericsson, a bit better. He sits 20th on the charts right now, James, but this, for a team that is used to being at the sharp end of the grid in qualifying, and they're behind Rahal Letterman, they're behind Chip Ganassi right now.
And it's a team that showed a lot of promise earlier in the week before we turned the boost up. That's kind of what's most puzzling to me.
But you got to remember, race car-wise, they look pretty good.
They certainly did. Kirkwood looked like one of the strongest. His Power really opening up the entry there into turn 3. Line looks good. really committed, doing what he's got to do from behind the wheel. The car just not giving him the straight-up speed that he needs. But they're going to be scratching their heads, man. It is so deflating when you've put so much time and energy and effort and work into your speedway cars. You feel good going into Fast Friday, and then to see that kind of performance out of it.
Last lap was an improvement, 230.3, but the average will still be down around the 230 mark, high 229s. But everybody in the wake of Scott McLaughlin, and he's with Georgia.
It is called Fast Friday for a reason, and Scotty Mack is the fastest right now, 2:32.6. What did that feel like?
That was better than going upside down. That was the last time I was here on this boost level, so I'm just really proud of the execution. Pennzoil Chevy was solid. You know, the guys ran before us, so we sort of knew what balance we needed to hit, so I think we got a really good test point there for the team, and we'll go back, scratch our heads a little bit more, but it's just going to get harder as the weekend goes on. It's going to get hotter, bit of rain coming in as well, so just got to make every run count, and I felt like that was my best run of the weekend, so really happy to do that at that boost level.
With a run like that, what more do you want from it?
Oh, you're always chasing something. You know, I built a little loose as the run went on, through 3 and 4. It was right on the edge there, so we'll try and make it a little bit comfy. As I said, it was talking to me, so we got to polish her, and we'll come back. But the Pennzoil Yellow Submarine's here, and it's got the American flag, and the flag's flying pretty proudly, and we're having some fun.
Thanks, Scott.
Well, he referred to it. Roll back 12 months. Very, very different. I mean, he was running brilliantly last year until it all came unstuck.
He had a very quick race car. Again, he came in, the defending pole sitter, had a quick car, then had that crash in qualifying, backup car, not able to match the pace. And then, of course, this devastating moment on the pace laps before the start of the race. It sits with you, but at the same time, you got to let it go. You got to forget it. You got to move on, and move on he seems to be doing.
I love the fact that he embraces it. He's not afraid to mention it. You know, of course he's had to think about that for a year, but how therapeutic to go out and do what he just did, to turn the page and remind everybody why he's been on pole here before.
Now, Christian Rasmussen out on track. His teammate Alexander Rossi, one of the fastest drivers of the day so far. Let's see what Christian Rasmussen has got inside this ECO.
Building up speed, out at 2, switches into the full rich mode.
The Rasmanian Devil, the Sultan of Sketch.
Not short on nicknames for this guy. But one thing he is for sure, fast.
Terrifyingly fast.
Good, we'll be pink to start finish, green flag.
Winds it up, and here we go. Clear track. Clear run, 4 laps. Rasmussen looking to find the same pace as his teammate Alexander Rossi, second fastest on the no-tow list, second fastest on the 4-lap average, 232.0 the average, 232.3 the best no-tow lap for his teammate.
So he burned hybrid through 1 and 2, recharged down the back straight with that tailwind. Now he's burning it again through 3 and 4.
I'm loving the different strategies being employed here today. And it's not just dependent on engine manufacturer, it's dependent on team, sometimes dependent on driver.
3 start finish.
Right, let's see this over the line for Rasmussen to 231.5.
Interestingly recharged into the headwind, something that's traditionally frowned upon just because you're adding extra drag to the motor while you're driving into that wind. But it's not slow.
Team Penske style hybrid regen there with the tailwind as Rasmussen glides up the racetrack a little bit.
Interesting. They're deploying through both 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and regenning on both long straights. This lap 230.7.
There was a little lift down there at the north end of the track.
Far from the best we've seen today. Far from the best we've seen from him. as his team boss, Ed Carpenter, runs a 2:31.8. But I think he's got a little toe from Stingray Rob ahead of him.
He stays flat this time through 3 and 4.
And that's a 2:30.3, hemorrhaging time now. Just doesn't seem to have the consistency over the course of a 4-lap run.
No, it's not what you want to see. But some of the runs that we've seen have been so incredibly consistent. Track temp right now, just for reference, 75 degrees, ambient 66.
So let me throw this out to you guys.
Throw it.
75 degrees today, likely to stay thereabouts. Chance of rain tomorrow. Let's say tomorrow did get rained out. I hope not. But things push to Sunday. All of a sudden, it's going to be 85 degrees ambient, track temp of 120, and maybe only one run through for everybody in that first round. What data do you have? What guidance do you get as an engineer on where to start that run with no practice Sunday morning? Sketch factor 10.
Speaking of sketch, Ed Carpenter, team boss at ECR, just ran a 2:31.4 average.
What was the average?
I mean, how much do we say that almost went wrong on a scale of 1 to 10? That was almost into the barriers in a huge wreck. Closer and closer. We're getting the times on here as into the pit lane comes Ed Carpenter. You would think the guy who knows this place like the back of his hand, JT, would be able to not do that, but he still gives us heart attacks every now and then.
You can say that again, yeah, definitely, as we are nearly there with the, I'm going to call it the half leaderboard. Fox, if you are listening, if you could give us the top 10 again, that would be incredible. Thank you.
If I see it, I'll let you know. You can hear NASCAR's Cup Series on there as well at the moment.
Yep, because we need a 90-minute practice session for an all-star race.
Oh, can you hear that? Did you hear that? Yeah, okay, yeah. Even
I have been hearing it for the past 90 minutes since it started.
Oh, can you hear it on my headset? Oops.
Is it coming through your speaker or?
It's coming through the laptop, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear that.
I do apologise. I did not know that. JT, I don't suppose by some miracle there's any chance you can increase the text size, is there?
Where?
On the thing, because it's very small now, to be fair. Because there's now so many of them. Wish I could put this on a slide. That would help out a little bit. People, get ready to zoom in. There's the list. And you're going to have to zoom in a little bit. So, Scotty Mac, 232.5.
Sato, 232.618. He's second fastest on his first lap.
How on earth has Takuma Sato managed to do that? That's insane amount of speed. By the way,
Simpson's improving as well, JB.
Just taking a look at the top of it. It's BLS is best lap speed, BLT best lap time, best lap number, last lap speed, last lap time, turn 1 speed, turn 3 speed, best turn 1 speed, best turn 3 speed lap, and then you've got the no toe speeds that are just alongside as well. And then you've got the number of where they are on the list as well, on the averages.
Sato's faster again.
Sato's flying out there. He's now 2:32.655. He's 3 thousandths off the pace of Scott McLaughlin's time. How is Takuma doing this in the Ray Hall and Lanigan Racing down to Kevin Lee?
You have overcome quite a bit. An undrafted free agent, defensive player of the year in the CFL. You make it in the NFL. You played a game with no ACL, but then you overcame something really impressive last year. Tell us about it.
Yeah, testicular cancer. It's not a football injury. It's a real life injury, something all men have to possibly deal with. And that's why I'm here this weekend to talk about Indy's nuts, which is with Testicular Cancer Awareness Foundation and partnered up with, Jack and Invest, and they're representing a, bigger cause than all of us and testicular cancer, and just letting men know. Talk about your nuts. Grab your nuts and check yourself and take care of yourself, because we want everybody to live.
You missed just one game last year after this was discovered?
Yeah, just one. Thankfully, the schedule worked out that way. We had a bye week, but yeah, just 1 week. I found out on a Monday, had surgery Friday, and 8 days later was back. So, and that's the worst case scenario. That's why we tell people, take care of yourself, get checked on, because the sooner you find out about it, the more curable it is.
Hey, a lot of teams like to use football players in the pits as the fueler, so maybe volunteer to help out Jack's team on race day.
Dude, I would be down here every day if I could.
Thank you, Alex. Great to have you here. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Great stuff.
Amazing at the moment. Sato backed off of his run. Marcus Ericsson has now picked up said run and is looking faster out there, which is good news. So I think he might have something to say in a few moments' time. Still pushing absolutely crazy out there. Let's listen in with Fox.
Now the fastest of the Andretti drivers, and he's up on the wheel driving this thing. You can see the adjustments in the cockpit. Got a little wide down there in 3 and 4.
And that's early in the run for Ericsson, I believe. So that was just the start of lap 1. His warm-up lap was at 2:17. So yeah, T-Belly's making that adjustment going into 4, coming to the green.
Whoa,
this thing's not looking great.
He's got... Yeah, Ericsson almost going to the wall, coming out of turn 2. Got super close to it. The car just drifting up on the exit. Cannot absolutely hold it together. Ericsson's last lap time, 2:31.420 as he came over the line. Not good, not bad, not bad.
What we saw of power in Kirkwood.
It's not bad, not great. Still getting some coaching from the stand.
Man, the thing's pushy.
Weight jacker.
Hello again, Tiff Tough One. I know you've changed your name on here, but said it was going to be turn 3. I wish I was, but life got in the way. But don't worry. I'd say in the next year, 2 years, we'll be at the Brickyard. Here comes Ericsson over the line.
Scrolling for you now, JB.
Hang on a minute, let me have a look. I'll refresh and see if that's done it. Ericsson's looking very strong at the moment on that last lap time. Yes, it has. Yes, it has.
Deploy the next short shoot.
Only halfway there. And Andretti are living on a pro at the moment.
Oh, Marcus Ericsson!
Not the pace they wanted to see out of their cars at this point.
2:32.273.
James, I know you've had your eye on Carl Kirkwood ever since the open test, but when it comes...
Marcus has come to play. Marcus has come to play. Andretti Global still looking strong out here. It has stopped, by the way, JT. It was ticking upwards, and now it's stopped. Ericsson's lap time, so 2:32.273. I hope so too. That'd be fantastic to get there to Indy. 2:30. Oh well, again, Ericsson, yeah, 4th fastest in the running order at the moment. 2:32.662. Ericsson faster again. Wow. Hello, Veroctica said, Tommy says the Japanese drivers are, yeah, they could be some bad drivers up from F4. They are quick. If you take a look at Super Formula, they're fast. I agree with you. When the more Japanese riders get here, it's going to be insane. Ericsson's boxing. Ferrucci's on a lap time now.
In the top 10. Great pace from the AJ Foyt driver. Let's see if he can match that pace with consistency. Second lap, rounding turn 4, down towards the yard of bricks. Let's see if he can maintain. 2:31.9 becomes 2:31.4, so loses about half a mile an hour, but that's not bad.
Fast Fridays really, really considering this one.
Barely scrubbing any speed through too. All looking calm behind the wheel.
goes the front bar adjustment going into turn 3 for Ferrucci.
Doesn't have the trap speed.
Tell you who does, with a little bit of help. Marcus Erics went 241.7 miles an hour into turn 3. That's moving.
231.1 for Ferrucci. So he's lost almost a mile an hour over the 3 laps. Here's the 4th and final run.
Goes back on that front bar, a little softer now. Was stiffer the previous lap. Maybe just one click back to softening things up, get that home for troops. Car turning a little bit better into the tailwind.
Checker, bud.
Maximum deploy.
Checkers are records.
Out of turn 4.
Track is ramping up, and that's what we needed. Ferrucci, 231.997 fastest lap, slowest 231.028.
Does not appear on the top 10. It is a 231.4, so just outside top 10 on 4-lap averages. 9th overall with the fastest lap, that 231.9 to start off his run. Decent. Could get himself up into the fight for the top 12 on Sunday.
Have you seen, by the way, that Spotify have changed their logo?
I have, yes.
Is it the end of the minimalist era? Just saying, just saying.
No, it's because they're celebrating 20 years.
Yeah, but if they can do that, then why can't we just have that bit as a nice permanent logo? Why do we need the other logo? Like, I want actual logos that look like logos and not like, fancy artwork. Give it a little bit of real feel. So we are almost all set to go. Oh yeah, Truck Series race is going on at Dover tonight. One of these days we'll actually get back to commentating on those series. Different names, same guy. Go on.
I see it is scrolling on my side, so it should be good.
Right, let's have a look. See, maybe I need to refresh the page. Give us a sec. Please. Oh, no, I thought it was scrolling. Is it because I've got it open to its maximum so it won't scroll?
Probably, yes.
Right, okay. Let's return it then to 1,000 height. And that happens. Great. You're seeing me being an idiot, viewers. I hope that you found that funny.
Why are you not using studio mode?
I am. It's just changing automatically because that's how it rolls. There we go. There you go. Genius. Genius. Did it.
No,
got the right height.
Genius.
I got the right height. Come on. Anyway, there you go. There's JT's average lap time scrolling through. Thank you, JT. That's very nicely done. On the there, as not really any cars on track right now. Just the 7 coming through. McLaughlin's run was absolutely wild coming into there. So they're the fastest at the moment, and the average lap times coming through. Scotty Max still at the top of that no-toe run. We're into the second half of extra time, by the way, in the Grimsby Town Salford final. So if it does go to penalties, I'm going inside. And good luck on the commentary. Right, let's turn it back over to Fox.
Dover, it's the NASCAR Cup Series All-Star Race with pre-race coverage starting at noon Eastern. Green flags of 1 only on FS1. Very much looking forward to that. But we will be mid-qualifying, so I'm going to have to watch the highlights.
You're going to have to watch the pre-start race later.
Hang on a minute. What do you mean we'll be pre-qualifying? No, you won't. No, the All-Star race is before.
Christian Lundgaard
on a cool down.
Yeah, he had a hairy moment.
He's cooling down his car, and he's probably cooling down his
All
heart.
cars in pit lane.
Based on what we just saw.
You're forgetting.
Go on.
You're forgetting how much prep they have to do for a broadcast, JB.
fair dues, but they've got multiple monitors. Right, this is Pathway Ward exit turn 2. Whoa! He almost touched the grass.
Christian Lundgaard getting very close there to the grass. That is why he abandoned his current 4-lap average.
That was inches away from disaster. So yeah, bails out. He'll cool the car down, cool the tyres, and then he'll do another run. See how that goes. That was close to a disaster.
Oh, from inside the race car when your butt's in the seat, that's a hairy
Go on.
moment.
Oh!
Well, it takes something pretty special to win this
We had a
race.
shot on goal!
And they don't come more special than Mario Andretti.
Will, I don't feel like the month of May is official and
Come
we're
on,
ready
Fab.
for the Indy 500 until we talk to Mario Andretti on the air. It's always great to see you. The speeds that you did back in the day were really pretty close to this. You qualified at over 229 miles per hour. What is it like when they turn it up and really try to get after it to run for the pole?
Well, you know, the drivers, we love the power.
Yeah.
Because that's free speed. But, you know, obviously, when you go quicker, you get more downforce, you know, so it all works. Actually, sometimes the car feels even better through the corners because with speed, you get more downforce. So, again, I'm not surprised at all, you know, how quick everyone is going, but it's close, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be as usual, you know, just whoever catches it, you know, with just the right clouds and all that. But it's really interesting how close the field is.
And you've seen all the tricks of the trade in practice. How often do we not really know what is available? Are people saving a little bit for those ultimate runs over the weekend?
Well, I'm not going to tell you what they did on Marcus Ericsson's car, but I would have not done that to go quicker, but they did. So here again, you just have to keep trying even some things that normally, you know, doesn't work. But when you get to that close to the sweet spot, you just got to continue wondering. And all of a sudden, you know, speed just came up. You know, you picked up 1 mile an hour. So, and 1 mile an hour can make a big difference here now.
Can the driver feel when they're on a really good one? Can you tell without looking at your dash?
Yes.
And you felt it plenty of times. The legendary Mario Andretti, always great to see you at the racetrack. Enjoy.
Yeah, you like having those numbers on your dash, but Mario's right. You can feel through the steering wheel, through the seat of your pants, if that's a good lap, if the car's handling well, if the speed is there. As you said, Kev, this guy knows how to get it done around here.
Certainly does. Mario knows how to wheel it. Won back in 1969, overcoming overheating issues to beat Dan Gurney by, I'm going to take a guess what the gap was over the line.
I feel like you might tell us.
2 laps.
I was going to say, I'm like, is it a big... I can't tell if you were lining us up for a really close finish or you like a dominating win, but should have known with Mario. And you know what I love about... I mean, I love everything about that guy, but what I really, really love in that interview is he goes, yeah, drivers, we just love more power. He's still a driver. He still considers himself part of this group because, look, he could still do it, man. I bet you could put him in one of these things. He could still wheel it just fine.
You ever taken a 2-seater ride with Mario?
I have not had the privilege.
I've driven Mario's 2-seater with you in it.
Yes, you have.
And I can tell you that that was not a great fit for me.
I had a 2-seater run with Mario at Sonoma. And it was my first ever IndyCar 2-seater, going back 10, 12 years. And when you look down through that roll hoop, and all I saw was that silver helmet with the red stripe down the middle, just chills.
It wasn't
absolute chills.
Wasn't a great fit for me because his seat set up for Mario. Little smaller than me. Kev, what can you tell us?
I rode with Mario at Watkins Glen. It was awesome. I think he came in for sticker tires and asked for a setup change so he could go a bit quicker. And I'm not kidding that he does look at the times and would ask for setup changes and would look to have the best lap times of the other former IndyCar drivers that were driving the 2-seater.
Yeah,
he was getting after it.
Not a shot. Yeah, my lap as well, getting after it, all arms and elbows, wild. just brilliant fun. Talking about all arms and elbows, guys, what are you seeing from Katherine Legge?
Just lifting it every corner right now. Lifting in 3, gonna lift here in 4. Speed will be well down because of it. That last lap at 2:28.1, but Katherine has said all along, she's kind of been easing back into this. Hasn't been at the 500 for a few years and has a busy race day after declaring that she would take on the challenge of being the first woman to attempt the double. 500 miles in Indianapolis, 600 miles in Charlotte. She told us that her biggest concern is just making... So complaining of understeer there. She's going to finish. She told us her biggest concern as she contemplates that is just caloric intake. Probably going to be close to 6,000 calories, and I ran the numbers for you, Will. That's about 40 Twinkies, it turns out. Simplest way to get those calories. Georgia, what can you tell us?
Well, incredible stuff from Katherine Legge and her attempt for the double. What's also incredible is the history here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Right now, I'm at the very end of the front stretch leading into turn 1. I'm on the grandstand side. The grandstand's right above me. These are going to be filled with 300,000 fans come race day. But something that might go unnoticed is there's a running creek underneath the grandstands of the front stretch that actually circles in and goes inside the track. This has been here really all along, just since the road course was paved over. You can't see it from the inside of the track now. It is really running water. One of my favorite stories that I just learned about, 1977 Indianapolis 500, Gordon Johncock leading the race, engine blows, he gets out of his car on the front stretch and he jumps right into this creek right here. History unmatched here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's just something that I think might go unnoticed as you sit on the grandstands. That's it for me and Georgia the Explorer for now. We'll see you later.
How did you time that?
I have no idea. Thank you very much, Georgia the Explorer. I am panicking. Still haven't got the goal, and it's getting closer. Wait, Tiff says, went to the USGP in 23 and last year work at COTA. Have you dried out from the work race at COTA last year? It was absolutely
what a day,
fun. Wow, 232, 202. He's coming in from nowhere as Connor Daly right now. Much better lap time.
You will be glad to know, JB, I have the game.
Oh, you're what? Good man. Good man. JT is also now watching said game. As they come into... I've lost where my... There it is.
However, my focus is still on Indy.
Well,
however, same cannot be said for JB.
No, my attention has gone full on football. Because if we win, we go... Hang on. Fluff on my headphones. If we win, we go to Wembley. And if we win Wembley, we're back in League One. So, yeah, there's a little bit of pressure. Teeny bit of pressure. Oh, it's a lot of fun, this one. Okay. Let's see JT. There he is. Veronica wanted to see you, mate. She's back.
Hello.
Hello. Well, I think Fox are coming back in a second. Somebody nearly touched the wall, and that somebody was Connor Daly. Daly nearly touched the wall, and he's very unhappy with someone out there. So that's getting a little bit armsy out in order to see it. So we'll get on to that shortly. I just realised, actually, when does the truck race start? 10 o'clock. Yes, because it's already come on my timing screens. Right, back to Fox.
He was third on day 1. He was first overall on day 2. In the top 10 for the no-toe speeds yesterday. But today, on almost every run, he has come across traffic and ultimately ended up frustrated.
All you're trying to do is get a solid run, 4 laps, clean, no cars in front, and a couple times Connor has had cars pull out while he's in the middle of his run.
I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Salford scored! We're out! We're out!
Indeed.
Sporty is right. 232.2 was his opening time average across the four. 231.8.
That puts him 5th on the combined 4-lap averages. So very strong pace.
On that one, the balance is good. A little bit of understeer at the end.
That's not a bad complaint. A little bit understeer at the end. There's already tools in the car that Connor can use to adjust that. Going into the next run he does, kind of knowing that's the direction the balance is going to go. You try to stay ahead of it. You make one of those changes before that final lap, before you feel the understeer fully kick in. And that's great pace from Dreyer Reinbold. Both cars right now in the top 10 on 4-lap averages.
See what kind of pace Kyffin Simpson can turn out here. His teammates Scott Dixon and Alex Palou sit 4th and 6th right on the no-toe as he bails out after a 231.0 last lap.
And that average was 231.0 across the four.
What was his best lap, Will?
His best lap was a 231.373.
It's about 0.6 of a mile an hour soft on Dixon and Palou's best no-toe. Solid, but you know Kyffin Simpson and that Sunoco team are going to be reaching for a little more as we get closer to official qualifications Saturday and Sunday.
So it's looking worrying at the moment if you're a fan of Andretti. It's looking, I gotta say, a little bit worrying if you're a fan of MSR. Armstrong 31st, Castro Neves 25th. Looking a little bit worrying for the Dale Coyne drivers. Grosjean 30th, Hauger 33rd.
Pretty big spread too between Takuma Sato and teammate Graham Rahal.
Indeed. Sato 2nd, Rahal 24th. He's still running.
He's jogging.
I got 2 words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250 a night.
You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $150. Yo, Benny, this guy didn't check Trivago.
Oh, you have to check Trivago.
Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple different sites.
And loyalty programs and prices from hotel websites.
Same hotel, 100 pounds less.
2 words. Check Trivago.
Benny. Check Trivago and you could save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Sell tech, fashion, appliances, and more with no fees on Vinted. Don't use it? Sell it.
You need anything from Tesco?
We want to help 1 million school kids get fruit and veg for free. We know every little helps.
What a time to be together.
And the race is neck and neck.
What a time to find form. What a time for a touch of class. Or a mispass.
Oh, it's short!
See every remaining Premier League.
We are here, but sorry about ads. It is at the moment the end of the football, and it's a very dramatic football for me and all the fam. 3 more minutes left for some reason. It's taking ages. The fans are in attendance. Only 1 car's out on the track at the moment, JT, and it's looking rather good.
Yeah, Ryan Hunter away now. Simpson is back out on the track.
We are all set for a good one. I think as Joe Boss out there watching the stands.
And Hunter race, especially for him. Car number 31, Reggie Miller's number.
There you go. It's Good pointer action. He's enjoying a little bit of on-track action.
Gives a wave.
I'm not sure he's aware.
He's not listening.
He's being broadcast to the masses.
He's tired of listening to us.
Hunter-Reay's got a racetrack almost to himself. Kiffin Simpson out there circulating, cooling down his race car. Might be coming in this lap to give him the racetrack to himself.
In the purple and papaya car.
And we talked about how this particular car, maybe a little bit, I hate to say underwhelming, but I think this expectation's quite high with this team and that driver, the combination coming in. Obviously,
stay on top of your tools here, green flag.
Month isn't done, weekend isn't done, qualifying's not done. Still lots of time here to salvage a strong one. So really curious to see what kind of pace they can get. Racetrack is all his. Right now his teammate Pato O'Ward sits 6th on the 4-lap average, which is really a net 5th because one of those times we know had a couple toe laps in it. But solid pace either way from Pato.
Question for you guys. Reggie Miller had his jersey retired, number 31 at UCLA. That number retired also by the Indiana Pacers. How many Indy 500 wins would Ryan Hunter-Reay need to retire the 31 officially at the Speedway? He's chasing his 2nd.
More than that, I think.
What's the number?
I don't think there is one. I don't think you can retire numbers, man.
Another 30 to make it to 31.
There you go.
Yeah, okay,
there you go.
If you won 31 Indy 500s.
So if Ryan won every year for the next 30 years, how old would Ryan Hunter-Reay be?
He'd be in his 70s.
I'll bet he'd give it a go.
He'd be 75.
I bet a 75-year-old Hunter-Reay would say, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
It's available, I'll climb in there.
We were talking to Elio yesterday. 51, no intention of quitting.
And what I love about our sit-down with Takumo Sato, he said, as long as Elio's trying,
yeah,
I'll be there.
here. I'll be here every year, Elio is.
Well, I mean, Tony Kanaan already tried to play that game, hanging on until each other retired. No one wanted to blink first, and ultimately,
deploy out of 4.
TK had to take the mantle. And
oh, and then last year. Yeah, guys, there's a very small chance that I might have to jump in the car. So can we just get me an ROP?
We had dinner with all 4 McLaren drivers, excuse me, and Tony Kanaan the other night. How is it that Kanaan looks fitter than his 4 racing drivers?
Because he never stopped.
He's one phone call away. He's ready.
Yeah. Do an Indy 500. He could do a marathon. He could do an Ironman. Whatever you need him to do.
Deploy out of 4. Deploy out of 4.
I'm saying deploy out of 4. I'm reading that hybrid as 0.
Deploy what?
And he is not regen.
He managed to regen to 1%.
Pace so far, 230s on the first lap, 229s in the second lap. Got to 230.2 on that third lap with that hybrid deployment, but he had a juice from the battery last lap at 230.4, so he did pick up a little bit of pace, but that doesn't put him in a particularly strong position.
And that 230.4 was his best of the 4 laps. But it is not looking like it's going to be smooth sailing for Ryan Hunter-Reay. His teammate Christian Lundgaard sits 20th. Nolan Siegel sits 18th. Pato O'Ward sits 8th.
Remember that time Tony Kanaan qualified down in the 30s somewhere and passed about 10, 11 cars on the first lap. Ryan Hunter-Reay with a bad qualifying performance usually makes for an electrifying show on race day. He knows how to get to the front regardless of that pure car speed. He'll be working hard on handling in turbulent air, prepared for all conditions. 27th so far.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed with that. There's no doubt about it. But I got to tell you, when he won this race in 2014, he was super disappointed with his qualifying car too. As long as that thing can handle well in traffic, he knows he's got a great race team behind him to get the job done on strategy and in pit lane.
Well, the interesting thing as well is this is not like some of the other one-offs. He hasn't just parachuted in for the weekend. He's been a part of this McLaren team right from the start of the year, really embedding himself with every facet of the operation of McLaren.
Started 25th last year. Was absolutely in it with a shot, legitimately, to come home with another win.
And that was in a backup car, not even a backup car. That was in a pit stop car.
That thing, they had the fire, was it on carb day?
Carb day. Team, at the time, Dry Reinbold Racing absolutely burned the midnight oil to take their pit stop car from the shop, get it race ready. And like you say, G-Bell was absolutely in the fight.
In his very first Indy 500 back in 2008, Ryan started 20th, finished 6th. He's started 19th the year he won. It's gone from 22nd to 8th in 2019. So
you're saying there's a chance.
It just don't matter.
No authority
for Captain America.
So there you go, your top 10 in the 4-lap average. I'll put the asterisk beside Marcus Ericsson. We know he had a toe on 2 of those laps.
His teammate Christian Lundgaard had a massive wobble on his last run. Let's see what this one holds in store.
That wobble came right here as he turned in from the short chute on the south end. Looks stable that time.
Cranks up the pace. 2 corners to go, and then a full launch for a full 4-lap attack. The lift.
Big lift, still struggling.
Not a happy car, not a happy driver.
Would be green, back 2, please.
Man, that would be green. So he had that moment coming to the green.
Oh, big
one. He is absolutely uncomfortable behind the wheel of that race car. When you start seeing the car dipping down into the 220s on the short chute, it's a struggle. Not going the direction he wants.
Oh, again,
big lift again. But sometimes, guys, you got to fight through it. I know it's practice, and we always say if you're not comfortable, it's time to come in. But when you are at Fast Friday, you're getting really close to having to do it for real, and you cannot you can't just pull the cord on your actual qualifying attempt. But he's done it. He's aborted the run. Sometimes you have to learn how to just drive through it. So it's a missed opportunity in a sense there.
One thing I didn't see there was Lundgaard reaching for his roll bars at all. I'm not sure if he adjusted weight jacker, but there are tools, and he was not going for him right away.
You could hear him on the radio. I don't like it. Bailed, came in. That is the end of his run for now. Coming up next on FS1, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series racing from Dover. We will move to FS2, so please join us there for more running here on Fast Friday at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 110th running of the Indy 500. We'll see you on FS2.
Well, they're going to FS2. We're just having a little issue trying to get the NASCAR on at the moment because it's not working that correctly. So, yeah, the laptop for some reason is massively dying on speed. So as I try and work out what the hell is going on, apologies in the background if you can hear that, while I try and work things out, because we're trying to get storage because for some reason something's eating up the RAM and we can't work out what it is. So as we try and get that sorted, it's taking some time. What are we on about? Do you still cover Le Mans and maybe being on your stream? Yes, we've covered Le Mans. We are still covering Le Mans. And I think, JT, our plan is still we'll have Le Mans coming through, correct?
If you've got Le Mans on your schedule, then we're doing Le Mans.
We are doing Le Mans. Right, we need a moment to take graphics off because things are upsetting things up here in the booth. So we're going to take this opportunity to close a couple of things down and reset things as well up here in the booth. Because not much is happening in terms of good stuff up here. It's like the whole thing's starting to crash. So, yeah, we need a moment to solve things up. So I'm just going to tell that to the team as well. JB coming across all streams at the moment. Hello, everyone on IndyCar and on NASCAR. To those listening on the NASCAR truck race, we just need to refresh some things because it's crashing the OBS. So for your stream to have a good race, just bear with us for a few moments. This had to come across on both streams there as well, because I've got to close everything down and reload it, because for some reason it's just massively crashing. And I'd rather have a computer that works instead of this thing, which is just, it's been on nearly all day and it is crashing like hell, and I don't like it. So I'm trying. Google Documents is now trying to do something, so I'm just going to restart the computer. That should load everything back in. Fox rejoining though, so here on IndyCar, you're now going to have the Fox team as they're on FS1.
It's the final 2 hours of Fast Friday here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The final opportunity for the 33 drivers who will enter qualifying tomorrow to really run through their paces with these cars, get track running, and figure out what they need to draw from it and themselves before the ultimate challenge. And you heard from him at the top of the show, Scott McLaughlin. Well, so far today, he is the fastest, and with a very impressive run. That is just his fastest lap time, but it was his consistency over his 4-lap qualifying preparation run that really has marked him out today. Takuma Sato, a 2-time winner of this race, second quickest. Marcus Ericsson, that time was with a bit of a toe, but Rossi, Daly, Palou, Malukas, O'Ward, and Ferrucci, not to mention Scott Dixon, all looking very racy indeed. Well, welcome up here to the booth. Welcome back to Indianapolis. Guys, we have seen some great runs out there, some phenomenal times, but also a number of teams struggling, in particular Andretti and our one-time championship leader, Kyle Kirkwood.
Yeah, I'd also throw Aaron McLaren into that mix as well. You just saw Lundgaard's run there if you were joining us previously. Struggling a bit to stay flat, not comfortable with the car. But let's rank the teams a little bit. For me right now, James, Team Penske seems dialed in. All three of their drivers look happy. The handling looks impeccable as Christian Lundgaard's trying to describe to the team what he was experiencing inside the cockpit, lifting off the throttle to try to adjust. Doesn't look happy at all. But south of Team Penske, for me, it's a toss-up right now. You got ECR, Ganassi looks pretty strong. Few other cars also looking pretty good. Takuma Sato's in that mix.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I'm really impressed with what ECR's done so far. That run from Alex Rossi, very, very strong. Christian Rasmussen, Ed Carpenter, both in the mix, flirting around that top 12 as well. So I think come qualifying tomorrow, it's going to be very tight. To me, I agree with you. Team Penske seems to be the class of the field, but there's going to be some really tight battles, really close margins to try to make it into that top 12 and ultimately that Firestone Fast 6.
And you can't discount Ganassi, Alex Palou, and Scott Dixon, both looking very competitive. Now let's find out where George has got to.
We've been all over this place today, but we made it back to the garages. We have just under 2 hours of practice left to go on this Fast Friday, and I need a pick-me-up. So I'm back in the ECR garages, and I have a very special helper who might have the second fastest no-toe time today. That's Alexander Rossi. Welcome to FS2.
Thank you.
Java House, Splenda, they're all here back in the ECR garages. But what am I looking at here? What are these pods?
The full suite of products. The cool thing about Java House is you can have really anything you want, from a coffee to a tea to a hydration drink to an energy drink, by just pouring it into water. It could be hot water, cold water, sparkling water. This is a very efficient way to hydrate yourself, caffeinate yourself, or just enjoy your time.
So I've heard that ECR has been getting creative with things up to something called a swamp water.
Yes.
But I'm very curious on what your favorite drink is and if we can make it.
Sure. So my favorite's honestly just the Ted's tea. So it's a white peach green tea. Very easy to make, but should we make a swamp water?
Yeah, probably, because it's called a swamp water, so we probably should.
Is a Wrangler Energy pod mixed with Liquid Science Arctic Freeze. So you are accomplishing two things. You're hydrating your body and you're caffeinating your body. What else could you ask for?
Wrangler Energy sounds a bit intimidating.
Does it? I mean, the label kind of is. It's got like the Demon Bowl.
It'd probably make me run fast up and down pit lane. You know who else was fast today? You. So tell me about your day today.
See, it's even swamp water colors. It's actually kind of a good-looking drink. My day today. My day has been good. It's been a very Indiana month of May so far, with the conditions changing seemingly every day, and what is forecasted is not necessarily reality, but we're just trying to run as much as we can through the different ambience and track conditions and everything to have as good of a playbook as we can going into the race and qualifying.
Are you going to go back out today?
Yes.
Yes, very subtly. You seem pumped.
Yes. No, I'm glad that I now have my hydration and my caffeine before I go back out.
So we have to try both of these. I'm going to steal 2 of these.
Do the old bartender like...
Yep. Oh, so we need 4? Are we going to be... Yeah, okay. So this is the swamp water. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good.
I didn't try that one. Yeah, I mean, I've had all of these, obviously. Yeah, I mean, it's like this reminds me of,
I like the peach tea a lot.
Well, that's my favorite. But this reminds me of like a water park, in terms of you know those blue freezy pops.
Yes.
Like on a summer day as a kid.
Okay, well, I definitely know where I'm going to be the rest of the month of May when I need my pick-me-up, because these are pretty good. I might steal this peach tea one for the road, even though it's your favorite. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. We've got plenty where that came from.
Thanks, Rossi. We'll see you out on track in just a little bit.
Bear with us, folks. It's day 4 on air. We'll be back with Cars on Track. Ah, he's still going!
The guy who is running around on the circuit, still going, still trucking. Okay, just pull this back here, and there's our driver tracker. Press this button, press this button. Scroll down a little bit, already lagging a little bit. That's great news. Press this button, press that button. Say hello. And hello, JT. Hi.
Hello.
Say that again.
Hello.
Just double checking that was coming through the right system. It was. Hi. Just had massive encoding lag, so had to solve that by a quick restart. It started eating into the RAM was full, so it started eating into the physical memory.
Your systems are so bad. Do you know that?
Well, the laptop's been on all day doing stuff, so it kind of just needed a bit of a reset. Usually it does it automatically, but it was doing stuff, so yeah, it hasn't done it. One car out on the track, and that is the 60 of Felix Rosenquist, 231.621 at the moment on the time. Just a quick update, we've also got Formula E tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. At some point, I've got to throw together a pre-race show on that. God knows when I'm going to do it. Honestly, it's been a bit of a weird day, in all honesty. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it. Also, Grimsby lost, just to let everybody know. Grimsby lost. Not the best day. Commiserations. Say hello, sleepers for the week. There is no sleep. Thank you very much to Chuka, who has donated $2 Australian and has asked a question. What's your pick for the race, boys? Daily is mine. JT, are you going to have a pick for the race yet? Or who's your early favourite, I think?
Don't know. I haven't thought about it.
I think my early favourite, looking at this one, you're going to surprise me here. I'm actually going to go more along the lines of David Malukas. He looks like a dark horse on that one.
Yeah?
Scotty Mack also looking very strong.
If he doesn't crash before the start, yeah.
Which he's done twice now. Which is a bit weird. But looking strong. Fox are back. Let's head to them.
The no-toe 4-lap averages. Felix working hard in the car. Fast Jacker making adjustments to the front bar. That's the front anti-roll bar. Just kind of changing the roll stiffness across the front axle. Soften it up to get a bit more grip. Stiffen it up to kind of numb the front end a little bit if the rear end's trying to pass you.
Oh, there we go. That's better. 232.1.
That's much better.
That's absolutely huge.
And this is a guy that knows how to get it done here. He's started up near the front.
Red 3, red 3.
He was in the fight for pole last year.
Been on the front row back in 2023, starting third. His fifth last year, those front two rows. This gives you a great view into turn one at the start of this race.
He has one of the strangest statistics in recent Indy 500 history, in that for the last 5 years, he's either finished 4th or 27th.
That is a very bizarre stat.
Weird, right?
27th and 21, 4th and 22, 27th and 23 and 24, and then 4th last year. How about that?
Isn't it crazy?
It is crazy.
Watching Rosenqvist's hybrid usage here, still 94% as he rounds turn 4. Quite a variety in a technique with the hybrid today. We've seen the every lap regen and deploy, a 1 lap deploy.
And here's
the deploy.
What's been popular, it looks to me, amongst the Honda teams is saving it for that final lap. You heard the call, remember the deploy. Still a relatively new thing here at the Speedway for drivers that have been doing it here for a while. Talked to Elio Castroneves, one of the teammates and team bosses here at MSR for Rosenqvist, saying that he's still having to relearn, even from last year, as the system's developed and evolved.
Thought Rosenqvist got a little high there in turn 3. You see the
What a lap.
logo.
Red one.
Oh, and improves on the last lap, 232.3.
JT, you called that straight away. He is not taking any nonsense.
Goes up to 4th on the 4-lap averages.
Oh, and hello to T3N, who has joined the JB Motorsports membership. Thank you very much. Hello.
Also got Schumacher.
Schumi's looking fast. Not now, Duolingo. We have more important things to do.
Nothing is more important than the bird, JB.
Bird. Bird is the word. I want a bird. Bird is the word. Don't you know about the bird? Well, JB didn't tell you about the bird. I've lost my mind. It's day 4 of broadcasting for 6 hours. 5 hours technically. Don't leave me on longer. I don't know. It's one of those days. What's Schumi's
Consistent from Schumacher.
Well, first time on the oval. 2:36.01. Fast lap time,
It's the
2:37.9.
first lap.
Yeah.
It's a 2:30.683. So very consistent. 82 thousandths of a mile per hour lost.
He is staying in that consistent zone. He's staying exactly where he wants to be. Dare I say, needs to be.
And he's dropped 0.4 of a mile per hour.
Just lost a bit at the exit there.
Still looking at a 2:30.5 3-lap average. Let's see what he can do with 100% hybrid in towards turn 1.
Down over the line
And he'll deploy that.
He's going to
later
regen
this
it.
lap.
Look how much he already regens on the hybrid coming out of one
Wait,
corner alone.
are you on the front straight? Because I'm on the back straight. How far behind are you?
I'm on the back straight now. Coming down to turn 3. 78, 80%, 84, 90, 99. On hybrid through 3 now. And into 4. Oh, he got close.
4.
Yeah, 4 now.
And he's going to deploy his hybrid now as he heads down front straight. And it is a 229.547. He didn't deploy it quick enough.
Yeah, a bit slow. Lost a lot. Well, he's still learning. He's still a rookie. So he'll find the right times.
And that isn't an improvement on his 4-lap average.
So close he got to the
He
wall,
got close to the wall.
Massively close to the wall. As they come through.
He's still going.
Is he really? Has he gone for 2 in a row? That's a bit weird.
No, the fan who is a runner.
Oh, he's still running, is he?
He's still running.
That's a long run from him. That is quite the momentum. Tough says the most dangerous place for a race day is pit stall just past leg stall. She does have a habit of running into other people. Looks good out there so far.
It's annoying that the IndyCar driver tracker isn't available on Windows.
It's available on Mac, but I do know what it means it's not available on Windows. Can't you steal it?
Because it would be very helpful when tracking these 4-lap averages to see where the cars are and who's coming across the line first.
Do you not have the phone to have it? Or you're using your phone, aren't you?
I have different stuff on my phone.
Are you sure it's not available on the Google Play Store and you can't just download it to Google Chrome?
We don't have Google Play Store on Windows.
You have got Google Chrome, though, where it is. Oh, Tony Canard.
Yeah, but you can't.
Yeah?
You can't download stuff from the Google Play Store on Google Chrome.
Oh, okay.
On Windows.
I didn't know that. That's news to me. By the way, Tony Canard is going to be our next guest up in the Fox booth. He's just telling... Townsend Bell just told TK, don't step on my lead, please. And now TK's purposely stepping on the lead. They cost over £350. Also, Will's saying that these lip mics cost 10 grand. Sorry, they cost £1,000. They cost 600 quid. Not
some of them do cost £1,000 depending on what one you go for and where you get it from.
That's also true, but mine only cost 200 quid. That's new. Right, Tony Canard.
That's because you got it second hand.
No, I didn't. This is brand new.
Is it?
Yeah, mine and Oma's were brand new. Yeah, brand new. Yeah. Right, I wasn't going to go for a second-hand one. Tony Canard up in the booth.
The wonderful memories at this place, I know for you, but the responsibilities now very much on your shoulders of team management.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it took me 12 years to win this thing, and then I thought, great, I don't have a responsibility anymore, and then, 10 years later, here I am, Pato is looking for his. So I feel more responsible now. But, yeah, I mean, that's part of my job. I guess if we don't go fast, it's my fault. If we go fast, it's their credit, and then we go from there.
It's always the way as a driver, isn't it?
Yes.
So, Tony, how are things going today? We've been watching intently all 4 of your cars making runs. When I watch the onboard, it looks tough for your boys right now. Is that what you're seeing down on the stand?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as much as we say, the 3 of us here, and we can tell, like, we're not going to worry about today. We're going to see this, and then you go back in there, and, people are like, I'm slow, I'm fast, I this, I'm that. Pato look busy, but that's Pato. He likes to drive busy like that. Look at his team traces. I'm like, I can't not do that. I don't want to do this, and he's fine. The other 3 cars are fighting a little bit too much understeer. I think we all went on the safe side. I mean, I think with Christian and Nolan, we're trying to just have them, walking up to it. And that is not an excuse. It's like, can we take that much understeer out of the car for them to be comfortable to stick it out there? So we'll find out when we need to find out, which is not going to be today. And then Hunter Ray is actually the car that has the most understeer right now. So they're going to make a change and come out.
Let's take a look at some video real quick, just kind of comparing what your drivers are dealing with on board. On the left there, Pato O'Ward. On the right, Alex Palou. We brought Alex Palou up as an example. I just want you to watch how finite and smooth the input is from Palou. I'm not suggesting they have the same handling race car, but when you compare that to Pato O'Ward, you just see a lot of movement in the steering wheel. And you say O'Ward's comfortable with that. That's what he's used to. But is he saying that he would like things to smooth out a bit?
Actually, I had the pleasure to drive both of these cars, actually, one after the other. And let's face it, I mean, Palou's car looks extremely more stable. I have not talked to Pato. I'm sure he saw that run. The goal is to try to get that. Yeah. But, yeah, definitely, if you look, we look a little bit more pointier. Pato likes that. Pato likes to feel where the front is. And then you see, we call his fighting the steering, but actually the car is doing it. He's not really, and I'm not sure that I can't take that away from him. That's the way he likes to drive. Now, debatable if it's faster or not. He's being fast driving like that. Can I try to change it? I can, but I don't think he's going to listen to me. He shouldn't.
All right, Tony, let's talk about Ryan Hunter-Reay joining the team.
we talk about for the month of May, but it's not really for the month of May. He kind of started working with you guys months ago. Was that always part of the plan to get him more integrated with the team heading into May? And have you seen that that's made a big difference with him getting comfortable and up to speed?
So it actually was the same thing as I did, right? When I signed, I said to Zach, hey, can I come over the shop? I don't want to just show up in May and be the guy that is retiring here. So he started it. I drag him into every race. He's been a huge help for Christian in the oval, and overall, really, like, he's doing the job that I got hired to do. So it's been great. The coach Ryan, I love it. The driver Ryan this month, it's I don't like it that much.
Bit of a handful.
but you know, I'm joking.
Right, of course.
He's competitive, and today he's on the driver's mode.
Would he be the most demanding of the 4 drivers in the debriefs?
Come on, but like by far, which is rightfully so. He's been around a long time. He knows what's a good car feels like it. So he's not as flexible, I would say, as the other guys. He knows what he wants. And if he doesn't get it, he will stop and make it like, I know what I want.
Well, I think the key there is he's had what he wants before somewhere else, so he knows it's possible.
100%.
And that's probably why he's so adamant to pull you there.
And we need a Ryan there for that. Because, I mean, I have such a talented guy like Pato that will drive even if he's missing 2 wheels. And it's not a problem. Right? So, and then the Ryan is the guy that go, are you thinking about 30 laps? Are you thinking about 200 laps? So it's a huge addition.
So tell me, with the contributions that he's made to the team, the help that he's given in a week and a half, the race is done. Is Ryan Hunter-Reay still going to be a part of this program? Are you looking at maybe keeping him on board in some capacity moving forward?
I am. I mean, I have not touched the point with him yet because I want him to concentrate at the 500. Obviously, he played that role up until now for free. You know what I mean? Like trying to get used to the team, but I will love to have him. But at this point, let's see how mad I'll get him after the race, and then we'll see.
We just saw picture Carl Kirkwood down on pit lane, hearing he might have something of an issue.
There's no problem, it's just a board. I don't know why, we're losing power in the middle of the corners. Feels like something's breaking.
Yeah, copy that, on ramp.
Okay, so we'll double check that in a second. But Alex, Palou, 232.532, JT. Kevin.
So I don't know exactly why, but remember yesterday, Kyle Kirkwood said we might have an issue losing power, and it turns out they didn't. They were just getting sorted and everything was fine. This one might be more of an issue because I just after that transmission 30 seconds ago heard Brian Herta say, we have an issue, we're going back to the garage.
Well, there we go.
Guys, and while that's happening in pit lane out on the racetrack.
231.936 coming in for Palou. He's remarkably consistent at the moment, but did drop 0.6 on speed last time by. Getting back up there with hybrid on this lap time. Whew. Hope Kirkwood's going to be okay.
Another 2.319, so he's keeping it consistent.
Okay. Keeps it in. That's more like it. Just see what you can gather. Yeah, 231.914 as he turns on this lap time. He's regenerating hybrid through. He's out of hybrid, so he's already made the error of losing down on hybrid power. He's had to use it all to gain the speed back to remain consistent.
If you're going to get technical here, the corner weights and how you actually be able to transfer during the corner. You look at his steering wheel. He's not making. Don't take me wrong. Still hard to drive the car that fast, but he's not really busy. His steering wheel is so smooth.
Tony, we have seen over the course of the last 48 hours so many different deployment strategies depending on engine manufacturer, depending on team, depending on driver. What advice are you hearing from Chevrolet? What advice are you taking from your drivers? How many different strategies are you looking at? And have you yet determined which is the optimum for a fast qualifying run?
Well, first of all, it's going to depend on the wind direction. You don't want to regen against the headwind, which I saw a couple of people doing. But today, between the Chevy teams, obviously we all see what everybody else is doing. So I think everybody's trying something different, not to get the most efficiency out of it, but also to get the if I do this here and this there, if I save to the last lap, depending on your drop-off. Sometimes, you know, if you have a car that you're going to be extremely slow on your last lap, would you really want to deploy on the last lap? Or you go higher on your first average 2 laps. And so there is all this math. So to me, Chevy is recommending whatever feels best, but let's look at the end of the day. We're going to regroup and they're going to go, this is what we suggest. Then we're going to go as a team. What kind of car we have and where do we deploy?
Do you take the choice as a team, or do you determine it on the basis of the driver?
I'll leave up to the driver. There is no better data than the driver's butt, I used to say all the time. So, you know, computers and engineers, they can come up with it, but...
So the drivers are going to be splitting hairs with hybrid deployment and qualifying, no doubt. But when it comes to race day, Tony, the other night, you and I talked a lot about pit stop performance across all the teams. You see the Firestone pit stop standings for this season. Surprisingly, Graham Rahal at the top. That's not a team historically that has been as strong on pit stops. How about Rinus VeeKay, the smaller Juncos Hollinger team? Tremendous investment has been going on in this sport over the last 12 to 18 months to raise the game, to take the fight to Team Penske on pit lane. You told me that you guys have also made a huge commitment. Can you talk a little bit about some of the nuance that you've tried to secure to improve your whole organization?
100%. I think we all talked about this before, but for the IndyCar fans and for the people that are just watching for now, the whole tradition here for as long as we all lived was mechanics that work on the car, they would do pit stops. And that has been since, you know, God knows when. But
1911, roughly.
Right, correct. And it's becoming a little bit like people get comfortable with, because then you're a good mechanic and you're average on a pit stop, but I don't have anybody to replace you, because I'm not going to replace a good mechanic just because of the pit stop. So that's been a thing forever. I believe nowadays, if you watch any other series, they're all trying to shave lap time at the racetrack, but also in the pits. McLaren and Formula 1, we have the regular pit stops. In NASCAR, they have, in NASCAR we say every mechanic that do the pit stop, they're all right rear guys because they run around. In an athlete mentality is different than anybody else. I think the 3 of us here can say the determination. So having the mechanics to work on the car and do pit stops during the day and go to the gym, they're not used to that.
Yeah.
And then some of them don't want to do that. Some of them are the old schools, are like, I don't ever did this and I was always faster. So I wanted to find a little bit of motivation to my guys. Talk to Jimmy Johnson that has his own facility with training his NASCAR guys. That started actually even when Kyle Larson came here. And I said, can you send me 2 of your guys? I just think the right rear is the most difficult one to change. The other ones we can match filter tires. And they did. 2 months ago, we didn't say anything to anybody. And those guys showed up. We do an average of 4 pit stops per crew every day. Those 2 guys showed up and they did 89 in one day. And it wasn't not to show my guys something like that is a place. I think if we have the budget and we can win and lose a race. If we come in first and you leave 3rd on the last stop, most likely not winning this race.
And it's one thing that Newgarden told me the other day is that for so many years he's been used to the fact that it's been a layup for him on pit lane. If he starts 15th, he's going to get to the top 5 without having to do anything on the racetrack, that his team at Penske is going to do it for him on pit lane. The game has changed, though, and Newgarden admitted it. He said it's completely different now. We can't take that for granted.
And I hate to bring it up, but we go back to Barber. And
we lost a race.
Yes, absolutely.
No, and don't hate it. I hated it myself.
And listen, and I'm not saying that to land your pit team, you know, in it. But with the difference of having elite sports people who are used to the pressure, used to the stress of being in that moment and having to perform every single time.
I mean, well, look, I am very transparent with the team, and I mean, we're not picking one guy or blaming a guy, but we're a high-performance team. We're looking for the fastest drivers. We're looking for the fastest pit crew, and I think you're right. That there,
he's not happy.
It cost us a chance to win the race.
What is up, as you say, with Joseph Newgarden?
hand in the air and everything.
And Rage at New Gardens Delight. I wonder what that was all about then. He's pulled out completely. He was pushing. He had his hand up towards the pit wall, which is interesting.
That are employed solely to do pit stops is coming. We'll take an answer on that in a moment. We've just got to get a replay on Joseph Newgarden here, who's clearly frustrated, running around for what should have been a full-out qualifying run, well off the pace.
He was on his first flyer, and Katherine Legge on a warm-up lap, just again completely in the way. We've seen this from the first hour. This is normally something, Tony, we don't see until maybe the last hour of the day, but this is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have no idea what she's doing. What do you want to do here? You want me to keep going, cool it? Cool it down here, we'll put up another set of tires, just cool it down here, back off, go red 12, please.
It was Katherine Legge on her outlap, and Newgarden caught her up.
That's actually much calmer than I was expecting from Joseph there, and he does now go on to
Jack Harvey, 2-3-2-1.
No, I think we out to
had to the hand didn't match the audio at that point.
So back to the point, Tony. Are we staring at a point at which professional crews solely for pit stops?
We
start to see them.
I'm trying. It's going to take somebody to take that route to be able to. You know, bringing those guys that day on the open test, it caused so I was not expecting to cause the drama, the calls. Like I had people calling me, "What are you doing?" A Rocket was like, "This is never going to work." I'm like, and this guy carried the piss-up gun and the tire in each of their hands. I believe it can make a big difference. Now, budget-wise, is that really what we need to do? I believe so. If we can't make it our guys as fast.
From my point of view, this is a team sport. This is professional sports. That's the reality that the three of us all lived under every race. Despite what our contract said, we had to perform, we had to deliver, or we were out immediately. And as a professional sport, I salute you for taking this to the next level.
And guess what? By sort of removing that one facet, sort of the extra responsibilities, I guess in a way, you're actually freeing your mechanics, your engineers to focus solely on their primary responsibility.
100% will. And then I think I touched on the point that you did say that, but I think these two guys beside me here can say, under pressure, an athlete will handle better than an ordinary person. I'm sorry, that's just what we're conditioned to do it, right? And like you said, one pit stop goes bad. We had actually an issue with Pato at the Grand Prix, but he was further back. You guys probably didn't even notice. But the same guy, he got it in his head. And the first one was bad. The other two were. So also the capability for you to shut it off. Move on. It is more of an athlete.
Jack Harvey, 7th on 4-lap average.
I mean, the guys are okay with it. We're all on board. We're going to put the fast crew out there. As I said, even if it's an extra cost, when you win the Indy 500, you get $4 million in prize money. I want actually people to say, what was that cost?
So we should be looking at the back of the 31.
Yes, and you see it. Their suits also a little bit different. Is we had the legacy, the hats. We had the legacy logo on to be able to stand out. Jimmy's going to be in that stand.
Is there anything different about their technique we should be looking for?
100%. Okay. So what they do, the air jack guy carries the tire and the air jack. He plugs in while the right rear is free to just take the tire out, and this guy plugs it in with one hand, grabs the tire, put the new tire in, and so the right
outside rear is not staged on the track.
Once he runs, and no, you can, right? You gotta wait, and he runs around.
Yep.
And he goes in, takes the rear tire out, and that's all he does. The guy put the other tire, the air jack put the tire in, and he puts the tire back in. So basically, It was a second quicker than anybody I've ever seen.
Congratulations on just giving the game away to all of your rivals.
They've all seen it already.
They've all seen it.
They've all been watching.
Jimmy got a phone call. They wanted 7 guys to come. It's out there.
You've got that exclusivity deal with Legacy Motorsports, right? Jimmy's not going to lend any to Chip or any of his other buddies in pit lane?
I put our friendship in jeopardy, so he better not. Maybe he doesn't care.
A lot of green on the cars this month of May.
I had a fun time with a green car, so my friend right here too.
Amen.
How are you at hitting the greens, Tony? Is the golf course just next to the track?
Yeah, how's your golf game? Speaking of athletes.
Do you think he's got time to play golf?
No, but I never played golf in my life.
Nor should you.
But now you have a golf division.
Yeah.
Oh, Zach does, not me. Let's rephrase that.
Did he at least send you some complimentary clubs?
Of course not. He wants me to work, not to go play golf.
Yeah, he doesn't want to encourage you taking any time off.
He sent Christian some.
He did, but
But Christian plays off 4.
Will, the biggest reality here is this. I am glad that I drove for 26 years because the day that I step out of the car, my life actually changed. The treatment changed. Like I just said it today. They brought food to the drivers. I had to go to hospitality all the way down to grab my food.
Yeah, life's tough, buddy. Life's tough, man.
I can't complain. I stole Nolan's food. He wasn't there.
Does it bother you at all that you're standing here, you've got a boatload of management to worry about, and your long time, I mean, you guys are almost like brothers. Elio Castroneves is still out here chasing his 5th. When you watch this, are you thinking to yourself, I should be out there with him?
No, actually, I probably could make that own decision if I asked the boss of McLaughlin. He would put Tony Canone. But that was actually, if you guys remember, it took me really 3 years to retire.
Oh, we know.
We never believed the first and second.
Then you get your refresher course last year. We're like, oh, here we go again.
But maybe if I was not doing what I'm doing now, that is taking the life out of me in a good way, I'm so committed and I shift in a way that I'm not saying that in a diminishing way. I don't miss that. I think what he's doing is great because people keep looking, man, you haven't aged a bit. You're still fit, this and that. That's great. So is he, but he's chasing 5, man. He deserves to be here until... And I think he's not that type of guy. He is going to be like Mario. He's going to be 80 and still think he's driving as fast as he can, So I don't miss it. To be fair, I don't.
Yeah. All right, TK. Fast Friday. Are you guys done? You still doing a few more runs?
No, we're still going to go. Pato's still going to go out.
A few runs to go. We've seen the rough competitive order. You guys are certainly in the mix. What do you think's realistic tomorrow? And into Sunday.
As of today. If we have both days, I think we'll be in for Sunday. And then anything, depending how we nailed it, we might put it on the pole. If you ask me today, I think we're in the first 2 rows. But I don't think we have it for the pole. Maybe we're 4th or 5th, right? So, 2 things. Tonight, everybody's like getting paranoid by the draw. So we can't control that. Then tomorrow, if we run, all we need to do is put it in the show because this is the worst in a way, like in a good way, but you need to do at least 4 runs to be able to actually be on the pole.
Right.
We had it easy. So I think that we're going to be there. That's why we're being a little bit more conservative.
One more crystal ball question. Last lap of the race.
Yeah.
Turn 1. Pato Award, Ryan Hunter-Reay, side by side for the win. What happens?
Well, Ryan's going to have to make a decision if he wants to win the 500 and never come back if he puts Pato out. Or,
who's lifting first?
No one's lifting.
No one's lifting.
No one's lifting.
I don't think no one's lifting. And to be fair, the way you put it, I think the guy on the outside is going to have a hard time.
Yeah.
Right. So, but yeah, that's. I probably won't be watching that. I'll be freaking out.
Well, let's see it. Let's make it happen.
Tony, a joy. Thank you so much for coming up and joining us, man. We really, really appreciate it. Fabulous insight. We wish you and the team the very best for the rest of this and next week. Right, we'll be back. Someone's off playing golf. We weren't promised this.
Is that a putter?
I think it might be a first-time player.
With respect, Minister.
Yeah, they have put Kevin Lee and Georgia Hennebury out on the golf course. What could possibly go wrong?
Grosjean.
Yeah.
is out right now, and he's just done a 2:31.160. We have had a couple of updates to the 4-lap averages. We had...
Hang on, let me put it on the screen.
Helio Castroneves has gone up to 22nd in the 4-lap averages, and Dennis Hauger's gone up to 27th. Katherine Legge has finally got one on the board in 29th. Kyle Kirkwood was going to set one, but he aborted it, so we'll say goodbye to him on the leaderboard for now. Right there, down there at the bottom.
Nice, I like the background. The JB Motorsports background.
2:30.476 second. Yeah, I just put it there because I could.
It looks nice. So there's the 4-lap averages as things currently stand. As we come into it,
we'll see where Roman Grosjean
Alex
goes
Palou.
after.
Just going to question you there, JT. Alex Palou was just told to stop on pit exit. He's literally stopped at pit exit just over the line as he was going out onto the circuit. He's now being pushed back by the Chip Ganassi team. So it registers that he's out on the circuit, but Alex Palou back and he got stopped and pushed back in. Interesting. Just sorry, that's what I just noticed on the international pictures coming through. But yeah, go on with your Romain Grosjean coming through.
.628, which is a 4-lap average of 2:30.620, which puts him up into 21st.
You know, Clint Boyer is doing the Chuck race right now, and he's currently running 23rd. It was Casual Friday in the Fox booth. They were wearing Clint Boyer 25 shirts.
Is that a 2:32.379 last lap speed from Alex Palou?
It is. He is keeping remarkably consistent. Fox back with us.
I'm assuming that's his first lap.
Yeah, we're with it now. This is looking very, very fast right now.
Fourth fastest. He ran a 2:32.026 4-lap average for the third best of the day while we were talking to Tony Kanaan.
Solid pace is coming through.
Car really does look hooked up and on rails. And Palou has the second most laps run today. There's him compared to Scott McLaughlin ahead on the Ghost car. Not a huge amount in it. First lap was a 2:32.2. Comparable pace between these two. Looking like we're going to get a pretty good fight for pole. We are intending to get all 33 cars running in a normal
You're right,
Saturday
Scotty
operation.
Mac's average is very much quick. He's 2 miles an hour faster than Palou.
Out of the hat, and then they go for second runs if time allows all the way through to the end of the day. We are, however, expecting there to be some weather during the day, so we'll have to wait and see how that plays out, but hopefully we get all 33 in tomorrow. If we don't, Sunday could be even more exciting than normal, as we'd have to go again.
2:31.985 slower for 4-lap average for Alex
to get that first 33, and that would be the priority. And with conditions expected to reach temperatures ambient of 85 degrees on Sunday, just a massive change in the balance of the race car. That would move the track temperature from the mid-70s to 120s, and everything that these guys have learned today is largely out the window in terms of feel, tire degradation, etc. Balance could stay consistent, but dramatic effect on how the tires handle 16 corners at 230 miles an hour. Really cool to have TK up here. You always learn something, what's going on behind the scenes running one of these teams. And James and I were just discussing quickly how excited we are to see some of this new sort of pit stop athletic strategy get deployed with Ryan Hunter race car. So we'll be keeping a close eye as we get into that Monday practice, certainly carb day practice, and see if we can identify any of the new subtleties that could be an advantage for Hunter Ray in the 31 on race day.
I'm not sure it's so subtle. I think it's going to be pretty clear, and something that, look, racing's a very big example of monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah.
And I think if it works and they see some quick pit stops, if Tony's right, and by right I mean telling us the truth, he's got no reason to lie at this point, that it's a second faster, overnight we're going to see that change up and down pit lane.
Yeah, now in the end, most pit stops will here, you're waiting on the fuel, right? So even if you shave a second on the tire change, you still have to wait on the gas on a full fill. But on a short stop where you need to short fill to make the end of the race and you have the option to get tires on a second quicker, that can be a game changer.
The other factor in all of this, though, is how many stops do we see go awry because something goes wrong with the fueling? Some, not many. How many stops this season have we seen go awry because of a delay on a tire?
About 10 to 20.
Most of them at Andretti, admittedly, but it happens.
Yeah,
almost every weekend it happens.
But I thought what was really interesting was Kanaan talked about the psychology of competition and the type of individual they're recruiting, hoping to recruit to mitigate some of the drama that comes under high pressure.
If you can bring in a sports person who is used to performing under that pressure. And I thought the one thing he said that was fascinating was last weekend here at IMS, one of Pato's tire guys had a slow stop for the first stop, but then it got in his head, and then the second and third were exactly the same things happened each time. If you have somebody who is used to performing in an elite arena, they're able to put that out of their minds, move on, do it again as if it was the first time.
Well, you guys have been having this debate. I've been watching here Kyle Collette. This is an impressive run, even if not from just pure outright pace. T-Bell, just the attitude of the car, the line that he's taking, he's hitting all his marks, he's managing all the tools, he's doing a pretty complex hybrid strategy.
Sounds like the balance of his first season as a rookie. Every other track that we've been to, Kyle Collette has looked sort of wise beyond his experience.
And he's getting faster. His third lap of this 4-lap run is quickest so far to 2:31.3. So a little bit of a lift there off of 2. He'll bank that. He'll learn from whatever caused that. But this is a decent run just in terms of, again, attitude, execution. He does have a little bit of a toe coming right now. Maybe that's what helped bolster that last lap. Mick Schumacher's out there on a warm-up lap.
But to your point, James, all season we've complimented his finesse, his patience, and we speculated this guy could be really good at Indianapolis based on sort of all of those intangibles that he's shown us through the first 6 races of the season.
Yeah, I'm excited for this young driver. I'm excited to see what he can do. You know, he's had a lot of good runs in the group running earlier in the week. You know, starting off just one-on-one with teammate Santino Ferrucci, learning from a guy that we talk a lot about having a great record here at Indianapolis. And then you get him into the bigger groups, and he seems to be fitting in, seems to be really kind of getting the hang of things.
Talking about getting the hang of things, how are our intrepid golfers doing?
Hey, Will. We found the 7th green, and we'll just assume this is where our ball landed up off our tee shots.
Bold assumption, Kev.
Actually, so I did hit on live TV off of that tee box last year and hit the green, and I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. So I'm not doing it again. George, have you ever played golf before?
played is a kind word. I've attempted golf before. I've sat on a golf cart before, and
you picked up the club like a baseball bat up here.
Yeah, I know, but that's just because I'm really funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Totally kidding.
So I think we'll putt instead. Ladies
Okay.
first.
Me?
This
You're not gonna show me?
This is a championship level golf course designed by Pete Dye. It dates back to the 20s, and they redesigned it. And we've had seniors events here, LPGA, and this is one of the 4 holes inside the 2.5-mile oval.
Okay.
Putting for birdie, Georgia Henneberg. Oh, it looks good. It's got pace.
Hey.
Just didn't turn. Looked very good.
Hey.
Okay, that's good. You can 2-putt there.
In the golf world, it might not be that good, but for me, I'm kind of pumped about it.
It's a steep downhill.
No pressure, Kev.
No pressure.
Really no pressure because he's got to beat this.
Oh, it's going to turn.
Oh, it's nice.
The pace looks good.
Is there enough? Is there enough?
Oh!
It's a good run. It's a good run. It's like a scramble. You can't come up
Missed
short.
it by inches.
You've got to go and finish it now, mate.
No gimmies.
For par. This
Oh,
is an
that was
even
close.
hole.
I'm a little bit
It's okay. You still got a shot here, Georgia.
Kevin Lee for par.
Oh!
Oh, Georgia.
All around the outside.
I'm still in it. I'm still in it.
Henneberg misses.
Oh, Georgia.
So I think we're going to be into qualifying by the time we hold this
Keep
one
going,
out.
Kevin.
Come on, Kev.
We got lots of time. We got
No
an
one's
hour
out
and
there.
9
We
minutes
wanna
for you
finish
guys
this.
to putt out.
Rosenquist to 232,982.
Rosenquist the top as the Fox team still
on,
can't
Georgia.
do it. Henneberg!
Winner. Sudden death. No, Kevin, come on. Putt out.
No. I lost.
Rosenquist tops.
No,
Right?
you didn't. You get redemption.
Oh, is this the
And
match?
Fox are playing.
This is to
Fo-
tie.
right, Rosenquist got top. Fox are playing golf.
Ooh, playoff
Yes.
round.
Playoff. All right.
Teeing them up.
Back to the tee box.
We're backing up the entire course.
I think more important things are happening out on the racetrack than us
Yeah.
putting.
They are indeed, because Rosenquist 232.637. Stunning opening lap. What's he got a lap 2 to come in over the line? 232.982, 232.637. Really, really strong here. Has Meyer Shank got something in the bag? You're riding with him and he's looking good.
To have taken that. But he is absolutely hauling, guys. This is a very competitive run. Track temp right now, 82 degrees. On the higher side of what we've seen, but kind of in that sweet spot.
I was just about to say that the setup looks kind of Ganassi-esque, and then I realized that would be the sister program.
Gee, I wonder why.
The MSR enjoys a technical relationship with Chip Ganassi Racing, so shouldn't come as a surprise.
232.3 and a 232.6 the lap before. Like, this is a good run. The 232.3 is considered a no-toe, though he is now catching the 2 of Newgarden, who's just out of the pits. A little bit of a extra movement on the wheel there. Not quite as solid in lap 4. Tires starting to go.
But he's flat. This could be a big number with that toe.
Fast
Friday's about
Whoa! He comes to play 233.372, the fastest lap we've seen here at the Brickyard this month of May. It's taken until 1 hour and 6 to go in the what will be happy hour coming up. Newgarden looking strong. JT, that is a spectacular lap.
Incredible lap, so spectacular. I missed a run for VK, so I'll have to scroll back on the stream and try and get those lap times.
Amazing! Amazing! Outstanding! Just absolutely outstanding.
Newgarden is on his first lap.
Over we come now. What have we got?
Powers, first lap's a 229.275.
Okay, not looking too bad. We'll open up the graphic again. Newgarden. Well, his fastest is a 2:31.848. His last lap 2:30.806. So he's a mile per hour off his own best time as things stand. This is awesome. What a run we are seeing. Not too bad, not too shabby.
And that is because he did a 2:29. Oh, so Andretti's still not on it or anywhere near. Jack Harvey's going out for another run. Joseph Newgarden last time around 2:30.4, so about a mile an hour off his, about a mile and a half an hour off his personal best. Track conditions couldn't be any different to where we found them this morning when we arrived. From the rain and the clouds, sun now beams down here at Indianapolis in what is very nearly the final hour of the day.
Heading into our 24th hour of broadcasting so far for Indy 500 activities, not including anything for the GP. The cars have been on track. We have been here bringing it to you. Happy to do it. We thank you for watching.
And we'll be back. The greatest hour of the day.
I had a lot of dealings with Madrid. If you want to play there, I'm your man.
JB fell asleep.
Brain's starting to have fade. That's not good. As they come into it, yeah, was distracted by phony Lingy as they come into it. I wonder what we're going to see. Sun's now out, track fully dry. Weekend weather forecast for you, by the way, from IndyCar Weatherman. Saturday, cloudy, scattered showers and thunderstorms. Chances any time, but most active between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. So Sunday, some overnight storms, exiting in early morning, then decreasing, clouds, hot and humid. So Sunday looks possible to get some running in, but tomorrow, JT, I think we might have some practice sessions cancelled and a bit of a call-off. What do you think?
I hope the practice session tomorrow gets cancelled so I don't have to cover anything because my OBS still isn't set up, so yay.
That would be a good... Well, just... Yeah, hope for... Actually, what time is it tomorrow for that one? Is it clashing with another series? I think it is, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Lovely. Lovely.
You asked me
Lovely.
to cover it, so I assume so.
Lovely. I know I've got Formula E at the same time, so that's why I'm just being reminded of in my ears. Oh, that means we haven't got... Oh, that's a shame. Just trying to remember the things that we will and yes, won't have. It's a bit of a weird week. By the way, just a reminder, in case you're interested, Formula 1 is back next week.
It's 1:30 tomorrow.
Yes, we're on here for the sprint race and the Formula E. Megan has the MotoGP tomorrow. She's on the call. That's going to be an exciting one. I think Ian Birch is with her as well, so I've got to charge the wireless as well, thinking about it. Hand that to him. Do that overnight. Everyone's very tired, by the way. It's been a long day. back to Fox.
Is coming your way with the UFL's Hats Off to Heroes.
They're about to do the thing.
Fox UFL Friday kicks it off live from Fort Hood tonight at 8
Yep,
Eastern. With
1 hour to
Orlando
go.
versus
Townsend's
Dallas.
gonna do his
action
thing.
Continues Sunday at 1 with Columbus and Birmingham. All part of a huge weekend of football on Fox. There, the car of Alexander Rossi. He told us he was going to go back out on track, and so he will. The Wrangler Energy sponsorship right there.
He is hydrated. He is caffeinated.
And ready to
Here we go.
roll. Temperatures be dropping. Grip be rising.
The sun now bathing the track once again in beautiful golden light. What a day it has been. Action increasing on track, the speed's getting ever faster as we move now towards
happy hour. Oh yeah. If you can hear this in the stands, get up and loosen those hips up a little bit. Let's work it side to side. Delta Force is here. Delta Force is back. It is happy hour at the Speedway. The cans have been cracked. Let's get up on the wheel and get those lap times ripping. How appropriate that Ferrucci.
Well, it's happy hour on Fast Friday. We've already seen a 2:33, 3:17 from Phoenix Racing Quest. What are we going to see in the last hour? It's time to rack it up and crack it open. Here comes Santino.
Final hour is the happiest hour of them all.
It's my favourite part of the entire broadcast, that.
And 59 minutes to go on Fast Friday.
Kevin Lee, what do you know about Santino Ferrucci?
So Santino Ferrucci back out right now. He says the car is pretty good, but thinks the ceiling is probably 6th to 9th as far as qualifying. The race car is not quite as good as it was in 2023, but he said it's already a lot better than last year when they had a lot of issues throughout the month. And even all that said, he still finished 5th, top 10 in all 7 of his Indy 500s. Georgia.
Kyle Kirkwood called in after losing power on his last run. Currently, he sits 30th on the charts. I just talked to the team. They were doing some engine work back here. Think they figured it out. I heard the car just start, and they said they're going to roll out for another attempt here too soon.
Ferrucci goes ripping by on his warm-up lap as Kyle Kirkwood awaits his chariot. Wind speed starting to drop a little bit, Hinch, and Ferrucci had to get out of it in 3. That's kind of rough on lap 1.
But that's a good sign for me. That tells me they're pushing. They've maybe done the biggest trim of the day. They're going for broke. You see the wind pick up a little bit on the north side of the racetrack. But I kind of like it. I really do feel like they're going for broke here. You see the hybrid getting deployed there through 1 and 2.
Just a tiny bit of input to make the corner for Ferrucci. It's like he just wishes it into the corner. Balance looks very sharp.
Hey! Wow. Wide getting in, and he's bailing.
Yeah. No bueno.
Sounded like maybe an overboost penalty there as well. Just when the motor is. Yeah, you can see he just couldn't get down to that white line in 3 with that tailwind. That's always going to make an understeer worse. Kind of once you turn in, it catches the side of the car, pushes you up the racetrack.
I know he says it's understeering, but through turns 1 and 2, it looked pretty positive to me on the front end, and I wonder if he makes him a little reluctant to really ramp the steering up with the tailwind. And if you don't get to that apex, it feels understeery. but does it come from some hesitation to really crank on the steering because maybe a little too neutral
and again,
at the other end of the track?
With this wind level, maybe they've just gone a bit too far on the trim because it is that headwind into turn one, which normally does make the front a bit pointy at that end of the racetrack. So he could just be right at that limit of grip as we head into that final hour. You see, I mean, with that windsock kind of fully extended, that's about, I think it's a 15-knot windsock, so that's a pretty decent breeze. You see the flags on the grandstands, they're
kicking right along.
Absolutely.
So 55 minutes of the session remaining. And guys, when we're looking at our top times, okay, a couple of them have come with a tow. But there's a nice selection in there if we were to run with the majority of those into the top 12 to get down to the fast six. There's a couple of strong contenders in there. You look at Ferrucci, Award, Malukas, two cars of Daly and Harvey, Rossi and VK, Pillow, Sato, McLaughlin. Rosenquist was fighting for pole last year as well. Ericsson is really the big one in there who had a massive tow that we wouldn't have expected to be anywhere near there given the pace of his teammates.
And Will, some concern for Santino Ferrucci in the 14. Let's listen.
They blew up. We just blew up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Blew up.
Ferrucci reporting they're done motor-wise.
Remember, I said that it sounded like there was an overboost or something. There was something kind of messy, kind of crunchy sounding. I thought when he lifted, got back on, you know, one of the things I was saying was when these engines are tuned so to the max like this, so fine, sometimes big throttle adjustments can kind of throw the system off. Let's try to listen here.
Got to turn more front wing. That's how it was. One turn, that's good, man. But, so you think you're okay? That Geo didn't do anything weird for you, though? No. I'm not convinced on the front spring. Go back to something. I'm not sure. The problem is I didn't really get a good read on the front spring. It's so minimal. So what did you feel there? The fucking thing just lost power. They just all somewhere. I was like, oh. So I pulled the clutch and got out of it. Went down in the gearbox and just dropped the cylinder.
So a couple different things being discussed there. Adam Colsar there, strategist, saying how the front geo changed, so a front geometry change on the suspension, a spring change as well. But what I took out of that was Santino saying, just give me one turn of front wing and we're good to go. To me, Townsend, it looked like a little bit more than that, but he's the guy in the race car. TK said it, best sensor is the butt in the car.
What I took out of that is motor done. And I got to ask, Kevin, you're down in the garage area or on pit lane right now. What's the buzz been like? Because this would be maybe the 6th Chevrolet this week with some issues. Is there concern growing among the Chevy teams that this is a, you know, systemic problem that's just hitting cars at random?
What I've been hearing that most of, if not all of the issues have been different. And it's not been the same thing, although one other source said today they don't expect anything else. So if that's the case, then they may have found what it was. But, you know, that's just kind of what the conversation is. And I'm just getting down to the Ferrucci pit now, and we'll see what we can find out more about this. These, by the way, were not engines placed today. Honda put in their new qualifying and race engines today or last night. The Chevys have been in all week, so they're not quite as fresh. They would try to get through the weekend and then put the race engine in on Monday.
Take a look at the onboard for Santino Ferrucci and have a listen.
JT, that blows up. Another Chevy engine. Are we having a repeat of what we had a few years ago as Alexander Rossi comes out?
232.611 for Rossi's first lap. Ericsson's coming back out as well.
They've got some Delta Force. We still might see it. Right, Ferrucci's still looking at what went wrong on that car.
Lift there, something didn't sound right. He was doing his cool down lap, and then something else just let go. Alex Rossi on a sporty lap right now, 232.6, puts him 5th overall.
This sure looks like a car that's going to have a chance to compete for pole on the weekend when you compare his runs versus the Team Penske runs versus Palou.
Starting lap 3.
232.4 on lap 3 now. At the end of lap 2, start of lap 3 for Rossi. This is a strong run.
And Kevin has managed to grab Santino Ferrucci.
Santino, we saw you and Larry taking a good look at it. Have you been able to diagnose how significant the issue is?
No, we have no idea. So, but we're done running for today. Honestly, the car's been really quick up to this point, so we're just trying to like dial it out for tomorrow. So, obviously not ideal, but I was actually I bailed on the run anyway. So, yeah, we'll get it right for tomorrow. We'll be fine.
Is there a chance that the engine does not need to be changed?
Not sure. That's yeah. We're obviously you don't see any coolant. There's no fires, so. But yeah, we'll work on it with Chevrolet and we'll make sure it's right. But it was quick, so hope not.
Okay, if they do need to change, hopefully the next one is just as quick.
Need the hope. Cool. Hey. Back on board with Rossi on his final lap. He's fighting that thing. It's looking good, but it is definitely having to be driven. He does have a toe off of the 15.
Whoa.
Who's on track.
232.9.
That helps that number right there. But up to that point, guys, it was already still a pretty sporty 4-lap run until that jump with the toe from Ray Hall.
He's got to be feeling good at the end of his.
I don't know what it is about Ray Hall and Milanigan Racing, but they always find some delta right at the last second. 231.637. Another really great lap. You're right, JT. What's this one? 231.627.
0.3. 231.6. Decent.
That's a proper no-toe time. That'll do you. There's another car on track in front of him, but it's far enough in front that it does not count. So solid effort. Let's just see what kind of consistency they can have. Now again, this is a Honda that's doing a slightly different deployment strategy. He used a little bit at the south end of the racetrack. Recharged it back up. And then burning it down the front straight.
Lap 2.
Lap 2 is a 231.2. Teammate Foster. Fastest time we've seen from him, a 231.7. Sato up top, 232.6.
It's a 0.4 of a mile an hour drop off from lap 1 to lap 2. Not recharging the hybrid into 3 like he did last time. There it is.
Hey!
A little bit of limiter.
A little bit of gray area on the high line. Graham always known to kind of turn in a bit early and come off a bit wide, but he's made it work.
Just a squidge of hybrid.
Interesting strategy, not burning more on that straight. 230.9 on that lap, so losing more and more. It's another 0.3 of a mile an hour that he has lost, but now a full pull down the back straight. Having to feather the throttle just a tiny bit. Exit of 3.
And again, slight lift. Over the line for Ray Hall.
Checkered flag.
That is a 230.5. So lost just over 1 mile an hour over the course of the 4 laps. And promising and up to 21st.
With respect.
Very good opening lap times then. 46 minutes to go here on the day. It's going to be one of these, isn't it? JT, what's the averages looking like then as we see it at the moment?
And they should all be updated on the leaderboard. Rossi closed the gap between McLaughlin and himself. As you see, Ray Hall go up to 18th as JB opens the graphic.
Graphic is open. And still looking at it very nicely. There's it refreshing as well to give you the whole list of the 4-lap averages as we run. We'll play that through a few times so far. 45 minutes to go.
What's awards also starting one?
At I Can't Drive 55 Kiss says, what's this guy's 4-lap average? How in the world is he still running? This guy has run 4 laps of the IMS Speedway. So that is 10 miles. That's easy. It's about 5K. Looking okay so far. Twitter's getting worse.
Award 232.083.
Let's have a look on the
his
oddballs.
First lap.
Some fantastic runs at the moment with all this.
Mick Schumacher also setting up a lap run. 232.2, he's improving.
So he's getting faster and faster out there. So we must be using the boost to the correct, and we're on board now, and I can tell you, JT, he's using the boost coming out of the last corner. So he is still pushing down incredibly hard.
Racing driver just competing at the Indy 500 is a dream. To win it, even more than that. To get the win more than once. To get your face, your name engraved on that trophy multiple times is to breathe rarefied air. And a man who has achieved it 3 times
again
joins us now. Dario, welcome up to the booth. How are you, my man?
Hello,
just watching
boys.
it all back.
What's happening?
Not much. How are you?
I'm all right. I've been stuck in my my little room all day looking at data, so it's nice to be here.
What's in your little room?
Lots of screens, lots of stuff I can't talk about. But you literally, today's been mad. Just looking, and the levels of fidelity that we're looking at now for any kind of advantage is mental. That's just my bit. Then the engineers go into a whole different level.
Are your drivers as happy as they look when we watch the onboards up here? I mean, the balance for Palou looks sublime right now. Very precise, very measured. The smoothness, too. The feedback from the steering wheel looks so smooth compared to what we just saw from, say, Pato Awards on board.
They're not too bad. They're still got a bit to do. Dixie's going to go out here and do a run in a minute. He's made a major change for us. We feel we're in the window, so it's quite a major change just to see what it does. But everybody, you've seen it all day. Everybody's playing with hybrid usage, gear ratios, all these types of things, just trying to find an advantage. I think tomorrow or Sunday, whenever it happens, the differences between pole or being 9th or 10th is just going to be ridiculously small.
We've been looking a lot at the hybrid usage, a couple different strategies. It almost seems like coming here, maybe Honda had one philosophy, Chevy, certainly certain Chevy teams had a different one, as that certain Chevy team in particular was very quick. We've seen other teams now start to explore. Have you guys adopted something different than what you showed up with or what you thought was going to be the quickest, or have you kind of been able to stick to your guns based on the simulation heading into the weekend?
We tried a bunch of different stuff, and they're still going through the data. And Julian Robertson, who engineers Palou, was laughing. He said, right, we've got proper data. I think there were 400th of a mile an hour quicker over 4 laps. And so that was with 2 different hybrid strategies to show you how small the margins are. And that could have been a gust of wind in the back straight.
That could literally be anything, right?
Yeah.
Just watching Dario, just watching Christian Lundgaard here. Dario, over the last few laps, just watching Lundgaard, I can tell struggling a bit to stay flat. He's been working to try to find the confidence. You've advised so many young drivers that have come through the Chip Ganassi system and really helped them along, like Alex Palou, like you're doing now with Kiffin Simpson. How do you convince a driver who's struggling with a tiny baby lift, downwind into turn 3 to just stick it in there and go with it?
To me, the biggest problem is lap 1. turn one on those qualifying laps. You know, this morning, even Kiffin's first running was kind of like, this feels like second run of like, Kiff, we got to go here. And he absolutely did it, and he was matted. But then you get somebody like a Scott who's got so much experience, and he is generally flat first run and qualifying trim into turn one. So you've got to be careful though, because you're trying to convince a driver to do something that they might be feeling something in the car that you cannot see in the data, and so you've got to be very measured in how you advise them and what to do. You can't just go, yeah, just plant it, because then you get some big problems.
I'll never forget in 2009, I was in Indy Lights, watched one of the practice sessions from up in a spotter stand, and Dixon was one of the first guys out right at the green flag. I think we started 11 back then. Goes out, and as you said, first lap, quali sim, as a lot of teams do first thing in the morning, flat into turn one, and I was just blown away by this. And you could hear it. You could hear he was flat from the spotter stand. And I asked him afterwards, I'm like, Scott, it's the first run of the day. You haven't been on track. No idea what happened overnight. No idea what state the car's in. How do you just keep it flat that first time through turn one? And he goes, it's really simple, pal. You keep it flat, you either come out the other side or you don't. But I'm not going to lift.
Words of wisdom from Scott Dixon. I hope Chip's not watching this. Chip, if you're watching this, just a story. We used to, Scott and I had competitions on who could go flat in the very first lap of the month. And I think my fastest lap in the old style car was 224 miles an hour out of the pits. And yeah, there was some bragging rights involved, but it was a pretty foolish game to be playing.
Marco taught me that game, and he won it pretty much every year. That guy was tough to beat in that game.
Yeah, exactly right. That was right in Marco's wheelhouse.
Dario, how tough is it if you're a willpower and you're down in 26th right now at the end of Fast Friday, or if you're a Castro Neves 27th, a Hummer Ray 30th, if the car's just not coming to you, how do you avoid chasing it?
So you boys know this, that you get your first sort of qualifying sim lap, you come down, you've done, people in the team, the men and women in the team have worked 11 months on this car. Your engine manufacturer's got the best grenade, they have, everything is perfect. They're like, right, here we go. And you come down to that yard of bricks on the first lap in qualifying trim, and you look down, and you either go, yes, or you go, oh God, it's going to be a long weekend. And sometimes you just don't know why. And I've watched Will all week, and it looks like he's maybe struggling to complete the corners. Race trim, he was really struggling. He'd have these wiggles very late because of the understeer. But let's be honest, one thing this guy can do is qualify. So he figures it out. You see him lifting. Yeah, if he can figure it out, look out.
Kyle Kirkwood here back on the track. They had some issues earlier, went back to the garage. They weren't really sure, so going to try to validate things here while he's getting warmed up. Dario, we had Tony Kanaan up here a little bit ago, and I talked with him about how fierce the pit stop competitions are now in terms of the average capability of a mid-pack team now is so much better on pit lane than they used to be. Tony told us that he's gone to, quote, his friend Jimmy Johnson for some bonus help with their NASCAR team. Last time I checked, every photo I see, it's you and your friend Jimmy Johnson. How did he beat you to the punch, pulling NASCAR talent to the IndyCar side?
I saw that, and I phoned Jimmy. I said, hey, where were you with that one, buddy? And he was like, well, you know, I've got to say, we're really happy with the pit stop guys that we've got, the guys and girls, and they're working so hard. And it's marginal gains, isn't it? And those marginal gains shrink every year, and you're trying to find advantage. We were talking about it this morning. It comes down to that last pit stop. You're maybe leading the race, and you pull in, and you've got to get dead on the marks, and those 6 people got to absolutely smash it, and the pressure on them is incredible, and that's when you really know. And I was lucky with the 10 crew that I had back in the day, and the 3 crews we've got at Ganassi now, you know that they perform under pressure.
Dario, when you're on Fast Friday, you've set a certain number of tires aside to go do quali sims and dial the car in, especially after rain last night. First laps with the new boost, you're probably going to be on the somewhat conservative side. That's a relative term for your first run, and then sort of edge it up over the day. Is the goal at Ganassi, is the philosophy to almost go past the limit, kind of find what too much is today, so that way you're sorted tomorrow? Or are you still creeping up to it that tomorrow might even be the biggest swing that you've taken?
You know, Scott is, I think, is well known for at times, and qualifying weekend, it was like you just watched the rear wing go down and down and down. I was like, well, we haven't been there. This is the first time we've been there.
The sponsors upside down while you're sat in the car behind him.
Yeah, and I've watched him do it a number of times here in qualifying, but today we were looking to reach, to get too far, to get the car sliding a little bit, so that you're like, okay, that's enough. That's the downforce level for any given conditions. It's obviously a little gusty, nice and cold though, so there's a bit of grip out there.
Let's talk about this guy, Kyle Kirkwood, because as a rookie, bit of a wild child. He has settled down so brilliantly. He's the most consistent driver this season, highest average finish, owner of the best worst finish on the season, a metric that we track. He's got Brian Herta on the stand now. This so far has been the biggest competition to Palou in the championship. Tell us what you've seen out of Kirkwood these last couple seasons.
Yeah, he's definitely matured, hasn't he? And having Brian, you see him, look at that handsome devil. Having Brian on the stand is such a benefit. When Brian was working with Colton, I remember when they won their first race together, I said, newsflash, son listens to father.
Not always on the radio, we heard.
Oh no, proper, some proper dragouts, but no, you've seen Kyle maturing as a driver, improving his performance, and everybody's seen what Alex has done the last few years, and they know what they're aiming for. And it's harder and harder for Alex to find those gains because he is so good, but this guy is definitely catching up.
Needs to catch up as well as Kyle Kirkwood. Improved his time to a 2:31.7. All of that, though, with a toe.
Yep, all that with a toe still coming in, which is going to be very exciting. Let's open up back the telemetry data. We've all picked up on what the running order is. Nolan Siegel, 2:32.416 last lap and best speed. Kyle Collette, 2:31.969. Scott Dixon's building up to a lap, as is Kyle Kirkwood. JT, this is looking, and into the pit lane now comes Kyle Kirkwood. This is looking a very interesting run.
Kyle Kirkwood has completed a run. He was just wrapping up his run. I have got the average, haven't been able to get it into the leaderboard yet because we have two very fast times going round at the moment from Kyle Collette and Siegel. And Kyle Collette will come up out of turn 4, up towards the line. And it is a 2:30.940, which is a 4-lap average of 2:31.680. So that will be an improvement for Collette. Siegel, last lap speed was a 2:32.150. It seems like there's a lap missing there on that sheet, so we'll have to go back and try and
work that
out. But Kirkwood, I've got here, was a 2:30.721, and that puts him 24th.
Dixon's just done a 2:19.174 on his lap as he's building up to it. Inside line, by the way, as we know with Dixon, Felix Rosenquist in the media guide. The inside line says, question, what is your favourite meal? Steak quesadillas made by Pato Ward. Pato Ward was asked, what's your favourite meal? Homemade quesadillas made by me. So, drivers have a favourite down there for rain delay activities, getting ready for that. Scott Dixon this time by 2:32.286. Rockets into the top 10 now. Yes. Yes, John, we are still live. We had an hour extension because we lost an hour in the rain delay earlier on. So we added an hour forward, but we are still live. Let's head back up to the booth with Dario. Yes, Dario Franchitti.
I get in the middle and have an opinion on something of that, but it's obviously with guys of that experience, those adjustments that I can offer are sort of fewer with those boys.
We asked this question not a lot because it's a difficult one to answer and we don't have the insight. But Scott Dixon, 6-time champion, Alex Palou turns up and is doing the seemingly impossible. Does Scott find that a frustration? Does he find it a challenge that he enjoys? Is he finding it something that actually, when it boils down, might be insurmountable?
I'm not blowing smoke here, but when we became teammates, I won 3 championships in a row. So Scott there's been times that he's had that before, but what Scott does is learns from every teammate he's ever had. He's so good at it, and you know, Alex has been just obviously incredible. I think Indy was more impressive maybe than the championship last year, the way he read that race, but this car just fits with the way he drives a racing car, and I'm glad you guys have finally got the in-car. You can see that.
We're pretty happy.
He's a maestro behind the wheel. I love the way Alex drives a racing car. It's the way I tried to sort of drive it, that very sort of smooth way of doing it. But no, Scott has studied it. Scott's worked so hard over the winter on all kinds of things. And at this point, with what he's achieved, he could just go, I'm going to just ride along.
Yeah.
And that's just not his style. The fire's burning as brightly as it ever did.
So you talked about the technique behind the wheel from Palou, but there's intangibles seemingly that sort of transcend just what's in the cockpit. For the viewer at home that wonders why, I mean, Palou's won more than half of the last, 22 races, 23 races. Palou's won. He's been in the hunt in seemingly all of them. What does he do intangibly that separates himself from everybody right now?
I think the intelligence that he has is something. He's obviously got the confidence, which, as we know, is such an important part. But I think it's his balance. It's very much the Max Verstappen type thing. He feels the tire, he feels the car letting go before maybe others do. And it's lower grip tracks, it's even more pronounced. Remember the old Laguna, when it had the old, he would just take off. And he's got such a beautiful feeling for the car.
Hello, Ed Carpenter. We see you. 232.4.
He knows when to hold him, when to fold him. He knows when to attack.
Yeah.
He is definitely the full package, and he's clearly frustrated the whole field. And I guess he got booed the other day.
Did he?
On driver intros, which is the first time it's ever happened, and that's a really good sign. That that shows that is that point of who do you want to win? Anybody but Alex. That's the competition and some of the fans, and that's. That shows just that level of dominance. But yeah, Scott is. I've been so impressed with what he's achieved this year, what he's done behind the scenes, and he just needs a wee bit of luck. And I would be very happy if he got that luck on Memorial Sunday.
4 championships. Now he's got his 500. Obviously having a phenomenal season so far. Have you noticed any kind of? Have you noticed any kind of change in Palou's demeanor, confidence, approach, work ethic? Has he felt like he's been able to kind of rest on his laurels, take it a bit easy?
Is he slacking off?
Is he slacking off? Is he working just as hard? Is he working harder than ever? Get me inside the mind of a guy that's had this kind of success in such a short period of time.
2 days after the championship, we had a conversation that went, right, where are we weak? What are we doing? Where are we? How are we fixing it? And so we went through the problems. 2 weeks ago, I sent him a thing saying, I asked him a question about this month and how we were going to do better. And straight back with a response, 2 things. These are the 2 things I think. He is ravenous to win. As is Scott, and this guy here, Kiffin, he has got the perfect 2 guys to teach him and to lead by example. So he's still drinking out of a fire hose in some ways, but he's learning from the very best.
Beautiful stuff.
How's this guy's progress been? Have you seen him develop over the last sort of 6 to 12 months?
His Indy last year, he was struggling in traffic. We know the dance of trying to get the timing right of the pass, trying to get the car balanced right so you can run up behind somebody and get past them, run up behind sort of coming out of 2 and 4. And he struggled with that. And this year he showed up, and from the test day we did, the 2 test days, he's been on a different level with that, and that has been that's been really good. Obviously last year in practice he was quick on his own, had the crash, that set him back a bit, but he's feeling pretty good about it. And I think they managed to go a little bit too far with the balance today, got the car sliding a little bit and actually scrubbing speed. So we'll see how this works out. I'm
Little
looking
big
here.
lift down there in turn 3.
Looking to see where the
right
the
here
lap
on your
times
timing.
are.
Here
There we go.
So he's coming to finish his first lap. It was a 2:17.9 warm-up, 2:29.7. So
It's a bit better than that, yeah.
it's a lot, yeah, a bit down. That run of Dixon's that we watched, that put him, where did that put him? Seventh. At a 2:31.999 4-lap average. A couple of these do have a few laps that have toes. His was a pretty honest run. So
Some of the stuff this morning, some of the moves with the people pulling out in front of
unbelievable.
the Connor Daly one.
Yeah,
he
couldn't get a run.
Oh my, what was going on? That's just bad manners out there by some of the other teams, and we've all been there.
Thank you for agreeing with me on that. Townsend was of the opinion, hey man, every man for himself.
It's a knife fight.
In the last hour, maybe. But
yeah, I think I had that happen with Townsend.
That's a little rich.
The best one of that was Tagliani. He did it in qualifying, and in qualifying simulations, he pulled out in front of me and ruined my last qualifying sim of the Friday. And I got back to the bus, and I'd sent him a little message, shall we say. And he was sponsored by a company that made headphones.
Bowers and Wilkins.
And there was this beautiful box with "My brother, I am so sorry."
He had 4 cases of those in his bus.
Yeah, but it was lovely. It was such a cool thing. But yeah, there is an etiquette. And I know everybody wants to do their runs, but I felt that was pretty bad.
Well, for Connor, we think he had 3 in a row that were...
yeah, he did.
Assaulted.
Ericsson had the same thing, just a series of people just pulling out right in front of him.
Yeah, Connor looks very, very strong in race trim. Bloody hell in race trim.
And not shabby in single car pace either.
No.
Both DRR cars.
Yeah, they turned up.
Yeah.
And ECR, we think they're looking pretty good, particularly with Rossi.
Rossi looked strong, didn't he? McLaughlin looks quick as well. Felix snuck that one in. He had a certain pace, and then he picked it up. That was we're sort of looking at the setup. Obviously, the technical alliance. It's like, okay, what are those boys up to?
Dario, 3-car team. Which box will you be on race day?
Probably Kiffin's, just because there's space.
Okay.
The 9 car's pretty busy with Mike and Chip. Barry's on the 10. You know, the DHL guys will probably come on that one too. So I'll be with Taylor on the 8 probably, and see how I can help out. Or most of the time, actually, I just be quiet because they've got such a rhythm, and all you can do is get in the way.
Well, whenever they let you out of your dark little room with all the monitors, you're more than welcome up here. A joy to have you, mate. Thank you so much for joining us.
That was fun. Nice view here.
It's not bad, isn't it?
These snacks. I've got good snacks.
I got binoculars if you need them.
Bring your laptop up. Come join us next time.
We are gearing up for the end of the day, and are they going to let us go because it's past midnight for international feed? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yes. So, 38 seconds is the fastest time. But Rosenquist.
Nope.
No. Thought that was too good to be true. Someone at Fox woke up, sent it to me earlier on. 81 laps to go in the truck race, and 22 minutes to go here. Which is all going to be good news. Then I've got to set straight up the Formula E, because somebody's up at 5:45 a.m. Don't even know anymore. Why are we up that early? What time are you asleep then tonight, JT?
Not for a while, because this is not the only thing happening in Indianapolis today.
No, give us some news. What have you got?
Victory Field in Indianapolis has a big event tonight. The first Indianapolis Clowns home game since 1989.
Okay.
In the resurrection of the Indianapolis Clowns back in the Negro League days in the Banana Ball world. So I'm watching that.
Sounds good.
I should probably stop talking about that and actually focus on the timing screens, because Christian Rasmussen is lighting them up at the moment.
2:32.397, last lap time by for Christian Rasmussen. First lap time out of the pits. Graham Rahals coming out there. Venus VK is 2, and Kevin Simpson's just come into the pit lane. Yeah, I think Rasmussen's backed off. Simpson's pitting. Rasmussen's not looking that quick on the speedometer, as a heads up. Yeah, Townsend tried to make a joke with Franchitti. Not the best. Coming
He's
through.
still up on his 4-lap average.
He'll improve.
At the 2-lap stage.
231.474 for Rasmussen. Again, more and more
Exit
improving.
turn 4.
What have you got this time? As he runs over the line.
229.
Yeah, he's lifted off. Rahal was a 158.013, so his banker wasn't good. I think Rahal might be boxing actually as well. He just dipped on the back. Yeah, Rahal's coming into the pit lane, so he has ducked down back in. I think Rasmussen backed off because Rahal gave the toe. So it's not helped Christian's 4-lap average time. So I think that's the reason he's lifted off and just gone, well, there's no point me being here, really, is there? So that is going to be something. Just a reminder, Formula E is back tomorrow morning, and it is going to be a double-header weekend. So that's going to be quite an exciting one. So stay tuned for all of that. Meantime, we are here at the Brickyard with 20 minutes to go.
Our very own James Hinchcliffe hosts Fox Sports Films' newest documentary, The 500 Immortality at Indy. A cinematic journey through the legends of the IMS Museum and the drivers chasing that eternal glory at the Brickyard. It premieres tomorrow, 6 Eastern, on Fox.
20 minutes to go, and then practice is done, and it's time to buck up and go fast when it counts.
He pitted.
Talking about going fast when it counts, Renus VK just did the 9th fastest no-toe.
Whoa.
232.417.
That's been a legitimately quick car today.
Add another one to the mix.
It has been a tricky day for Andretti. Kyle Kirkwood down in 21st. Will Power down in 30th. Kevin is standing by, though, with
Kyle Kirkwood just out of the car, done for the day. What issues are you dealing with right now? Where are you at in the program?
Quite honestly, we're trying to figure out a little bit, trying to understand everything. We're being a little cautious today, right? Like we don't want to spiral out of control. That's why we keep going back to the garage here and trying to understand exactly what it is.
But I felt that
today, right? We got out a little late with that rain, and then it's been shortened up quite a bit. So honestly, it's probably good that we're going to stop right now, try and actually dig into the data, understand what's going on, and then we'll be ready for tomorrow. But quite honestly, car feels really good. It feels like we got to a trim level that we need to be at, and the balance is quite ideal, and the two teammates seem pretty happy too. So we'll just go off of that, and we'll fix the other gremlins, and then have a good shot at qualifying tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Kyle.
Yeah, thank you.
That doesn't sound like a setup issue. That sounds like a gremlin issue.
It sounds like it's SCS, slow car syndrome. Just seem to be struggling with pure pace.
Didn't he report like had an issue with the engine at some point on the track?
He did.
He lost power.
Yeah.
And you know, whether that's engine or electronics, you don't know. But that package seemed powertrain related. So Kirkwood, you know, keeping up the confidence that they can get it fixed tomorrow. But I think reading between the lines, not a perfect day for the 2017.
Great day for Rosenquist and Rossi. McLaughlin looks absolutely hooked up, and you only really need to know this about Scott McLaughlin's day. He's run 7 laps, and that equates to 1 run. That's it. Your 2 warm-ups, your 4 running laps, and your 1 slowdown.
Rookie.
That's it. Out and done.
Rookie Dennis Hauger here. Struggling to find some pace. That last lap, Kevin, a 229.0. They've made 22 laps today. That'll be 23 complete. What can you tell us?
So on his last run, he reported, I'm getting overboost all of the time. They told him to bring it in, and now he is on lap 3 of this qualifying sim. He has said nothing so far since he has left the pit box. How can that be addressed? What can be done to try to fix an overboost issue?
Well, Honda powered entry, so the Honda engine technician, each team, each car will have their own engine tech. Will be quick on the laptop, doing some tuning.
feel like you can hear it, honestly. So that lap, he went the quickest he's gone. I thought I heard maybe an limiter or maybe an overboost.
Just jumped up ahead of his teammate for the first time today, up to 28th, 231.231.
His teammate was towing him along the front straight a little bit, but not really at pace. Grosjean doing a cool-down run here. Looks like it's pushing a little bit on exit. He's using a lot of road on exits. Yeah, here's a replay. It's coming off of 2. That's... I mean, if you can't see your shadow at this time of the day on the wall, you're not close enough. He is definitely close enough. Backed out of it at the end of that one, that last lap of 228.8. So still some speed to find.
With 15 minutes left to run, Hauger will pull that back in, out on track. Ed Carpenter and the 28 of Marcus Ericsson.
There you go, Hauger off of 2, hits that new paved section. And yeah, that's a lot of shadow. The dirt.
Hey, that's me.
Rooster tail of dirt coming off. Marcus Ericsson out there trying to take another stab at it, trying to get Andretti Global to have one car seemingly with a smooth run at the end.
Deploy straight away because I'm hitting the against the wind, but I can't believe who was in front of me.
That's an Elio Castro Neves bit of radio.
James, go ahead and tell us what he said.
Well, what you see what he said? Oh, shoot. My time's up. I got to run. Oh, just clocked out. Was he saying something about somebody pulling out in front of him?
I mean, he was talking about
big lift,
something going on the straightaway, maybe a limiter, I can't tell. And then I think something happened in front of him.
He's coming up to Ed Carpenter, which I think is probably why he's lifted out.
Yeah, it could just be the dirty air from the car in front of him. That's, I think, what just happened to Marcus Ericsson. Their big push coming off of turn 1. But at that distance, that makes me feel like the car's inherently got a little bit too much understeer in it anyway. And he needs to keep working on that balance of that race car.
Well, Ed Carpenter in the Slim Fast Special, 7th quickest on the day, 232.4. Good run for the boss.
Good run indeed, and we are moments away from the conclusion of this one, and I think everybody's thinking the same thing. Whoa! Let's get this one going through. It should be quite a nice run. Ed Carpenter, 219.833. He's back out on the circuit, unless my timings are frozen to come into it. No, he's out there. So Schumacher, but he's
backed out of his run.
Yeah, because he's got the toe off of Schumacher, and I think he's coming down pit road this time by. Schumacher is going to do a run, but he's getting a toe from the back of the 31 as well. So what's the point, really? Because you've got Ryan Hunter-Reay out there. Kevin Simpson apparently is still coming out now onto the track. And into the pit lane now is coming Ryan Hunter-Reay. Because M3 Race Car says, I couldn't put off working on the car any longer. Did I miss anything in the last hour? Rosenquist, 233.372, has gone to the top with the fastest time. That's it. That's pretty much it. There's been a couple of faster times that have shot through to the top of the long run pace. But yeah, sun shining here at the Pagoda. Quite the difference to how we started 5 hours ago when... Well, 6 hours ago, actually. Stone me, nearly 7 hours ago. 6 hours, 48 hours. 6 hours, 49 minutes we've been on air. Yeah, it was very wet. And I think everybody's lost their minds today, being pushed an extra hour on the broadcast. Carpenter has come into the pit lane, as I thought he would do. Will Power now is circulating alongside Ryan Hunter-Reay and Kevin Simpson, as we think that one of the two might box out of the circuit. Now also comes Stingray Rob. So the track getting busy, but this is Fast Friday. It's not the usual race runs or qualifying simulations we've been expecting. This is all a different run to come into it, ahead of hopefully a good one. How long is this truck race going to last? Because there's 70 laps to go and they just won't end. They keep going under cautions. I'd like some sleep. Right, nearly all set then to go. We shall return to Fox.
$1 million on the line as NASCAR's best battle each other and the concrete monster, which is Dover.
NASCAR Cup Series All-Star Race. Pre-race coverage starts at noon Eastern with the green flag at 1, only on FS1. Elio out of the car and done for the day. Noto, top 5. McLaughlin, Palou, VKP3. Rossi and Rasmussen. Look at that. Arenas VK, why don't we hear from him after a great day?
Yeah, it's not a surprise to see him fast. I think you have started on the front row 3 times. Your first 6 times you were top 7. Do you have that potential again to be somewhere close to that this weekend?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've got, we kind of surprised ourselves. I think we have really good pace here in qualifying. Car feels good. You know, kind of, I already knew in the open test that the car was very fast. You know, nice to be back with the bow tie with Chevy. You know, all those front rows have been with them. So, yeah, they got my back real well here. So, they don't have a 4-lap average today, unfortunately. Ran into traffic on my opening lap on my best run. So yeah, we were looking pretty good there. I think we're strong. Just trimmed a bit too much on my final run. Wasn't too happy with that, but now we know the limit. Ready for tomorrow, and well, with the chance of rain, it's going to make it interesting.
With that's what I was going to ask next. How much pressure is on these runs, because it might be your only one?
Yeah, that's the thing, and you got to make sure you get it right. You know, calculated risk is what I call it. Got to make sure you do 4 consecutive laps. You can throw out a bomb of a first lap, but if you can't finish the run, it's going to be a tough thing. So the guys here at JHR, the 76 Wetbush crew, really knows what they're doing. So I can kind of put my faith there in their hands a little bit. And, well, if I don't trust them, I'll let them know as well.
Solid day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Thank you.
That is a confident Rinus VK. Meanwhile, Will Power has jumped up to 14th. But that thanks to a massive tow from Louis Foster.
Yeah, these Andretti Global cars just do not look happy. Marcus Ericsson again hit traffic on that last run. Look at the understeer. It's the same issue that we saw out of Ericsson. Just cannot finish the corner. He does not have a car close enough in front of him to really be affecting the balance quite that much. These cars just seem out of the window for these conditions. 71 degrees, 79 degrees track temp. And it's not tough conditions as far as Indy goes.
And 8 minutes left. And if there's weather tomorrow morning and you only get 1 run in the afternoon, where do you roll off? Where do you fire off? With what kind of settings? How big do you go in terms of try to take a swing at the setup and fix all these issues?
And VK just said it. That's what's going to be so difficult for these teams and drivers tonight, is knowing that the possibility exists. They're only going to get 1 shot at it. Where do you land on the risk-reward chart? How much do you want to swing for the fences? How important is a fast 6 appearance? Even if you don't get a fast 6, how important is a first 2 row starting position for you, at the risk of maybe damaging your race car?
And what a fascinating weekend of qualifying it's going to be, guys, because tomorrow likely overcast for most or all of the day. Track temperatures will be down, maybe similar to what they have been today. But then we go to Sunday, completely different universe. It's like a different planet on Sunday. Everything they've learned all day on Fast Friday largely out the window. There's going to be a whole lot of that driver stuff going on where you're going to have to adjust on the fly. I think we're going to see a tremendous amount of adjustments in the cockpit to win pole position. It's going to be the one that can master jumping for the first time on the tightrope and landing with perfection.
Temperature could almost double between Saturday and Sunday. 60 degrees to 120.
Track temp.
Track temp.
And that's what matters.
Speaking about drivers doing driver stuff, just to prove that, you know, Will Power's car is not giving him what he wants. He's doing his part from behind the wheel. Let's take a look at how much he's opening the entry into turn 3 here. Look at how close he's getting to the wall. We talk about seeing the shadows, turning in right at that wing and wheel crest on the painted wall. That's a nice visual reference for drivers. He's doing what he needs to do. He's on the right part of the racetrack, but the car's just not going where he wants it to go once he starts turning.
You can see it in his hands right at peak lateral load. He's hoping for the tires to do the work and for him to be able to unwind the wheel for the short shoot. but he just has to keep holding the steering in and adding an extra degree or two. It's the last thing you need mid-corner.
So another Andretti Global driver trying to go for a late run here. That again shows you these guys are struggling to find that balance.
You see the predicted lap just below the gear position 5, 231 point. Now it's dropping 230.8. So that's giving Kyle Kirkwood the real-time projected lap that he's on, and it's going the wrong direction.
And here's the difference. Look at this. Kyle Kirkwood down here, 22 laps run. You got guys like Scott McLaughlin so happy with his race car. Yeah. He did one quali sim, polish that thing, and put it in the garage.
Wax it and stack it.
All you need to do, David Malukas, his teammate, same thing, one and done. Those Penske cars are dialed, and they are super confident heading into tomorrow. On the other side of it, you've got the Andretti Global squad just struggling. Ericsson, 34 laps. He's been doing runs all day long. Hasn't had a clean one because of traffic, but even without the traffic, the balance isn't looking where he needs it.
And how many sets of tires have these guys burned? 34 laps suggests, I don't know, 8 sets?
It's a lot. I mean, some of those laps are cool down laps too, so let's say, yeah, 5 to 6 for sure.
230.2 lap 1 for Kirkwood. This one over the line is trending down to be in the 229s.
Yeah, big lead off here.
And it is 229.7. This is not the one. It's not the run.
Well, they're going to have to sleep on all this, and it might not lead to any sleep.
What do you do? Do you change it overnight? Do you stick with what you've got?
I mean, they've got a process, and this team has had so much success at this racetrack, but
what don't you do with gremlins?
They're a bit are they gremlins at this point, or are they set up?
You don't feed them after midnight.
Or get them wet.
Or get them wet.
Which, yeah, you know, drive on ovals.
White flag.
So, here's the good thing about this scenario for Kyle Kirkwood. He's getting a lot of reps. He's getting a lot of reps to do the procedural stuff you have to behind the wheel, the deployment, adjusting tools, engine map changes. I know it sounds a little bit like semantics, but it is still good for when he gets in line tomorrow, especially if it's only one and done. If it's only one shot because of weather, it's nice to know that the driver execution side should be pretty buttoned up. Conversely, a guy like McLaughlin, guys like Malukas, they only had one run at that. When the pressure's on tomorrow, the chance of maybe making a small mistake with one of those things goes up.
And this is the thing, folks. Tomorrow we will have an hour of practice in the morning. Then the intention is to roll qualifying the way that Saturday qualifying always works here at Indy. The drivers grab a number, and that dictates the order in which they will go out for their one guaranteed run. After that time, you stick or twist, you can run again and try to improve your time. If you wait your turn, if you decide to hand your time in and take the fast lane, then if you go worse, you drop down the order. That's the traditional way of working out the grid. However, if it rains, if we lose the practice time in the morning, we will roll into just the guaranteed slots for qualifying, potentially one run each to set the 33 before we roll on to Sunday.
And one of the things, guys, that could be so critical that we haven't even talked about yet, we're going to get into it tomorrow, I'm sure, but with how close the margins are, and Dario Franchitti was really leaning into that, highlighting how tight it is and expecting it to get even tighter tomorrow, the order in which you run could play a huge factor in your performance tomorrow, and that is dictated by a random draw, which happens tonight after practice in order of fastest to slowest on the time charts today. So
yep, and the link to that is just been popped into the YouTube chat by me. So NTT Data are showing it live. Head there after the show and you can see what everything is. Well, if it's a rain delay, we'll show that tomorrow, which it looks like it could be a washout for a little bit of time. So we're trying to save as much content as we can for tomorrow to come in. 2 minutes to go then, JT. Track silent. What have you made of today's running? Has it been Fast Friday?
Looking at the top times, yes, it has.
More like it, isn't it?
And of course, the 4-lap average is also looking good at the top.
Yeah, I'll open that up now actually on the retro timing. So, okay, so There's the lap averages that are going through on the screen. I think it'll reset itself in just a second. Who's got the top time? Presumably, it's our top time runner of Felix Rosenquist. Yes, it is. Look at Helio signing autographs as well. What a day. What a day. I think everyone's done for the day, so I think everybody, a round of applause in the chat to JT, who has been on it all day, keeping up with the 4-lap averages and getting them on stream. Absolutely amazing. Round of applause to JT for that one.
I now need to reset the sheet in the next 15 minutes so I can set up for tomorrow and get the qualifying order in.
Indeed. We're going to have that qualifying order coming in. Scott McLaughlin, Alex Palou, Venus VK, Alexander Rossi, Christian Rasmussen, Felix Rosenquist, Connor Daly, Pato Ward, David Lucas, Dino Ferrucci is the top 10. No point going through speeds because the averages are different to the final ones we had. My thanks to JT and my thanks to everybody as well for joining us for this one. JT, pick me somebody who's going to be a little bit of a shocker tomorrow.
If we run tomorrow, we've got to keep an eye on Felix Rosenquist after what he's done here. Also Rossi, as we normally do. And we wait for the checkered flag. Aaron Likens has it in his hand. He knows the whole nation is watching, and out it goes.
7 hours on air, all done. Thank you very much, JT. Thank you very much to everybody who's joined us. We'll see you tomorrow for practice 5, and then the qualifying day gets underway. 8:30 a.m. Eastern, 1:30 p.m. British Summer Time. JT taking you through that one, and then we will return for qualifying day 1 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Take care. Bye-bye.